1864. We were first class then, and we're first class now. With a dream to spread cricket through Lancashire's towns, where girls and boys, with willow and leather, become more than a badge, but the red rose together.
A club where more than legends are made, but friendships, obsessions, moments replayed on our screens, in our minds, in our hearts forever. 'Cause it's who we are, our DNA, the red rose together.
Statham, Briggs, Jimmy, Freddie and Joss Chappie, Sir Clive Lloyd, Carol Hodges, Kate Cross. What a roll call. It's a hard one to measure, with future names still to be written on the red rose together.
We're all about people. It's what the red rose really means. Yeah, the ones signing autographs, but the ones behind the scenes.
Our community, grassroots, the ones that feel tethered. Whether you're from here or belong here, we're the red rose together.
And what about this place? Talk about world-class venues, internationals, gigs, events. You can choose from a menu of triumph, of disaster, of pain, or pleasure.
We've seen it all at Emirates Old Trafford, with the red rose together.
Red ball, white ball, lightning and thunder.
Have you ever sat back? Have you ever just wondered how far we've come? The storms we've weathered, or how far we'll go as the red rose together.
Okay, Tom, how are we assessing day two?
Yeah, it was a tough one. Obviously, not ideal losing that last wicket at the end there. I thought we battled hard. Obviously, that new ball did a bit more, and obviously we just had to graft that out really. I mean, we got the wickets this morning in the end, but obviously, that's a healthy total for them.
How hard work was it through the course of yesterday and today?
Yeah, it was tough. I mean, the pitch wasn't doing a whole lot that first day. Obviously, the ball didn't really spin loads, a bit out the rough towards the end. But obviously, that ball went soft pretty quick for us, unfortunately. But I thought we stuck at it really well. And, we didn't give up, really.
How challenging is it when you're out there and obviously you know that the pitch not doing a great deal, the ball's gone soft, conditions are good to bat. As a bowling side, a fielding side, how challenging is it to keep up your spirits?
Yeah, it's tough, but I think that's something we're used to here. I think it's a pitch that we're used to playing on, and that we're used to the last few years. So I think the mindset for us is quite big, and not letting us get it down. Okay, it might take us a while to get the wicket. It's going to be hard work, but I think that's the Lancashire way we have here, and just grafting it out really. And obviously we felt like we could have bowled a bit better at times, but in general I thought we were good.
I'm guessing about an hour or so into yesterday, you're thinking you might have quite a big role to play in this first innings.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, obviously once that ball, the shine came off that ball, I thought I'll probably bowl in a fair bit today. But it was just nice to get overs in the bank really, and to finish with 3 was pretty nice.
I can ask you about that, Tom. I mean, you have 30 odd overs in the innings. I mean, that's a real good bowl for you, isn't it? Yeah,
it's good. I think it's just nice to get back out there. And it's just nice to get them overs in and show what I can do really, and hopefully I've earned a few more wickets in the second innings, trying to keep tight there. So fingers crossed we can get back out there again and make a dent.
How big a difference does it make when you can have lengthy spells rather than maybe just coming in and bowling 3 or 4 overs and you're out the attack? When you get into a nice lengthy spell, how big a difference does that make?
Yeah, huge. I think sometimes when you're only going to be on for 4 or 5 overs, I think you put more pressure on yourself, thinking, well, I've got to nail everything here, and you don't feel like you go through as many variations as you'd like to, and I think you're just trying to stay consistent. But if you're going to be on for half a session, I think that just allows you to relax a little bit, play with your fields a bit more, and then just for me it just allows me to bowl a few more variations, and it's probably something I should take into shorter spells, but I think it's just good learning for me overall.
And just take us out there to the middle, and in terms of what you're trying to do, your strategy. It's day one on a good pitch. I mean, you're not expected to bowl sides out here, are you? So what are you aiming to try and do on that in the first things of the match there?
I think mainly I'm just trying to tie people down. I think if I can go under threes, ideally, I'd be very happy with that. You know, I think it's tough because you still want to have your fielders out, but you still want to have your catches in. So finding that balance right of, you know, still tying people down but not making it too easy for him. And I think for me, especially on pitches like that, throwing in a lot of changes and pace variations important. I think if I bowl 6 of the same few overs in a row, I think people get used to it, and I think throwing in them variations, even 3, 4 and over, I think is quite key for me, just to keep people in the crease and sort of guessing a little bit more.
So presumably those skills that you developed in white ball cricket can be applicable in red ball cricket too?
I think so. I think they're pretty similar, it's just lengths are a bit different. I think here I bowl a bit fuller in red ball, but generally, yeah, like in T20 you bowl 3, 4 variations and over, so it's not too dissimilar. It's just about can you bowl them same variations on the same line and length, really.
Were you gutted to miss out last week at Lords?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah. Yeah, I had a few things going on at home, unfortunately, so but yeah, no, it was nice to be back out there here, and I know people at home will be watching and be very happy.
Yeah, and in terms of the summer going forward, Tom, how much are you kind of relishing really getting into this 4-day side, nailing your place down in this and making big contributions?
Yeah, I think with the weather been having, I think the pitches could suit a lot more spin this year, so I'm just really excited to really, you know, do well this game, hopefully take a few wickets in the second innings on a bit more of a turning wicket, and then, you know, just play consistently hopefully throughout the summer. There's
a lot of talk last season building up about Nathan signing and all that stuff. The fact that you are #1 spinner in the game, this is a real opportunity for you, isn't it, I think?
Yeah, I think it's just to show what I can do. I think even on flatter wickets, it's still proven myself that I'm, you know, not just a bowler who can bowl on braggers and do it well. I think as a spin bowler, I think I have to, you know, open up my mindset a little bit really, and, you know, as much as I want to tie him down on wickets like that, can I still be that aggressive, sort of, can I pick up 2, 3 like I did, and sort of do that every game? I think that would really help me nail down my place in the team a bit more.
Good morning and a warm welcome to our coverage of the third day from Emirates Old Trafford for Lancashire against Northamptonshire in the County Championship. Our viewers on Lancs TV and listeners to the BBC Sport website and app as well, where the conditions are a little cloudy, but it's bright enough. There's a few patches of blue sky and a little bit of sunshine. Not as warm as it was on Friday or indeed yesterday, but it's dry, and we're starting on time in around about 4 or 5 minutes, with Lancashire having quite a bit of work to do with the bat through the course of today. They still trail by 357 runs, and resuming this morning on 139 for 4, with their captain Keaton Jennings unbeaten on 60. Scott Reid and Andrew Radd to take you through the third day today, and Andrew's alongside me. It's been a good 2 days for Northamptonshire.
It is, yes. Morning, Scott. Morning, everyone. Yes, they've put together 2 decent days with bat and with ball. I know they've got half an eye on the weather. You said it's bright. In fact, it's a good deal brighter than it was sort of say half an hour ago here. But the various weather apps that we all look at to try and work out what's going to happen. There's a little bit of jeopardy, I think, over the next couple of days. Part chance of some showers around, but Dave downstairs, who knows these things, he says it might well skirt us today.
Oh, well,
Dave Halliday on reception here, the face of Old Trafford, and he says that it might just skirt round us. So okay. I hope he's right. But yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm talking to Darren Lehman this morning, and I think the plan A is clear to try and wrap this innings up as soon as possible and get bowling again.
Right.
Because of course Lancashire still need another 200 odd to avoid the follow-on. But that said, Keaton Jennings played beautifully last night. Hard to fault his innings in any respect, really. But Northamptonshire, having picked up the wicket of the night watchman last night, new batter in there. They feel it is going to turn a little bit, not necessarily sharply, but they do think it's doing a little bit, enough to encourage the leg spinner Calvin Harrison and maybe save Sabe, assuming he's brought in to the attack with his left arm spin at some point. So yeah, fascinating day in prospect.
It is, isn't it? It's been a really interesting game. It's been kind of bossed really by Northamptonshire, and Lancashire kind of doing their best. They hung in there with the ball, I think, kind of plugged away as best they could to try and wrap up the innings. It took some doing, and they're kind of hanging in there a bit with the bat now. The dismissal of Marcus Harris late on last night seemed like a potentially quite a pivotal moment. It was a fabulous catch by Justin Broad, a shot that Harris hit sweetly, probably thinking that's 4, having got 4 from a similar type of shot, just a few deliveries prior to it, but he was caught brilliantly at mid-wicket. And it's left Jennings and Hurst, and those to come, as you say, with plenty of work to do. And Calvin Harrison in particular could play a big part today. I
think he almost certainly will, assuming he came to Northamptonshire on this 2-game loan from Nottinghamshire, principally to get some overs under his belt. I think he will get his wish, weather permitting. I think he'll bowl a lot of overs. He's still got 4 balls to go in completing this one. I would be surprised if Northamptonshire take him off, and I would think he will bowl. Certainly have a good long bowl today. And again, those that were saying, it's not what we need in terms of a loan signing. Well, just maybe Darren Lehman knew what he was doing.
Here comes Harrison in, as Rada says, to complete the over that began last night, because he got the wicket of Anderson Phillip and he's bowling to the new batter Matty Hurst, and Hurst just flicks it away to the leg side. Well, as Bumble was saying the other day, that if you're a leg spinner, this might be one of the grounds that you quite fancy having a bowl at. There's off an appeal there as Hurst tries to get forward to smother that delivery from Harrison. So Hurst right into the thick of it this morning to join his captain following the dismissal of Phillip late on last night. Here's Harrison to Hurst, and it's pushed away into the offside, and there is no run. So he's got a delivery away from a wicket maiden that started last night and will be completed this morning. And here he is to finish the over into Hurst, and that's drilled up to mid-off, and there is no run. Indeed it is. his 8th over of the innings. Calvin Harrison is a wicket maiden, spanning across last night and first thing this morning. So it's 139 for 4, Lancashire. And they trailed by that 357, and as Radis was saying, a lot of work to do to avoid the follow-on.
Yeah, it was nice to see from a Northamptonshire point of view in that little session last night, as Scott goes off to update BBC Radio Lancashire, the importance of your senior players, being proactive, because Lewis McManus, who's Northamptonshire's vice-captain to Luke Proctor, ran from his keeping position all the way up to mid-on to have a word with his captain, and the gist of that, I think, was that they wanted to make sure, after the leg spinner Harrison had spent a long time bowling to Keaton Jennings and only to Keaton Jennings, they were quite keen for him to have a bowl at the night watchman, and so they made sure that was the case, and obviously that paid dividends with Anderson Phillip out to the second ball of that over. It's going to be Justin Broad to continue from this Brian Statham end. Broad having picked up the first 2 wickets last night, bowling round the wicket with a slip and a gully to Keaton Jennings, who is forward, pushing that one up to mid-off where Luke Proctor, the Northamptonshire captain, fields. So a slip and a gully, interesting gully position, quite close. Then a backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, a mid-wicket, quite tight in there. A deep square just behind, and a long leg. And here's Broad in and bowls and hits. Jennings on the pad. Appeal for LBW, looked to be sliding down. I would imagine that was what Richard Illingworth had in his mind. Bowling round the wicket, of course, to the left-handed Keaton Jennings. Thought Jennings played beautifully last night. We were saying he just absorbed so much pressure, but then if there was anything loose, anything a little bit wide, a bit short, then he just put it away. High quality batsmanship. Here's Broad in, bowls to Jennings, who turns that one away for his second run of the morning, rather, down to deep backward square. 61 to him, 140 for 4. Matty Hurst takes guard from umpire Richard Illingworth. You can see, after a couple of comparatively still days here, the flags billowing out on the old pavilion and on the point and on the hotel at the far end of the ground, the James Anderson end. And it's certainly a good deal cooler this morning. But, and we say this about the ground staff, I think, on every ground, but the amount of effort they put in, so the ground staff out this morning about 6:30, cutting the outfield. Here's Broad in, bowls to Hurst. Forward, pushes it out into the leg side where Harrison at mid-wicket fields. And there's no run. At about 6:30, 6:45 with the big mower, getting the outfield looking pristine.
Did it wake you up?
No, it didn't. No, I was already up, but it was a bit. I was just walking around the ground, and you probably found the same, Scott. It's just a little bit chilly this morning. A bit more like April, to be honest.
Yes.
It's brought in bowls and very full, driven by Hurst up to Keogh at mid-off. And there's no run. Needless to say, we'll keep you up to date with what's happening elsewhere around the County Championship. Still waiting for our first rain interruption. I'm not sure if anybody lost any time yesterday. I don't think they did.
There's a bit of bad light in
the
Gloucestershire game.
Gloucestershire Glamorgan, yes, down in Bristol. Here's Broad in, bowls again. Decent pace, good carry, but outside the off stump, Hurst leaves it alone. And that's the end of the first full over of the day. 140 for 4 it is. Jennings is 61. And Matty Hurst still looking for his first run. Had a chat with Lewis McManus last night after the day's play. And I was obviously very pleased with how things were going. I did make the point to him that we were discussing on commentary last night, that there are days, and we all have them covering counties, where about half an hour before the close you're thinking, who am I going to talk to, because nobody has done anything today of note, and it's the dreaded coach day when you wheel out one of the coaches. But I had a bit of a choice last night of Northamptonshire players who had contributed. In the end, had a chat with Lewis McManus, and interesting as ever.
You were spoiled for choice, weren't you? Yeah.
There were a few. I mean, Justin Broad had a good day. Obviously, Calvin Harrison had a good day.
It was Luke Proctor, so it was just obviously Harrison finishing that over that started last night. And Proctor straight away tearing in to send his first delivery down from the James Anderson end. It's left by Keaton Jennings.
Well, it goes to show what I know, because I was pretty convinced that Harrison would just keep an end going today. But I suppose conditions being what they are, it's a little bit overcast, and I'm sure probably Luke Proctor with the ball still, well, a little, there's probably a little bit of shine in it still.
Around the wicket to Jennings, plays forward, covers up Keaton Jennings. There's no run. Well, the conditions are not too dissimilar to yesterday. I mean, Lancashire came out to bat, and having had bright sunshine, pretty warm temperatures for a day and a half. The cloud cover came across. The ball started swinging around a bit, and it looked pretty tricky. I suppose when things go against you, they go against you, don't they? So, but yeah, it feels like a kind of a. You start off with your seamers this morning with the conditions as they are. He's on the walk. He's Jennings. He likes to be on the walk. He's advancing towards Luke Proctor. The ball loops away off the thigh pad and pops away into the onside. There's no addition to the score. But yeah, it was a bit unfortunate that... well, it's not unfortunate. The weather forecast said it would kind of cloud over back end of Saturday, and that's exactly what it did. So Lancashire knew that was almost certainly going to happen, having spent a day and a half in the field when the sun was shining. Proctor to Jennings, dabbed away into the offside, and there is no run.
Did notice this morning when I was just popped out to the little roof garden at the back of our commentary position. One of my favourite places on the whole county circuit. I think it's a lovely little spot to just sit and contemplate. But yesterday the hills over in the distance were quite hazy. This morning they were much sharper and more clearly defined, and it was a little bit more noticeable breeze than there has been.
Proctor to Jennings, just half shuffling forward again, and defending to mid-on, where Calvin Harrison fields, and there's no run.
I did mention that was my audition for Gardener's World, but I don't think Monty Don's got an awful lot to worry about. But
there is like a little herb garden.
Yeah, it is. They have They had last time I was here a couple of years ago. They had strawberry plants as well.
Very nice. Yeah. Well, Liv, who is directing on Lancs TV today, has proctored in to Jennings, short and wide outside off stump, and he just drops his hands and allows that to go through to the keeper. End of the over, 140 for 4. I think she's kind of responsible for that herb garden. I think it's kind of her little pet project.
I think he's brilliant. It's just a really nice space, and very, very pleasant. It's lovely just to go out there and have a little gaze over to the blue remembered hills or whatever.
They sometimes hang the washing out the back there as well. that happens quite regularly as well. It's a perfect breezy spot when the sun's shining too.
Thought of seeing Bumble's Small on the line. It's
I'm surprised we've not seen that actually. It's been the ideal washing day the last 2 days.
It's good drying day, as my nan used to say.
Exactly, yeah.
Always on a Monday, of course. Justin Broad it's going to be to continue from this Brian Statham end. Now 2 slips in. Backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, a tight mid-wicket in, close and was in a catching position as Broad is in bowls, and Hurst punches that off the back foot, still looking for his first run. He's not going to get it there as it goes out into the covers and fielded by Safe Zabe, first innings centurion. Hands in pockets, slightly that sort of morning. Wouldn't be surprised if the old hand warmers weren't in evidence somewhere. Golf pro shops must love this time of year when county cricket starts. Here's Broad in, bowl short, pulled away by Hurst, and that will be his first runs, 4 of them to be precise. Lovely shot, totally in control of it, good balance. There are 2 men back on the leg side, a deep square and a long leg. It went between the 2 of them and raced away for 4. So Matty Hurst is underway with a boundary, 144 for 4. Lancashire applying to Northamptonshire's 496 all out. Yes, they do. I think they go into all the pro shops and buy them up, don't they? It's club players as well. Here's Broad running away from us, in and bowls to Hurst, full this time, and Hurst playing defensively back down the pitch, and there's no run.
Yeah, the photographers that are dotted around the edge of the boundary rope, you can see wearing woolly hats today, so yeah, must be... Oh, there we go, there's Dan, who's, for the viewers on Lex TV, full hat. Okay, he's got gloves on as well.
He's got the full Monty there.
Yeah,
now,
isn't he?
Is that I assume that's a Lancashire bobble hat, is it?
I think it is, yeah.
Looks like it. Here's Broad. Bowling to Hurst, who's forward, plays it out to the left hand of Calvin Harrison, who's in that position tight on the drive at the short mid-wicket. Just for the one that's... The batter just falls over a little bit and lifts it in the air. It was just absolutely right what you were saying about... Marcus has all the... what do you reckon? Another layer? It's a bit fresh down there, isn't it? Crumbs. Here is Broad. In and bowls Hurst outside the off stump. Left alone. Goes through to Lewis McManus. It's fortunate up here, of course. We're in the warm.
Yep.
But, yes, the poor chaps down there, they did look a bit... a little bit starved. So, sort of send somebody round with some hot coffee later or something, or soup. But no, we were saying about that catch of Marcus Harris yesterday, the Justin Broad catch. It was a superb grab. Next ball from Broad has Hurst playing back. He plays it out to Harrison again at short mid-wicket. That's the end of the over. 144 for 4. Jennings is 61, and Hurst underway with that boundary, 4 to him.
Yeah, I don't know whether we'll be able to see that back in the wicket of Marcus Harris from last night, but it was an absolutely terrific catch, and it was the period of the day as well, wasn't it? It was the back end of the day, the key wickets, and Centurion from the first innings, and he's absolutely timed it beautifully. Lashes the ball away through mid-wicket, and a brilliant low diving catch.
That's excellent. You could see how he got the fist pump in there as well. He's highly delighted.
He's Proctor around the wicket, bowls. Jennings up on his toes, just drops the ball away into the offside, and there's no run. Yeah, it was the fist pump while he was led on the ground,
yes.
which was quite good. Which was quite good. That told a story in itself, I think. That.
Yeah. Well, we were saying on commentary, weren't we, that when Lancashire were 2 down and you got Harris and Jennings out there, if Northamptonshire could break that partnership, nip another one out, they will feel that they've had a really good day. If those two are still there and coming back this morning, yeah, we've had a decent day, but we've got a lot to do still.
Proctor in to Jennings, has played inside the line and allows the ball to go through to McManus.
And of course they then had the bonus wicket of the night watchman in the last over, and I don't know what you feel about this, Scott. I've noticed it increasingly over the last sort of year or two that when sides do employ night watchmen, the night watchmen not always seem to know exactly what they're supposed to do. Am I supposed to take all the bowling?
Here's Proctor to Jennings. He's shuffling forward and defending, just steers it out towards backward point.
Because we saw last night there were instances where it was almost as though Keaton Jennings was trying to shield the night watchman. He was taking a single late in the over. And he thought that's not quite the object of the exercise, I wouldn't have thought. But
they did well to get him on strike for the final over.
Yeah,
actually.
that was well. Again, I was talking to Lewis McManus about that because I thought that was a really impressive bit of cricket, with the fact that McManus ran all the way up to speak to Proctor at mid-on and clearly saying this is what we need to do.
Proctor to Jennings. He runs ahead, just eased away off his hip down towards the fine leg boundary where Justin Broad field. Single for Jennings. He moves to 62, 145 for 4.
Because Harrison had just been bowling to Jennings over after over, and Jennings was playing him pretty well. And it was the point that you made yesterday about the fact that Luke Wells tends to bowl, come into the attack, have a go at the tail. And they clearly would have thought that the leg spinner against the tail ender is a pretty decent bet. They wanted that to happen, and it was the fact that Lewis McManus ran, 80 yards to his captain to say, look, this is, we need to be making sure that this happens. it did, and it's always nice when a plan comes together, I suppose.
As they say, it's Proctor in and balls to Hurst. A little nibble at that outside the off stump. Just shapes away from Hurst. You can see where McManus, the keeper, takes it. He's got a cross first slip, which is where James Sales is fielding, and almost ends up behind second slip where Ricardo Vasconcelos is. A little flirt with that, did Matty Hurst. Yeah, I thought there's a little bit of gamesmanship in it with regards to last night. McManus running right across, right up to speak to Proctor, just to slow things down. I don't know, just that type of thing. But clearly there was more in it than that. It was a plan to get.
It was a thought.
Yeah.
I think that was the idea.
Worked a treat for Northants. 2 men on the leg side boundary now, deep backward square leg and a fine leg. And Hurst just leans into it and steers the ball away into the offside, and there's no run. Proctor's got the ball to nibble around through the course of this inning so far. He's bowled 11 overs and 7 maidens for 10. He absolutely knout away last night. It was terrific with the new ball. And wicket-less, but I mean, he's the impact he's had on Lancashire's first innings is reflected in his bowling figures. 11 overs, 7 maidens for 10 runs.
Well, again, as we were saying yesterday, it just seems as though he's really enjoying his cricket at the moment, Luke Proctor. I say it was, it's been a difficult couple of years for various reasons, and for Northamptonshire. But there are a few more smiles around the place, which is always nice to see. Makes our jobs slightly easier. Not that should ever be a consideration, but you know what I mean.
I know exactly what you mean. Yeah. After last season, I can I know exactly what you mean.
Here's Broad, still with a slip and a gully as he bowls to the left-handed Keaton Jennings, the Lancashire captain, who's solidly, rock solid in behind that, pushes it out into the covers. Fielded there by Liam Guthrie, who looks a little bit chilly. Probably a tad cooler than Perth when he left about 4 weeks ago. Came straight from the airport to media day, which I thought was a good effort.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Make sure he got on the photos. Here's Broad in, bowls, and Jennings standing tall plays it out again to Guthrie in the covers. And there's no run. The sunglasses somewhat superfluous at the moment, although we have had little bursts of sunshine this morning. And hopefully this breeze that we can see just tugging at the Union flag on top of the old pavilion will, if there are any showers around, will either blow them clear of us or blow them through quickly. Here's Broad in, bowls again to Jennings. Forward, Guthrie fields in the covers with just a hint of déjà vu. Must say well played to the Northampton Saints last night. Had a big win over Castra.
Okay.
In the quarter-finals of the European Cup Rugby Union. So I think it's a trip to Dublin in the semis, I believe.
Oh,
so
lovely. That'd be fun.
BBC Radio Northampton's team will be
booking a weekend away. Down the leg side and clipped away by Jennings down to long leg for a single. Takes Jennings to 63 and Lancashire to 146 for 4. Yes, I can imagine there'll be a few people wanting to, help out, do a bit of bags.
Runner, or something. But that's good stuff. That means there'll be a bit of an exodus, I would imagine, from Northampton. I think it might be bank holiday weekend.
Even better.
There'll be, yes, I think there might be a few heading out there. Now, Broad to Hurst with 2 slips in. And Broad hits him on the pad. Appeal for LBW. Not out again. It nipped back, and Broad was doing this yesterday, and I just wonder if that may have done a little bit too much. Let's have a look. Possibly he even got outside the line. It didn't get outside the line, but I think it was going down, maybe even a tad high as well. But good decision by Richard Illingworth, spot on.
It's come back in a bit, hasn't it?
It has. Well, he nipped back in yesterday to get Michael Jones LBW, and then Bohannon, I think possibly with that in his mind, played just inside the line and had his off stump knocked out. Is Broad in again, bowls very full Yorker length and dug out by Matty Hurst, who for a split second wasn't quite sure where it had gone. It had actually rolled out to short mid-wicket where Harrison fields. Impressive stuff again from Justin Broad. 13 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 37, plus, as Scott was saying, that very impressive and very important catch last night to dismiss Marcus Harris. 146 for 4, with Keaton Jennings on 63, Matty Hurst on 4.
The live text commentary feed on the BBC Sport website and app is up and running as well. This way, just to keep across what's happening around the country. Well, as Rada said, we'll be checking in on the grounds and the games across Divisions 1 and 2 through the course of the day, but the live text feed on the BBC is up and running, and there's reports and scores drifting in through the course of the day. Jennings on 63. Here's Proctor to start afresh over in bowls, and Jennings defends. And there's no run. Save comes up from cover to field. The Centurion in the first innings. Lancashire could do with matching that, and maybe then some as well. They're still 350 behind, so Jennings is 63 and looks the likely candidate to try and see if he can equal or go beyond what Sabe was able to do in the first innings. Just a half step forward, Jennings, and defends. Just drops the ball into the offside. There's Zabe again, and there's no run.
Not too many in yet, although there's a few in the front of the old pavilion. Maybe the weather forecast is going to wait a little while to see what it looks like, but I'm sure there'll be a few drifting in later. First couple of days, there were very good attendances here and scattered all around the ground.
Proctor from the Anderson end. Jennings, for half a second, thought about maybe trying to play at that, and in the end allows it to go through, watching it into the gloves of McManus. It was a wide ball by Proctor.
That was a good exclusive yesterday from Bumble that it's Sir James, not Sir Jimmy Anderson, which I thought was made a note of that.
And as we found out yesterday, it's now, isn't it? Straight away.
That's immediately, yes.
Don't have to wait for any kind of ceremony to take place. It is right now, Sir James. Again, Jennings leaving. Slightly tighter line, but straighter delivery from Proctor, but still Jennings allowing it to go through and wandering away towards the pigeons at square leg.
Because the investitures can often be, some weeks or even months later, I think, before they actually get to go to the palace or wherever.
Be busy getting a new plaque ready on the pavilion end of the ground as Jennings nudges the ball away down to Broad at fine leg for a single. Moves on to 64. 147 for 4.
Well, you see, there's a few of those plaques around the ground, aren't there? Because there was one in the hotel as well that I've noticed. I think Sir James opened that part of the new bit of the hotel, and there's a plaque as you go into the dining room that says opened by James Anderson OBE. But that needs to be upgraded. Somebody needs a pot of paint or a Sharpie or something to get that sorted out.
Proctor comes over the wicket this time, Hurst. Guides the ball away into the offside. And there's no addition to the score. 147 for 4. So Hurst on 4, Jennings on 64.
I was thinking if he plays at Northampton, and it would be wonderful if he's fit enough and able to play in the game when the two sides reconvene in about 3 weeks time at Wantage Road. I wonder if he has to have his own dressing room or something. It'd be like the old days of the amateurs where they had the separate dressing rooms for Knight of the Realm. Everybody else has to move out and go in the umpire's room or something. But,
I think that's the plan for him. Well, he mentioned a media day that maybe the first 3 fixtures he might miss. That would be last week, this week, and the weekend to come against Leicestershire.
Here's Broad with sunshine bathing Old Trafford as Broad hangs that outside the off stump, and Jennings, not to be tempted, lets it go through to Lewis McManus.
So you kind of get the idea that Gloucestershire at home, first weekend in May, might be his first game back. So that would leave it open quite nicely for
Northampton the week after. Well, I say there is a bit of a precedent as Broad round the wicket, bowls to Jennings, who's forward, plays it out to short mid-wicket and there's no run. In that when Richard Hadley had his knighthood, the first game he played the following day, I think after the announcement, was at Northampton for New Zealanders against Northamptonshire in 1990, and it was on the scorecard as Sir R.J. Hadley, and it became a bit of a collector's item. I imagine it may be the same at well, everywhere he plays from here on in. Here's Broad running in again to Keaton Jennings outside the off stump, left alone. Goes through to Lewis McManus. Most of the Northamptonshire players in their crimson caps.
Bumble like that, didn't he, yesterday, when they all
Yes,
came out in the Northamptonshire caps?
I'm a big fan, but yeah, George Bartlett is, I think, the one who's gone for the only one, I think, who's gone for the white floppy this morning. Here's Broad, and then bowls to Jennings, who's pushing that out into the covers, rocking onto the front foot. Fielded by Liam Guthrie. Yeah, it's always good if you have a county with very distinctive coloured caps like Northamptonshire, and that when I remember going to the ground as a kid and you could see immediately who was batting or fielding in the days before apps and things. Just look at the field. Here's Broad in bowls and clipped away by Jennings. Run for him here as he just goes to the left of Rob Keogh at mid-on and alert to the possibility of a single, which was completed comfortably. Good judgment. 65 to Jennings, 148 for 4. One ball left in the over for Matty Hurst to negotiate. Just checks his guard with umpire Richard Illingworth. Richard Illingworth standing at this Brian Statham end, Ben Debenham at the other end. And here's Broad in again, bowls to Hurst, forces it nicely off the back foot to the left hand of George Bartlett, who doesn't pick it up cleanly in the covers. Save, tidies up, but a single to Hurst. He goes to 5, keeps the bowling. The end of the over, 149 for 4. Jennings is 65, Hurst is 5.
I think umpire Illingworth is feeling the chill this morning. I think he's got his snood on. He's got some kind of scarf type thing wrapped around his throat and just up towards his chin. So I think maybe the umpire is just feeling a little bit of the Manchester chilly breeze this morning.
Well, the umpires are going to have a chat now about something or other. Quite sure. Oh, is it? I was going to see if they were unhappy with the ball. Well, they were think it wasn't doing enough, but no, we haven't got the handcuffs out, so. Is it not that cold, is it? Debenham
It looks a bit chilly, doesn't it?
God, he looks like Nanook of the North, doesn't he? But where do you fancy tonight? Chinese? A bit of pasta? Oh. No, so you've got a game to continue here. And it is going to be proctored to continue.
Sure what that chat was about?
No, not absolutely sure.
Yeah.
I don't know if they were thinking about the lights or whether they're certainly not needed at the moment, but whether there's a sort of signal or something. He's having a chat with Rob Keogh there, I think.
Yes, Keogh and Jennings, wasn't it?
Well, Rob Keogh's been there, seen it, and got the T-shirt in his 14th consecutive season of County Championship cricket with Northamptonshire.
But not bowling at the minute.
Not bowling at the minute, no.
As Proctor sets off to Hurst, who hops back in defence. Pushed away into the offside, no run.
Well, his testimonial year last year. I was looking up the last time somebody had played Championship cricket in 14 consecutive seasons for Northamptonshire, and you have to go back to Tony Pemberthy, the Cornishman, who made his debut in '89 and finished in 2003, and played in at least one County Championship match for Northamptonshire in each of those seasons.
Terrific. I guess it is just fewer and far between in those situations. Proctor to Hurst off the front foot in defence, and there's no run. Stephen Croft last season recalling time on his career with Lancashire, which spanned a similar time period. Kind of one club man, you just don't really get that too many times now, do you? Oh, Stephen's still with Lancashire, he's part of the coaching staff.
Well, that's good. You want to keep that sort of expertise and passion for the club on board, don't you? It's vital.
There is Proctor into Hurst. That's driven. There's no run. Proctor might well be the sole survivor currently playing of the Lancashire title-winning team in 2011. Now Croft's retired. Because Kerrigan's not playing anymore,
Kerrigan's not playing. He's looking after some of the... he's at Warwickshire now, isn't he? I think, looking after the seconds.
So, yeah, Proctor could be the only one still going. Short, pulled away by Hurst down towards fine leg. We're just in broad fields, and there's one run. That brings up the 150 as well for Lancashire, 150 for 4.
Well, Rob Keogh's closing in on 300 appearances for Northamptonshire across all formats. This is his 294th, and also closing in on 10,000 runs for Northamptonshire across all formats. We saw Luke Proctor go past that 5,000 milestone on the first day. But, Rob Keogh needs about another, I don't know, 450, something like that. Might take him a game or two.
He'll be happy if he gets that mid-season.
That's right. Yeah.
Jennings is back on strike. 2 balls left of the over. Slipping a gully in place. Down the leg side by Proctor, taken by McManus.
A tweet here from is it the Lancashire County Cricket Members Group, asking us about Luke Proctor and saying, which I would concur with entirely, that he bowled very well yesterday. When did he change his bowling action? Because he did. Bumble was saying yesterday he used to bowl very much off the wrong foot. It's something that seems to have. I don't think it seemed to be an overnight thing. He's just sort of, because when he first came to Northamptonshire, it was still very noticeable. So it's a fairly recent thing, and he's still
into Jennings, who plays off the front foot, just defends. No run.
Still a hint of it, isn't
there? A little bit, yeah, but
it's not anything like as pronounced as it was.
Yeah.
No. No, I think it's evolution rather than revolution, to borrow from Alan Partridge. But 150 for 4.
Which, to be fair, we should do more often.
Well, it is, yes. Revolves rather than revolves or something. 150 for 4 it is. Lancashire still trailing by 346. Lost the sun for the time being. It's plenty of cloud around, but it's all fairly high. And as I say, there's one of those 40-50% chance of a shower jobs perhaps later in the day, and much the same for tomorrow. But with this game as it is, it would be wonderful if we were able to get pretty much a full quota of overs in. Here is Broad running away from us. Bowls very full, driven by Hurst. Doesn't quite time it, and Broad puts a right hand down and fields off his own bowling, and there's no run. Still 2 slips in for the right-handed Hurst. They've gone with a slip and a gully for Jennings and 2 slips for Hurst. George Bartlett looks a bit cold out there, doesn't he? The one man who we mentioned in the floppy white sun hat, he's got his hands jammed in his pockets. Here's Broad in, bowls to Hurst, who he may feel he just missed out there. He clipped that beautifully, lovely timing, but just picked out Calvin Harrison. 2 fielders in front of square on the leg side, as Proctor up at mid-on and Harrison there, quite tight in. Almost a catching position at short mid-wicket. He just picked him out.
Just looking at that Lancashire side that clinched the title in 2011.
Broad in again, bowls to Hurst, and again works it into the onside, straight to Harrison.
On that glorious day in Taunton in September. Yeah, he is, as we thought he might be, the only player still going. So it was Paul Horton, Stephen Moore, Carl Brown, Luke Proctor, Stephen Croft, Tom Smith, Gareth Cross, Kyle Hogg, Glenn Chappell, Simon Kerrigan and Gary Keady. Proctor's the only one still playing professionally.
Here's Broad in, yes. I'm sure there's a few others notching a few here and there.
I'm sure.
Push that one out into the covers, fielded by Safe Zabe. Seeing down on the boundary in front of the Hotel Rafi Weatherall, doing a little bit of bending and stretching, so maybe he'll be back into the attack. Picked up the wicket of Harris last night with the aid of that catch from Justin Broad. Ground once again bathed in sunshine as Broad bowls to Hurst, who just straying onto leg stump. Broad, and Hurst's able to nudge it away out to deep square for a single. Hurst to 7, 151 for 4. Field changes over for the left-handed Jennings on 65 off 166 balls. Playing a terrific hand for his side, as you would expect. Innings starting at, what, 2:30 yesterday afternoon. Here is Broad. Tall, strong man down the leg side. That ball to Keaton Jennings, bit of a waste. And that's the end of the over. 151 for 4. Jennings is 65. Hurst is 7. Lancashire still 345 runs behind. We've had around about 35 minutes play this morning.
Oh, he looked in terrific touch last week at Lords. I mean, he looked absolutely gutted with the way he got out. He bottom edge, which crashed back onto his stumps. He looked $1 million, Keaton Jennings, last week. And so far, through the course of this innings, he's going to continue that. It's tough going yesterday. I mean, the conditions changed. Cloud cover came over, the floodlights were on, the ball was swinging about, and he did. I think the phrase you used, he had to absorb quite a lot of pressure yesterday.
Yeah.
Northamptonshire bowled beautifully with the new ball. He got through that. I guess your skipper. And he's starting again this morning. Change of bowling from the James Anderson end. Rafi Weatherall coming into it. We had the 4 deliveries from the leg spinner Calvin Harrison to complete the over from last night, and a little burst from Proctor this morning. 4 over burst. Weatherall replacing him. Starts with a ball that's too wide outside off stump, and gets McManus, the wicketkeeper, tumbling away to his right to scoop up the ball. Just ignoring that, and then having a right old natter to his captain at the non-striker's end. He's on 7. 151 for 4, Lancashire's Weatherall. Loops back round from the top of his mark and sets off again to Hurst. It's played back towards him. Defensive push from Hurst and scooped up by Weatherall. And again, there's no run. Remains on 7. There's one slip in place, which is Sales, and he's got his hands in his pockets. And then Ricardo Vasconcelos at gully. Calvin Harrison is just backward of point. Cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Deep square leg. And a fine leg into Hurst. Clipped away to the leg side. Fielded by Keogh. Just moves 10 yards or so to his right at mid-on. Hurst takes the single, moves to 8. Lancashire to 152 for 4. Bringing Keaton Jennings back on strike, so everyone having to change around with the left-hand, right-hand combination, but still got the 2 fielders on the leg side boundary, deep backward square leg and fine leg. Still the slip and the gully. Deep point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Weatherall ball right arm around the wicket to Jennings, just ever so gently onto the front foot to tap it away into the offside. Half a step down the pitch as if to indicate maybe there could be the chance of a single, but then quickly became apparent that George Bartlett and the Sun Hat at cover will cut that off and deny Lancashire the chance to add one more. Jennings remains on 65. Here is Weatherall for Northants in, but down the leg side to Jennings. Taken by McManus. And there's no run. I suspect it could be a day. It will need to be, from Lancashire's point of view, of patience for Northamptonshire. Nothing's going to happen particularly quickly. We've not really seen wickets fall in clusters in the game.
No, not at all.
So some really healthy partnerships in that Northamptonshire innings. Weatherall to Jennings. It's driven to mid-on. Proctor fields. And there's no run. So just the single off Weatherall's first over. 56 gone of Lancashire's first innings. 152 for 4. Trailed by 344.
It's just nice looking at social media. The Wales National County have put up a message on Twitter or X this morning about in praise of scorers, which is always nice to see, saying they're putting out that they arrive before the players very often, tackle technology challenges, make sure all the team cards are in order before even getting a cuppa. And as we think about the start of the league season and the club season, so my club had their first pre-season games yesterday, then yeah, shout out for all scorers. It's an absolutely crucial job. First ball of Justin Broad's over has Hurst playing off the back foot out to short mid-wicket, and there's no run.
And the Northamptonshire scorer went on a park run, didn't he?
I was going to say, Terry Owen, the Northamptonshire scorer. I was having a breakfast yesterday, and he came and sat opposite me and started to make himself a pack up from the breakfast buffet, and he said, I'm off to go and participate in the park run. I do pretty much every Sunday wherever I am. So, and he saw him scurrying back across the ground about 10:15. Here's Broad in, bowled short, and Hurst hooks down to deep backward square, and a despairing dive that doesn't manage to intercept the ball, and it runs away for 4. So second time this morning Hurst has picked up a boundary with the aid of a pull shot. Takes Lancashire up to 156 for 4 and Hurst up to 12. So he came back across the ground. I think he'd have got all his taxis booked and whatnot from the venue, which I think he said was about a mile away. I'm not sure where. You might know where they have the nearest park run to Emirates Old Trafford. Yes, Broad in again, bowls short again to Hurst, and again Hurst takes him on, and again the result is the same. So maybe make a mental note of that, Justin Broad. Bowl short to Matty Hurst. So far at least you disappear. Back-to-back boundaries for Hurst. He goes to 16. That one didn't get up perhaps quite as much as the previous one, but ball's getting a bit softer. This pitch is not entirely sure that's the way to go, but anyway, 160 for 4. And Matty Hurst with his third boundary goes up to 16.
Seen that through the game, haven't we? That type of shot, lots of time for batters to play.
Here's Broad in again. That's Fuller, good length, and Hurst playing that carefully, watchfully up to mid-on where Proctor fields, and there's no run.
Gary Morgan is Lancashire's new first team scorer. Excellent Gary Morgan, replacing the wonderful Chris Rimmer, who retired at the end of last season. So I suppose that's the challenge, really, isn't it, for Gary now? If Terry can do a park run every Sunday, then Morgan, you know, that's what's expected of you.
There's a challenge. I tell you what, I can't imagine. I'm thinking about some past Northamptonshire scorers in my time. I suspect a lot of them wouldn't have fancied that. That's a super Yorker from Broad. Just goes to show what happens when you do pitch the ball up. Think about that cracking Yorker that Anderson Phillip got George Bartlett with in the Northamptonshire innings, a real sand shoe crusher. And that was much the same, and Hurst managing to get a bat on it. But swinging in late, good bit of bowling from Justin Broad. 160 for 4, it stays.
The approach from bowlers, certainly during the course of the Lancashire, when Lancashire were bowling, was either to bowl full or to try and bang it in shore. That was
It's in and bowls to Hurst to finish the over, and Hurst's playing that solidly back down the pitch for Broad to field. 160 for 4 at the end of the over. 65 to Jennings, 16 to Hurst. Broad's bowled 16 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 48. Had a long spell yesterday. I wonder if that will be it for today, or at least for the first spell. I'm sure we'll bowl later in the day, but whether they might think about a change at this end. He's just putting on his long sleeve sweater, so we'll see.
6 overs for 17 this morning. 2 for 48 from 16 overs in total.
Seen Liam Guthrie this morning yet, have we, of the frontline seamers, so maybe they'll want to give him a little bit of a roll.
There's Weatherall for Northamptonshire down the leg side to Keaton Jennings, gathered by McManus, and there is no run. Yeah, Guthrie took the new ball, didn't he, yesterday with Proctor. He bowled 9 overs actually yesterday. 9 overs, 4 maidens for 34. Proctor 13 overs for 12. Broad 16 overs, 2 for 48. Weatherall into his 12th now, 1 for 36, and 8 overs of Calvin Harrison, 1 for 21. Weatherall to Jennings. Gentle single, worked away through square leg. Jennings moves to 66 not out. Lancashire 161 for 4.
So the captain needs to tighten up a bit, doesn't he? 13 overs for 12.
13 overs, 7 maidens for 12. To go with his 64 in the first innings. I was saying to Bumble on commentary yesterday, the last 3 times he's come back and batted here now, he has been an absolute pain in the backside for Lancashire.
Absolutely.
Weatherall to Hurst. Edged, gone. Helped almost to Vasconcelos at gully. Hurst swings the bat in frustration. Tucks it under his shoulder. Frustrated and angry with himself with the way he's got out there. Vasconcelos at gully taking the catch. And Northamptonshire strike relatively early on this third day. Hurst departing, 5 down. Lancashire still trailing by 3-3-5. And that anxious look over his shoulder towards Vasconcelos, and then the swing of the bat in frustration. It's not a good shot from Matthew Hurst, and he'll leave the field. And you can tell from his body language what he thinks of that.
Yeah, it's one you have to put down to pilot error, don't you, I'm afraid. He didn't have to play at it, and as you say, it was just almost a steer to Vasconcelos in the gully. And we were saying yesterday, again with Bumble on commentary, how often do you see people caught in the gully? And the answer is actually not that often. And he was saying that you tend now, most bowlers, most captains would tend to go third slip rather than 2 in a gully. But well, Northamptonshire will be pleased that they had the man in there, albeit probably the shortest member, the shortest player in the side. But he's just obligingly steered it to him as I was catching practice, and Vasconcelos making no mistake. Weatherall strikes, 2nd wicket of the innings for Rafi Weatherall. Not probably the best ball he's bowled in this match, but that's the way the game goes. And that's a very useful little breakthrough for Northamptonshire. Just when it looked as though Lancashire might get through the first hour unscathed, brings Luke Wells to the crease. So 2 left-handers in now.
Yes, Wells in this new role at 6 for Lancashire. Obviously it's 7 in the innings because of Anderson Phillip being night watchman. But brings a lot of experience. An opening batter, of course, so facing fresh bowlers first day, and maybe the ball's nibbling around a little bit. Nothing new to him, but this is yet again another really important partnership this for Lancashire. Northamptonshire have still got a great chance here of putting Lancashire back in.
Saw Vasconcelos making use of the hand warmer, you notice, just shaking it frantically.
2nd slip. It's gone for the Yorker first up. Weatherall to Wells. He's dug that out. Well, get the hand warmers out, yeah, definitely. Just keep everything nice and toasty just in case something's about to come your way. Vasconcelos is at leg slip. There's 2 slips as well. Sales and Harrison first and second. It's a short mid-wicket. There's a deep square leg, fine leg, mid-on, cover and backward point. Weatherall to Wells. Just dabbed away off his pads through the leg side, where Guthrie comes up from the boundary to field. Wells gets his first run, and Lancashire move on to 162 for 5.
Going back to what you were saying about scorers and park runs, I think back to the likes of dear old Jack Mercer, who was well into his 80s when he became Northamptonshire scorer, obviously having played for many years, mostly for Glamorgan, and then been a coach. Can't see Jack doing a park run, to be honest.
Final ball of the over. Speared away down the leg side to McManus from Weatherall. 162 for 5, trailed by 334 runs. It's kind of it's quite a popular thing, isn't it, now, that on a Sunday morning, the park runs, a lot of people get involved in it, don't they?
Well, the one on the Northampton racecourse, where obviously Northamptonshire used to play, used to be their ground before they moved to the county ground in 1886. They have a big one there, and it's extremely well supported and always very popular. I'm saying this second hand because I hasten to add I've never partaken, but colleagues of mine, friends do, and so it's obviously a fitness thing, but it's a social thing. They really enjoy it, and it's a wonderful open space, big wide open space in Northampton, the old racecourse, which is what it was. Staged horse racing until 1904. But yeah, hugely popular. Jack Mercer that came up with one of the better lines, which I'm sure Northamptonshire listeners will be familiar with, but Lancashire listeners and viewers may not be, when right at the end of his scoring career, as I say, when he was deep into his 80s, and he was scoring a county match down at Eastbourne, Saffron's. Here's Liam Guthrie into the attack for the first time this morning, the left armour from Miss Brian Statham Men. First ball is pitched right up to Luke Wells, pushed up to Bartlett at short mid-wicket, and there's no run. And Northamptonshire had not a great day, and Guion Mendis had got a big score, and Kepler Vessels had got runs. And it took him quite a long time to get round from the score box at tea time. And Jim Watts, who was captaining Northamptonshire, said, what kept you, Jack? Here's Guthrie. In again, bowling to Wells, who stands tall, plays it back down the pitch. Guthrie fields. And Jack came out with the deathless reply, sorry, Skip, I was weighed down by the bowling figures. Jack was a wonderful character. The only Russian-speaking member of the Magic Circle, I think, to have been a county scorer, probably. Definitely, I think.
It's a safe bet, yeah.
Guthrie with a slip and a gully, in bowls to Wells, and Wells on the front foot plays it back down the pitch. Guthrie, left arm seamer fields, and there's no run. I remember going to see Jack in the scorer's box, which they used to share with the press, of course, at Northampton before they moved, before the press moved, and then the scorers moved later. If he sensed a fresh audience, he would just do his conjuring tricks, and he'd forget about what was going on in the middle, and whoever was scoring with him had to sort of cover a wee bit. Here's Guthrie in again, down the leg side. There's a question asked by Lewis McManus. Luke Wells trying to just tuck it away round the corner. McManus may have heard something, but bowler wasn't interested, and Richard Illingworth certainly wasn't. Wasn't worth taking his hands out of his pockets for. But yes, he'd got wonderful tricks with coins and things, and flicking a postage stamp on a coin up to the ceiling and sticking the stamp on the ceiling of the old score box. Here's Guthrie in, turned away on the leg side by Luke Wells. Going to get a single down to deep backward square. Zabe fields, one more to Luke Wells. He's 163 for 5, Lancashire.
Yeah, often you See too many people performing magic tricks in cricket grounds, do you?
No, well, I suppose David Griffin, our colleague from Derbyshire, has been doing it on his little videos that he puts up, which are always most entertaining. He's been doing a few country tricks lately. Yeah. But no, Jack was just an amazing man who spent a lifetime in the game of cricket. Really, here's Guthrie in again, bowls to Jennings, works this one out into the leg side. More work for Safe Zabe to do, coming off the boundary in a comfortable single for Keaton Jennings to finish the over. Keeps the bowling as well. He's 67. Luke Wells is 2, and Lancashire 164 for 5, having lost the wicket of Matthew Hurst this morning, caught by Vasconcelos in the gully off Weatherall for 16 when the total was 161 after about 50 minutes playing. I think Jack made his first-class debut at Northampton, actually, for Sussex, because he was born in Sussex, in 1919, and he was still scoring for Northamptonshire second 11 after he finished with the first team in the about 83, something like that, I think was his last season. So
superb.
And he only played one first-class game for Northamptonshire when he was coach at the age of 52 when he opened the bowling.
There is Weatherall into Jennings, driven by the Lancashire captain through point for a single. Takes him to 68, 165 for 5.
Because Northamptonshire got injuries, and, virtually no bowlers, so he came out of retirement as coach and thought he'd better set an example. Opened the bowling, bowled comfortably more overs than anybody else, picked up 2 or 3 wickets, and the performance actually came. It was mentioned a while back when Ben Sanderson and Gareth Berg were opening the bowling for Northamptonshire and asked me if they were the oldest opening pair ever.
Weatherall to Wells. It's defended, no run.
To open the bowling for Northamptonshire, and the answer is most emphatically not, because in that game, Jack, who was 52, opened the bowling with Jack Timms, who was over 40. And certainly in the 20s, you had like George Thompson and Bumper Wells opening the bowling when they were both over 40. But remarkable man, Jack Mercer. Great character. David Steele always says whenever he hears anybody whistling around a cricket ground, he always thinks of Jack, because that's what Jack used to do.
Weatherall to Wells, a short ball this time. Crouches underneath it, through to the keeper, no run. 165 for 5.
Like the horses as well, Jack. He was trying to get
a little flutter.
Yeah, little flutter. Appalling tipster, apparently, according to most of the players of that era.
Right.
If he said he was going to win, you'd back, just routinely back something else.
Right, it's always a bit of a thankless task, that, isn't it, when I recommend it. Anything you'd suggest, perhaps to come in last. Forward again goes Wells. He defends out towards mid-wicket and there's no run. He's come off the inner half of the bat match, come back in towards Wells, but keeps it out, remains on 2. Couple of deliveries to go of the over. Almost an hour gone, but pretty much an hour gone now of the morning session. Lancashire 165 for 5. It's Weatherall to Jennings. That's pushed up towards mid-on where Proctor fields. No addition to the score. Delivery left of the over.
I'm trying to think who was scorer before Chris here at Lancashire. He did it for a while, didn't he?
Alan West.
Alan West.
It's Weatherall's into Wells. Oh, spun him round. It comes off a thickish edge down towards third man for 4. Oh, George, the photographer. He's steady on, George.
He swooped for that.
He did,
one.
didn't he? Yeah.
Oh, very good, George.
What was he wearing on his head there? What was that?
It's a beanie hat, isn't it?
There's a nervous glance over Wells' shoulder as it flashed off the edge of the bat down towards third man. That's the end of the over. 169 for 5. There are Division 2 games taking place elsewhere today. Everyone's playing. Gloucestershire Glamorgan in Bristol. Glamorgan 190 for 4. That's replying to Gloucestershire's 546 all-outs. There's still a big deficit there for Glamorgan to make up. Trail by 356. The game at Canterbury is rattled on at a really quick pace. Kent against Middlesex, yeah, that has flown through. Middlesex are 272 for 8 in their match against Kent. Lead by 276.
Here's Guthrie in and bowls to Jennings, drives up to Proctor at mid-off, and there's no run.
So a strong position for Middlesex at Canterbury. And there's one other Division 2 game, which is Leicestershire Derbyshire, and Derbyshire all out for 393, replying to Leicestershire's 484. So a lead for Leicestershire on first innings of 91 runs against Derbyshire.
Here's Guthrie running away from us, and this Brian Statham end bowls and turned away off his hip by Keaton Jennings. Going to get a single down to Rafi Weatherall on the boundary. He goes to 69 and Lancashire to 170 for 5. Morning to Keith Lakin, who's been in touch with me, the former panel umpire up in Northamptonshire, who's interested to hear about Northamptonshire scorer Terry Owen's park runs. Talking about a little bit earlier. Here's Guthrie in and bowls short and pulled away by Luke Wells, and that's going to be 4 runs. Again, 2 men back at long leg and deep square, but Wells hitting that equidistant from the 2 of them, and it races away for 4 down to the point. 174 for 5. Lovely shot from Luke Wells, and again we've seen this 3 or 4 times now this morning. Short ball is just sitting up nicely and being put away. Matty Hurst pulling 3 boundaries before he perished. Here's Guthrie, and again bowls much fuller to Wells, who turns it away down to deep backward square. Zabe comes off the boundary to field, and that's another single to Luke Wells. He goes to 11, and Lancashire to 175 for 5, moving into the second hour of this morning session here at Emirates Old Trafford. Cloudier and cooler than we've seen in the first 2 days of the match, but fine so far. And here is Guthrie into bowl to Jennings, who turns that away. Just a carbon copy of the previous delivery, previous stroke from Luke Wells down to deep backward square. Once again Zabe does the fielding, and that single for Keaton Jennings takes him to 70, and Lancashire to 176 for 5. Guthrie is getting the ball tossed to him by Rob Keogh. Interesting, the leg spinner Calvin Harrison just starting to limber up at backward point. Here's Guthrie in and bowls very full and dug out by Luke Wells, plays it back down the pitch. Guthrie fields, end of his 11th over, 11 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 43. It's 176 for 5. Jennings is 70, Wells is 11. And well, so much still hinging on Keaton Jennings, as it has done pretty much since the innings began at just after 2:30 yesterday afternoon. And we are indeed going to see our first glimpse of Calvin Harrison, at least to bowl a full over. He obviously had the first 4 balls of the morning, finishing the over that
probably not, no.
Saw the wicket of Anderson Phillip, the night watchman, depart last night. So he bowled those 4 deliveries to complete the over, and then Luke Proctor took over at that far end, at the James Anderson end. But now Harrison is going to get a chance to show what he can do. Found a little bit of turn last night, a little bit of grip. Talking to Lewis McManus after close of play, he said it's not turning a lot, but there's just enough to keep the bowlers interested.
Thank you.
So Harrison Start his 9th over, 1 for 21 so far. The wicket of the night watchman, as I mentioned last night. Vasconcelos is at slip. James Sales under the lid at forward short leg, and round the wicket comes Harrison and bowls to Jennings, who turns it away out to short mid-wicket. Good tumbling stop by Justin Broad, and there's no run. This was a fascinating duel last night between Harrison and Keaton Jennings. It was really good to watch. Here's Harrison in bowls. Down the pitch comes Jennings. Pushes a pad at it when he gets there. Rolls out into the offside where Rafi Weatherall fields. A man back at long off. Mid on about halfway back. A deep backward square. Down the pitch again comes Jennings. This time it's Fuller and he drives it out to Weatherall at extra cover. There's also a man on the 45. That's Guthrie. And a deep backward square. And here's Harrison. Bowling again to Jennings, who forces up to the aforementioned long off, and so it's an easy single for the Lancashire captain, who goes to 71, and Lancashire to 177 for 5. Deficit now 319, and Luke Wells will face Harrison for the first time in this innings. Just brought long off up to mid off. Harrison round the wicket again, bowls and clipped away off the back foot by Wells, but straight to Justin Broad at mid-wicket. Harrison to complete the over. Bowls again to Wells, who drives pleasantly and stopped, half stopped by Rafi Weatherall, but got enough on it to prevent a single, and that's the end of the over. Jennings is 71, Wells is 11. It's 177 for 5. Harrison now 9 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 22.
What was the view from the Northamptonshire dressing room about the pitch and whether it would get any kind of assistance for the likes of Harrison today?
Yeah, Lewis McManus was saying it was turning a bit, not quickly and not, not in a sort of any pronounced way, but he said it's just gripping, it's just doing enough. They feel that, I suppose, which is very likely, it will do more as the game goes on. But they thought there was just enough in it, and I think they were, I have to say, delighted to have batted first on it.
Yeah,
at the risk of trying to avoid controversy whenever possible, but
well, it was certainly well discussed on days 1 or 2, wasn't it?
Was, yes.
Bumble and Paul were giving their views on it. Here's Guthrie, left arm over the wicket, in and bowls, and Jennings driving to mid off. There's no run for viewers on Lancs TV, and if you're following our coverage on BBC Lancs Cricket as well, you'll have seen or listened to an interview with Tom Hartley, and I was chatting to him last night about where he was trying to go about bowling on this pitch with, well, obviously not a great deal happening for him. It's right, it's the first innings of the match, and kind of his approach, his tactics, he was trying to do. Guthrie comes in, bowls again to Jennings, forward in defence, and there's no run. Talked about using his variations, actually using quite a lot of the skills he's developed in white ball cricket. He thought that was the best ploy on this pitch, but said, look, there's not a great deal I can do in the first innings apart from not try and go for too many runs, try and keep it under 3 and over, and if you can force a wicket out along the way, then all good. And he had a really good ball, didn't he?
Yeah.
30 overs and picked up 3 wickets. To see how it does develop. The spinners are going to play a big role. It's worked away by Jennings, down to fine leg. That's neatly played. Just helped it on its way. Didn't need to force it. Didn't go out that hard. Just helped to guide it away off his hip. Down to fine leg. Eased it away for 4. 181 for 5.
Yeah, we also saw a few white ball skills from Tom Bailey as well. He 3 or 4 times bowled really well disguised slower balls that you normally see perhaps towards the back end of a white ball innings, which was impressive.
One slip in a gully for Guthrie to Jennings, forward, solid looking defensive shot that by Jennings. He brought the bat down firmly, good front stride down the pitch, but it was an absolute, resolutely solid defensive shot by Keaton Jennings.
I say also good morning to, or good afternoon as it is now, to John and Erica Whiting, great Northamptonshire supporters who are up here, but I think it's a little bit chilly for them today, so they're staying in their hotel room with a balcony and watching from up there. But,
so they're in the ground, but in the hotel.
In the hotel, yeah.
Yep. Go through to Jennings. Eased away through square leg for a single. 76 not out. 182 for 5. There's a few brave souls that sat on the balcony. I think they're pretty wrapped up, mind you.
John and Erica have travelled the world. They sort of collect grounds, and I think I'm sure if John and Erica are listening, they'll probably message me with the exact number, but it's 300 plus grounds in different parts of the world that they've gone to.
Good effort. And what their favourite is. It's top of the list. Go through to Wells. Turn to square leg where Vasconcelos fields, and there is no run, so 5 runs coming off the over. The 4 to fine leg by Jennings. Nice productive shot at the over. 182 for 5, trailing by 314 runs. See the flags fluttering on the roof of the pavilion at the far end. That breeze is pretty strong today.
It is, isn't it? It's quite gusty.
Certainly plenty more cloud cover this morning than compared to days 1 and 2 in the morning.
Here's the different challenge posed by Calvin Harrison, the leg spinner. From the far end, the James Anderson end, still with a slip and a forward short leg, bowling to Jennings, and again down the pitch he comes. Meets it with a solid defensive stroke. Back down the pitch, Harrison fields off his own bowling. Still this man also tight in there at mid-wicket. Harrison in bowls and brings Jennings forward and drops the ball almost at his feet. Lewis McManus just comes round from behind the stumps to retrieve. McManus's Northamptonshire cap just visible, sticking at the back of his trousers. Got the helmet on. Clipped away by Jennings as he comes down the pitch again, straight to Justin Broad in that short mid-wicket position, and now Harrison is going to switch. He's bowling over the wicket. So Keaton Jennings just checking his guard with umpire Debenham. Long off is still back, probably about, I don't know, 10 yards in from the boundary. Long on a little closer. Here's Harrison in again, bowls to Jennings right on cue, pushes it up to the man at long off for a sort of mutual consent single. 77 to Jennings, 183 for 5.
It's one of the great terms, isn't it, in sport?
Usually when somebody's being sacked.
Sacked, yeah. Mutual consent. We've mutually agreed that you're going to leave.
Here's Harrison round the wicket, bowling to Luke Wells, who's pushing that out into the covers. Rafi Weatherall trots in with the orange soles of his boots. Why should we go back to uni? Probably after the Derby game, I think. Go back to Exeter University. Here's Harrison in, bowls to Wells, who pushes it away square of the wicket on the offside. Might have been a single there if actually they'd gone straight away, because there was a bit of a gap between Weatherall and Safe Save, but they decided against it. Wells is 11, Jennings is 77. 183 for 5 it is. 64 overs gone in the innings. And we've had about an hour and a quarter's play this morning. Just one success for the Northamptonshire attack. Matthew Hurst caught by Vasconcelos in the gully off Weatherall for 16 when the total was 161. But Keaton Jennings, truly immovable.
Yes, 77 from 191 deliveries. Lancashire skipper. And he'll be on strike for this next over from Guthrie. From the Brian Statham end, left arm over the wicket, driven away, and bounced to cover where Justin Broad gets everything in behind it. And there's no run. Hit it firmly, did Jennings. Broad took that terrific catch yesterday to dismiss Marcus Harris. Picked up a couple of wickets as well. He's had a good day. He's had a good game. Justin Broad. The only thing it perhaps would have liked to have done differently is judge the run out, or judge the run, because he was run out for 19 when he looked nicely set, actually.
Yeah.
Single for Jennings through square leg. Takes him to 78 not out, 184 for 5. Take nothing away from Tom Bailey. It was a brilliant throw to run Broad out. But
a wonderful bit of fielding.
Was, wasn't it? And Broad did look very nicely set. Had a couple of lovely shots. Anyway, he's taken a stunning catch and picked up a couple of wickets. Wells is on strike. So we've got one slip in place, and then there's a short backward square leg, short mid wicket, mid on, and 2 fielders on the leg side boundary. That's worked away off the back foot by Wells. Harrison fields, and there's no run.
I thought John Whiting would be in touch, obviously listening to us whilst watching from the warmth of their hotel room. The answer to both questions that were posed, it's 319 grounds at the moment, favourite of which is New Plymouth in New Zealand.
Superb. Hope you're enjoying the room service. Guthrie to Wells. It's full and wide and left, and through to McManus.
Do we count as part of that?
It's part of the room service's commentary.
Offer, yes. Part of the room service offer.
You can have a pizza, a glass of wine, and some commentary delivered to your room.
And we don't have a tray charge either, do
we? 184 for 5. Guthrie to Wells. The back foot flicked down to fine leg where Weatherall fields. Wells gets a single, takes him to 12. 185 for 5. Brings Keaton Jennings on strike. Delivery to go of the 65th over. And comes Guthrie again to complete it. And speared away down the leg side. It gets McManus tumbling away to stop it. End of the over, with 2 runs coming off it. Jennings 78, Wells on 12. Lancashire 185 for 5, trail by 311.
It's an unusual situation Northamptonshire find themselves in, sort of bossing this game so far. You think that since the last time Northamptonshire beat Lancashire in the Championship, which was 2005, 13 Championship matches, of which Northamptonshire have won none. Lancashire have won 8, including 4 in a row, 2 in 2013, 2 in 2014, and 5 draws. So very much Lancashire on top in recent meetings. Forward goes Wells to that first ball of the over from Harrison. Don't think he got anything on that. It wasn't taken cleanly by Lewis McManus. Just went past the outside edge, I think. But things just happening since the leg spinner came into the attack. He's in again, fires that one in a little bit quicker. And Luke Wells playing it off the back foot down the pitch for Harrison to field. Just wonder if he might have got a little something on that. Perhaps not. There seemed to be a certain amount of excitement. Here's Harrison in again, bowls to Wells, who's forward, pushes it out just on the offside of the pitch. Lewis McManus comes round from behind the stumps to retrieve.
He seemed to be quite tricky for Keaton Jennings late on last night, didn't he,
Yeah.
Harrison?
Over the wicket comes Harrison to Wells, who's gone for a big swing. He's got hold of it. Now, that's gone all the way for 6. I was just waiting to see where it landed, and it's gone all the way. It's a big hit from Luke Wells. Set himself early. Really good base. You can see there if you're watching on the stream. And bosh.
Yes.
And that's gone all the way for 6. 18 to Wells, 191 for 5. Terrific clean hit.
It's gone over the rope and over the picket fence and in towards the kind of little terraced area where there's some astroturf and some seating.
I think that would have been almost 6 if they'd been playing with the full the full expanse of the playing area. The rope is in a distance from that the hotel side of the ground. Gave George Bartlett something to do anyway, keep him warm. So Luke Wells has made his intentions fairly plain. Harrison is in again, and there we go again. That's gone past the outside edge. It's fascinating cricket. I mean, it's one of the great cliches of leg spinner. It's always good to watch, and it is, especially when you've got a batter like Luke Wells, who is quite prepared to take it on if necessary. Great cricket to watch. Here's Harrison in again, outside the off stump, driven crisply by Wells, but can't get it past mid-off. Rob Keogh goes down in stages and fields it, and that's the end of the over. 18 to Wells, 78 to Jennings, 191 for 5 Lancashire. So they've so far added, 52 runs this morning in 20 overs for the loss of Matthew Hurst.
His first runs of the season, Luke Wells, was a 6 at Lord's last week. He walloped Zafagoa back over his head towards the nursery end for 6 to get his season underway.
Set the tone.
He did, yes. Yeah. We've seen quite a bit of spin, haven't we, in the opening rounds of the new season? Well, it's not surprising, I guess, with the weather we've had, the dry conditions, and actually the dry build-up to the season.
Dry spring, hasn't it? Had very little rain in Northampton for a while.
191 for 5 is Guthrie to Keaton Jennings. Weatherall's at fine leg to field. Jennings through for a single. He moves to 79. 192 for 5. Of course, last year we had the the Kookaburra balls for the first 2 rounds, which I'm sure too many people enjoyed, really.
It's the game against Middlesex. I think was 4 days of your life that you'll never get back, wasn't it?
It's at Guthrie to Wells. He's defended, no run.
To be fair, though, runs still have to be got. Emilio Gay made 260, and James Sale's got 100. Leas Deploy, Max Holden got big runs for Middlesex, but as a spectacle, it was as a contest.
Right.
It wasn't a huge amount of fun.
So that wasn't the game where Robson got his. Was it? Oh no, North East got a triple century, didn't it?
Yeah. No, that was the game. Must have been the game before.
The game before, right, okay. Yes, it was the first game of the season, wasn't it? Yeah. Guthrie to Wells. He gets a little bit of interest from the ball and the slips as he plays forward. Maybe just onto it a little late, but it defends. The ball skips away into the offside. No run.
And it wasn't helped by the fact that conditions again were fairly unpleasant. The last day, play was prevented from starting by the strength of the wind that kept blowing the covers off, and in the end it was a safety issue because the ground staff were trying to hang on to the covers to stop them, and it was a health and safety issue. It caused a certain amount of comment at the time, but I think most of us were just quite glad to see it called off.
I think there was a similar issue here. I think we didn't play for a little while here for the same reason. The wind was just it's too strong. We've been so fortunate this season to have had the weather we've had to get the campaign up and running. It's a brief inspection of the ball there by the 2 umpires, but it's been lobbed back to Guthrie. He comes charging back in again. Guided out to point by Luke Wells for a single. Takes him on to 19. It's 193 for 5. That brings Keaton Jennings on strike. Batted a lot, these two together, Wells and Jennings, normally as an opening pair for many seasons now. But that stopped at the back end of last year. Wells dropped down to 6, got a century here against Somerset. And with the addition of Jones, these two now batting a little later in the innings. Fired in by Guthrie. It's a good Yorker. And clipped away to square leg by Keaton Jennings. A type of delivery that you please. You faced 196 balls. As he does well to bring the bat down. Still got this leg side field set with a short backward square leg, short mid wicket, and two fielders almost directly behind those fielders close in on the boundaries. There's a deep square leg and fine leg, plus you slip mid on, mid off cover, deep backward point as well. Dropped into the offside by Jennings. There's no addition to the score. Completes the over. 2 runs coming off that. 193 for 5, Lancashire. And still 303 runs behind, with just a little over half an hour remaining of the morning session.
Notice the merchandise tent is up and running, doing business at the far end of the ground, at the James Anderson end. So if you're not there when the Lancashire hot pot's served, which apparently we've got for lunch today, which sounds very nice, then I'll know where you are.
Over at the merchandise tent.
I was having a look. There's a big rack of T-shirts there. I think they might be a bit clip for me. I'm not sure they've got anything in my size. But
yeah, I can see the T-shirts. Yeah, they're just outside the little red tent. What else they're selling in there? Bobble hats. That'd be a good thing to sell today. Get some woolly hats in there to sell.
Hand warmers.
Yes.
Scarves.
Yeah.
Snoods.
Big thick Lancashire hoodies. Buy one of them later on.
Harrison it will be to continue from that James Anderson end. Round the wicket bowls to Wells, who drives. Handsome looking stroke. Straight to Rafi Weatherall in the covers. Still the slip and the forward short leg. Deep square, just in front. George Bartlett lurking down there to our right. It's squeezed by Luke Wells. Appeal for a catch behind, without any great conviction. I have to say, it wasn't an Olivier Award-winning performance by either Calvin Harrison or Lewis McManus. Here's Harrison in again. Slightly quicker ball, played solidly enough by Luke Wells. Pleasant now, the clouds broken up a little bit higher as well. Glimpses of sunshine as forward comes Wells. Pushes it out into the offside. Harrison himself comes across the field. Rafi Weatherall is either practicing his goal kicking, or he's going to possibly come back for another little burst in the covers. Here's Harrison in. Forward comes Wells, and that just grips a little bit in the surface, and that was what Lewis McManus was saying last night, and that's interesting. He's pushing Weatherall back, so I'm saying we're quite happy to give Luke Wells the single. In fact, he's now pushing him all the way back at extra cover, deep extra. With Harrison in, bowls, but Wells blocks it out into the offside. Harrison comes across the field, and it's the end of an interesting over from Calvin Harrison. And again, we keep saying there is just enough grip in this surface, which Safe Zabe on the first day described as a little bit tacky. It's just enough grip to keep the spinner interested. 2 for 43 off 13 is Rafi Weatherall, and indeed he's coming on from this end, the Brian Statham end, having bowled pretty sure all these other 13 overs from the far end, from the Anderson end.
Guthrie 5 overs for 18, his first spell of the day.
Didn't look particularly threatening this morning, did he? But Weatherall He'll have a chance to show what he can do.
2 for 43 for Rafi Weatherall. He's got the Lancashire captain Keaton Jennings on strike. Field is the same as it has been for Guthrie's spell. Right on round the wicket, driven straight by Jennings and stopped by Weatherall, low down to his left-hand side. And just caught his either his fingers or maybe just around the wrist. Either way, he's shaking his hand a little as he wanders back to his mark. Jennings has offered absolutely nout so far for the Northamptonshire bowlers. He's 79 not out, waiting for Weatherall. Turned out to the leg side. Calvin Harrison has the thankless task of diving on one of the pitches that they've been using here at lunch and in the warm-up. Yeah, that's a pretty hard landing. Stop the ball though. Grateful for his long sleeves, I reckon. 193 for 5. Here's Weatherall to Jennings. Nice shot, lovely batting by Jennings. He's just guided that away down towards wide third man. Moves into the 80s with that. Just open face of the bat and steering the ball down through gully. Lovely shot by Jennings. He moves to 83, 197 for 5. So it's taken a bit of doing this, but Lancashire have actually managed to get the deficit starting with a 3 to a 2. It's 299, but it's taken quite a bit of hard work and still plenty more to do. Same shot attempted here by Jennings. It's not a great delivery by Weatherall, and just helped down towards third man for 4 more. Short and wide, taking Jennings up to 87 and bringing up 200 for Lancashire in the process as well. 201 for 5.
Jennings now past 200 balls as well. What a hugely valuable innings this has been. Just showing the way for the rest of his team.
Looking over his shoulder, looking to see what's leg side now. And there's a fine leg and there's a deep square leg. Mid wicket, mid on, mid off, cover, backward point, and third man. It's a good comeback by Weatherall. As Jennings just plays inside the line, but much better from Weatherall, having been dispatched down to third man for successive boundaries. In the previous 2 deliveries, 1 ball left then of the over. It's the 69th of the Lancashire first innings. The new ball will be due probably just after lunch.
Yeah.
As Jones gets in behind and defends, just taps it away into the offside. And that does complete the over. 201 for 5, 8 coming off it. Wells on 19, Jennings on 87. This is Lancashire's first innings batting card, and dismissals of Jones, Bannon, Harris, Phillip and Hurst. Harris wicket for 43, caught by Broad off Weatherall. Potentially a big moment in the day and in the game maybe. So Jennings and Wells are 2 not out batters, with Bobbleson, Bailey, Hartley and Turner to come for Lancashire.
Jennings 87 not out of 203. Just looking up slowest hundreds in terms of numbers of balls, and well, he's nowhere near.
But there's some absolute mammoth ones, aren't there?
Great ones.
Yeah.
Here's Harrison round the wicket, bowling to Wells. Wells pushes out, drops it down in the offside. They go through for a quick but well judged single as Lewis McManus has to come round from behind the stumps to tidy up. Takes Wells to 20. And Lancashire to 202 for 5. Slowest for Lancashire in terms of balls faced. And obviously those figures are not always available for innings going way back when they didn't always count the number of balls, but 328. Jason Gallion.
Magnificent.
Here's Harrison bowling to Jennings, who just drops it down in front of him. And again, McManus comes around from behind the stumps to retrieve. Lancashire against Derbyshire at Blackpool, Stanley Park, in 1994. Harrison in, bowls, clipped away by Jennings. There should be another single for him here as Bartlett comes round from deep square to field. Jennings to 88 and Lancashire to 203 for 5. To be fair to Jason Gallion in that circumstance, Lancashire were following on a vast number of runs behind, so justified by the match situation. It's full and caught and bowled, is he? Not out. Must have jammed it into the ground. A few of the Northamptonshire fielders now. Well, we can have a little consultation here. It looked to me as though he might just have jammed it into the ground. It looped back to Harrison, who took the catch. Wells is not going anywhere. The Northamptonshire fielders, a number of them seemed quite convinced that that was out. The umpires are now having a consultation. Now this could be a big moment. Richard Illingworth and Ben Debenham just deciding.
The longer this goes on, the more it's likely to be not out.
Yeah, well, I think that is going to be the situation. Yeah, not out. Crisis over, as far as as far as Luke Wells is concerned. It didn't look right in real time. To me, it looked as though he jammed it into the ground. But two of the Northamptonshire field, especially Safe Zabe at backward point, seemed quite animated. But anyway, not out is the decision. 203 for 5. Round the wicket comes Harrison. Bowls quicker ball with, I think it was one more with feeling, wasn't it?
Yep.
And bounced a little bit more. Played nicely by Wells. Solidly on the back foot. Here's Harrison again, bowling to Wells, who drops a bat on it, bounces out to forward short leg, where James Sales, with all the kit on yesterday that took Josh Bohannon an age to get on, and which seems to have gone almost viral on social media.
Has it?
It has, yes. 203 for 5 at the end of the over. Wells is 20, Jennings is 88.
Well, I'm not surprised.
Bumble
was enjoying that, wasn't he?
It was, yeah. Yeah, that game at Stanley Park, Derbyshire made 490 for 8 declared. Lancashire were all out for 83. Followed on a very long way behind, but finished up making 589 all out in 175 overs.
Weatherall to Jennings, edged, past, slip. You see the reaction of the bowler and also one or two of the Northamptonshire fielders. It went quickly, flashing by Jennings, low to slips left. It's not a chance for Vasconcelos. It doesn't go near him, but there's a little sense of anxiety off on that look over his shoulder, but it went hard. Flashed away down to third man in the end for 4. 92 to Jennings, 207 for 5.
And then Lancashire, Derbyshire were left to make 186 to win and got them 7 down.
Weatherall to Jennings, just nudged away to the onside for no run. What a peculiar game.
Sounds a decent game at Stanley Park. Gallion picked up a couple of wickets, but yeah, 328. The only other Lancashire batter, according to this list, that got 100 in over 300 balls was Guian Mendes, who we were talking about earlier, actually, in his Sussex days. But he had a long one as well, 312.
Weatherall for Northants into Jennings, forward in defence, no run.
Obviously, a lot of the earlier records would be just in terms of time. I mean, this would have been lovely to commentate on. The slowest 100 recorded in terms of balls faced. 100 off 535 balls. Colin Cowdrey against West Indies for England, 57.
Jennings again with a half step down the pitch and defends, full face of the bat, deflecting back to the bowler, no run.
When he and Peter May kicked Sonny Ramadin into submission, because Ramadin went on to play for Lancashire a bit, but yeah, 535 balls.
Brilliant.
Marvellous. Proper cricket.
Jennings has faced 209 for his 92. And Weatherall's in to the Lancashire captain, who drives to mid-off, where Luke Proctor shovels away to his left of field. And then gives the ball a polish on top of his right thigh. The bearded Luke Proctor. Waiting for young Weatherall to reach his bowling mark.
Slowest 100 in the championship in terms of minutes. One Dominic Sibley.
Final ball of the over. Weatherall to Jennings. Crunch the ball away. Under edge, sees the ball bounce out towards cover where Broad fields. End of the over. 207 for 5.
8.5 hours.
Outstanding.
513 minutes.
Yep.
Surrey against Kent at Canterbury 2 years ago.
Wasn't that
I think we play
that huge run chaser? So didn't they score 500 or something to win the game? But they had like 2.5 days to do it. I remember a game like that towards the end of the season between those two sides.
That's right. Surrey won by 5 wickets. Chasing 501. Here's Harrison. Bowling round the wicket. Start of a fresh over, and Wells has gone for the swing. Is he going to get away with it? No, he's not. He's been very well caught by Justin Broad. Went for the big slog sweep. It went up in the air. It hung there for a long time. 3 fielders were interested, and Broad took the responsibility. It was not an easy catch. It was coming up over his shoulder, and Broad has taken that really well. And Wells, who we said was determined to take on the leg spinner, has, well, maybe done it once too often. And he's paid the penalty. And that went up a long way. There's Justin Broad, and it's just coming over his head. It's a difficult catch, and he's judged that and taken it really well, and he's delighted. And Wells goes for 20. Harrison picks up a second wicket of the innings, and it's 207 for 6.
It's a good catch. It's a good catch. A lot of ground to make up, and the wind actually is blowing into his back. So
yeah,
he's
taking it further away.
Absolutely, yeah. It's pushing the ball further away, and it's a great catch for that reason, and also because of who it is and the time in the game, edging towards lunch. 2 of Lancashire's most experienced batters. One of them's now gone. So there's a lot involved in that catch, and he's done really well. And Lancashire's still 289 behind now, with 6 wickets down. George Balderson coming out to join his captain, who's there on 92.
Yes, that must have felt to Justin Broad as though it was in the air forever. It was just hanging tantalisingly, but he just kept his nerve, took it really well. And it's always in the early stages of that, you've got other fielders in your eye line, and you're thinking, you know, is one of them going to barge me out the way? But yeah, all in all, it's his second very good catch of the innings. Very different sorts of catches, but well, Calvin Harrison, the lone man, the lone ranger, continues to have an impact. Made 56, which was his highest first-class score. Does he have to buy a bit? I know certainly with Northamptonshire they have the CB round, career best. I don't know if he's counted in that being a lone player. Probably is. But he's, well, picked up now 2 wickets. Night watchman last night. Luke Wells here. George Balderson about to face his first ball, and more company. He's now got a silly mid-off, forward short leg and a slip. Vasconcelos under the helmet at silly mid-off. Left foot almost on the cut strip, and Harrison round the wicket bowls to the left-handed Balderson, who's on the back foot, plays it up to Safe Zabe in there at short mid-wicket. On the 45 as well for the top edge sweep, as Harrison is in and Balderson is playing defensively into the ground just in front of Sales at forward short leg. Testing time this for George Balderson as Harrison's round the wicket to him, aiming for those footmarks, which if you're watching on the Lancashire TV screen you'll see very clearly. But Balderson so far equal to the task. There's Harrison again, flighting that one up, just hanging in the air, and again aiming for those footmarks. But Balderson, again, solid in defence. Northamptonshire with about 14 minutes to go rather until lunch. Balderson getting on top of the bounce there, nudging it down behind square on the leg side. Weatherall Fields, end of a successful over for Calvin Harrison. 14 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 31. Balderson is still looking for his first run. Keaton Jennings on 92, 207 for 6. As I mentioned, we've got 14 minutes left till lunch, according to the clock on the scoreboard, so 4 or 5 overs.
Yeah, 3 bowlers with the wickets, 2 each for Broad, Weatherall and Harrison. Guthrie and Proctor starting things off with the new ball yesterday. Proctor bowling beautifully. Northamptonshire have Lancashire 6 down, edging towards that lunch break. Jennings on 92, continuing.
George Bartlett.
You're watching him bowl this morning, weren't you, before play started?
He bowled a couple of overs in the match against Kent, which made us aware of the fact that obviously Rob Keogh is not able to bowl at the moment.
Off spinner.
Off spinner, yeah. Bowled a little bit last year. I know Graham White was saying that when he played some second team cricket, he'd been working on his bowling and trying to add another string to his bow.
Well, it's definitely worth a look, isn't it, with 2 left-handers as well?
Yeah, absolutely.
Jennings on strike, so we'll start with a backward square leg, short backward square leg, and a slip. 2 catches on the on and off side, 2 men on the drive. There's a deep backward square leg, deep point, mid off and mid on. Forward again goes Jennings, so it'll be a little watchful start potentially here by the Lancashire skipper. Just have a little look at George Bartlett. He's got his sunglasses on from the Statham Men with his off spin from around the wicket. Floats one outside off stump. It's a low full toss actually. And for a man on 92, that is put away pretty emphatically. He moves to 96 now, so he's a shot away from 3 figures. 211 for 6, but a bit of a gimme for Jennings. Punched away. Proctor just drops a little deeper at mid-off. Bartlett into Jennings, but speared down the leg side. 211 for 6. Bartlett to Jennings. 2 playing forward, and that's pushed back towards Bartlett. And there's no run. Creeps in again. Here he is to Jennings. Just calmly dabs that one away. Offering the bat, just pushing it out towards the leg side. No run. Good couple of deliveries that though by Bartlett, the last 2. Proctor and Keogh at mid-off and mid-on. Just come in a little nearer. Creeping further closer as that's floated outside the off stump by Bartlett, and Jennings looking to lace it away but doesn't really time it. And of the over, 211 for 6. Trail by 285 Lancashire. 73 overs gone. The new ball will be due for Northamptonshire just after the lunch break. And George Balderson and Keaton Jennings will be hoping that they're together to try and see it through.
The Northamptonshire coaching staff doing their version of park run. It's rather more leisurely, having a nice little walk round the ground, just timed perfectly to get back in time for lunch. Darren Lehman, Rory Kleinveld and Greg Smith all having a walk round. Meanwhile, Keaton Jennings at the non-striker's end, 4 short of 100, and Balderson facing Calvin Harrison round the wicket, aiming again for the rough outside the off stump. Balderson leaves that alone. Taken by Lewis McManus, still silly mid-off. forward short leg and a slip. Harrison in, bowls driven by Balderson. Straight back to the bowler. Harrison fields. And again past umpire Ben Debenham. Bowls outside the off stump and forced away off the back foot by George Balderson, pleasantly enough for a single. Tumbling stop by Rob Keogh. So Balderson is away. 212 for 6. Jennings on 96.
Yeah, utterly vital. This performance with the bat for Lancashire by Keaton Jennings. At the minute, I'm sure just making sure Lancashire get to lunch with no damage done might be his main priority. Saying that he's down the pitch, hammering it away. Oh, what a catch! That is a ridiculous catch by Saif Zaib at mid-wicket. Jennings departs at 96, but he's fallen to an absolute stunning one-handed catch away to his right-hand side. Harrison with his third wicket. Jennings falls 4 short of a century. But a stunning catch by Saif Zaib. And that's the 7th Lancashire wicket to fall. 212 for 7. Take a bow, Saif Zaib. What a stunning one-handed catch.
Well, we were saying yesterday, and Bumble was making the point, that it's just a little moment of magic sometimes that can make all the difference. And Keaton Jennings, who's been so patient, and we've been talking about the way he's just gone about his business. He's soaked up the pressure, and he's the 3rd player in this game now that we've seen get within touching distance of 100 and then get out. James Sales out for 92, Lewis McManus for 95, and now Keaton Jennings out for 96. But that was a stunning catch from Saif Zaib. It's fairly tight in there, and as you say, just took off with one hand. Little moment of magic. Zaib's now going to think about having a bowl because he's now limbering up. But that is the wicket, it goes without saying. Northamptonshire really, really want it. They've been wanting it since 2:30 yesterday afternoon. And Keaton Jennings has denied them for all that time, but just losing, I don't know, a bit of patience, a bit of concentration. Hard to say.
It is, and I was just saying, I think Keaton might be thinking more about getting to lunch than trying to get 4 more to get to 3 figures, but well, he went for it, and he caught hold of it. I mean,
he did.
He's absolutely middled it, but it's just a brilliant catch, isn't it? It's kind of a 3 out of 10 chances, maybe 4 out of 10 that sticks in the right hand. Magic work from Saif Zaib. 3rd wicket for Harrison. And Tom Hartley's the new batter. And Lancashire 7 down, trailing by 284. With a new ball around the corner as well for Northamptonshire. Harrison to Hartley. That's in between the legs of Vasconcelos, who's at silly point. And nutmegged him. End of the over. Harrison's got 3 in the innings, and there's a very good chance he'll be bowling quite a bit this afternoon. 212 for 7.
I think so. I mean, there are so many differences in terms of the way Northamptonshire have gone about their cricket in this game compared to last season. And I think it was 2 years ago, the then analyst worked out that Northamptonshire had dropped 50 catches by sort of end of May across all formats, maybe just into June, I think. But their catching was fallible, not just in terms of the slip cordon, but more or less anywhere. Well, already in this innings, we've seen 3 top draw catches, 2 from Justin Broad, 1 from Saif Zaib. And it don't half make a difference. If you hold your catches, you hold the half chances, the 3/4 chances. And as Scott said, absolutely spot on. You know, that's a catch that you see taken 3 times out of 10, absolutely. But Saif Zaib's now going to get involved as a bowler. A bit of left arm spin. 5 minutes to go until lunch. He's got a slip and a forward short leg. He's bowling to the left-handed Balderson. Balderson very calmly on the back foot plays it back down the pitch. Zaib in the match against Kent picked up the last 2 wickets in 2 balls in Kent's first innings. Is Zabe in again. Appeal for LBW as it hits Balderson on the pad and he's out. Umpire Richard Illingworth waited long and hard and looked at that one, took his time, but he sent George Balderson on his way, played back, just held its line, and Safe Zabe didn't look a bad shout. He played right back. Height, I think, might have been the issue, but after thinking long and hard about it, Richard Illingworth sends George Balderson on his way. He's out LBW to Zabe, whose golden arm this season has now taken 5 wickets, and in the previous match he just bowled 8 overs, so this is his 9th over of the season and he's taken 5 wickets. Balderson goes LBW to Safe Zabe for 1 and Lancashire 212 for 8.
Well, looking back on the replay, the side-on replay there, that was, they could have hit him back on the knee roll, that.
Right.
Sometimes I guess as a captain, Luke Proctor, you kind of, you know what, just let's get Safe Zabe in just for a little cheeky over before he's just taken an absolute stunning catch.
Yeah.
He's had 1 over from Bartlett, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Which he didn't quite work, which is fine, happens. Just have a little, let's get Safe Zabe in for an over. He's had just a magic game so far, hasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely.
Century in the first innings. He's taken an absolute world-class catch at mid-wicket the previous over. It may just be his type of game. And then he produces the wicket with his second ball.
Well, I say in the match against Kent, his figures 2.5 overs, 2 for 3, and those were the last 2 wickets of the Kent innings in 2 balls. And in the second innings, 6 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 6. So he's on, what, 5 for 9 so far this season in his 9th over. Well, helps. Tom Bailey is the new batter. And, well, 2 minutes to go till lunch according to the clock, so they may want to make sure this is the last over as Zabe is round the wicket, bowls to Bailey, forces that away. Well, that'll help matters in terms of it being the last over because he's forced that away down through backward point for 4. So Tom Bailey up and running immediately with a boundary, 216 for 8. Batters confer. In mid-pitch, there are 3 balls to go in the over. I'm sure Northamptonshire would dearly love another one, but well, bootlaces have a habit of coming undone, don't they, in these circumstances. Is Zabe in bowls. Forward goes Tom Bailey. Pushes it out to James Sales, just in front of square, under the helmet. There's a leg slip, a slip and a forward short leg. Zabe in and bowls. Down the pitch comes Bailey, and his hit on the pad, I would have thought he must have been outside the line because he got a good little skip in there, but Zabe asked the question. Richard Illingworth gave the answer, which was not out. And Zabe in again, bowls to Bailey, defensively, forward, back down the pitch. Northamptonshire running around to try and get in place, but it doesn't matter what they do, it's what the umpire does at his normal walking pace. I think they're just going to squeeze this in. Ben Debenham is there, so they are. Calvin Harrison was already ready. Northamptonshire fielders are in place. The Northamptonshire coaching staff have managed to put it another lap. That's a good effort.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
They may be slightly late for the hot pot, though. That's any trouble.
It's Calvin Harrison who's looking for a 4th wicket. 3 for 32. Hartley on strike. Spins back in towards Hartley, who's got forward and outside the line of off stump and played that defensive push. He's got 3 around the bat, 3 catches around the bat. Silly point, short leg and slip. Harrison to Hartley. That's off the back foot, shovelled away through mid-wicket. There's a tumbling dive from Safe Zabe, I think just trying to stop it. Then again, watching what he did in the previous over from Harrison, maybe he was trying to catch it. He's gone through for 1 for Hartley. 217 for 8. Gets Bailey on strike. So 4 balls left of the morning session. And we've said this a few times, another session which has belonged to Northamptonshire. And as Bailey drops it away to the leg side. And there is no run. And the Lancashire hot pot, if that's the lunch option, will taste pretty sweet for Luke Proctor and his men. 2:17 for 8.
What did you just say?
Well, they just have kept a little bit low. It's defended and there's no run.
Well, I guessed it yesterday as well.
2:17 for 8. Another slip catcher required here, not surprised. So 2 slips, silly point, short leg. With 2 balls remaining of the over.
Keogh doesn't know what he's on about.
Keogh and Broad, the 2 slip catchers, and then it'll be Vasconcelos at silly point and Sales at short leg. Forward short leg. Oh, it just slides away past the edge of the bat.
That has ripped. That one has just, that's turned almost more than any we've seen, I would suggest.
Got the right-hander Bailey on strike, and for the leg spinner, ball pitching and turning away from Bailey. He was asking for an LBW there. Down on one knee, more in hope than expectation, I reckon. End of the over and lunch. 2:17 for 8.
Extraordinary morning session. Northamptonshire will be absolutely delighted. It took them 50 minutes to get their first success of the morning when Matty Hurst was caught by Vasconcelos in the gully off Rafi Weatherall for 16. That made it 161 for 5. But then 3 wickets in quick succession in that last little period leading up to lunch. First of all, Luke Wells, terrific catch by Justin Broad, coming over his shoulder as Wells went for the slog sweep, got a top edge. Very well caught by Broad. Running back towards the hotel, Wells out for 20, that was 207 for 6. Then big wicket, the one that Northamptonshire really wanted, Keaton Jennings, whose apparently limitless patience finally ran out as he was caught. Again, a stunning catch at mid-wicket by Safe Sabe, one-handed off Harrison for 96. That made it 212 for 7, and then Northamptonshire turning to Safe Sabe just before lunch, and with his second ball dismissing George Balderson, LBW for a single. So 212 for 8 then, 217 for 8 it is at the interval. Lancashire still 279 runs behind, so needing another 129, 130 in fact, to avoid the follow-on with 2 wickets standing. We will be back, of course, when play resumes here at Emirates Old Trafford in around about 35 minutes time. But for now, enjoy your lunch. We shall enjoy our hot pot, and we'll see you in 35 minutes time.
I know, yeah. Let's not wait too long.
Hi.
Hello. How are you?
Oh, I'm fine. How are you?
I'm good. You just got back from holiday, haven't you?
I've been training camp. That was turning into a rehab camp.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 12 weeks now since I.
But they're talking. I don't know. I can't interrupt them while they're talking.
Come on, you can come in the middle.
Hi, I'm here. Who invited her?
Okay. Hello, Kate Cross.
How are you both?
Yeah, 2 rehabs. How are we?
2 rehabs, yeah.
Sage, isn't it?
I know.
Have I?
I've tried to avoid that word, but it is.
No.
I have more. I have more of that than you do. You have years ahead of you.
Okay, girls. So I've been taking some questions from Lancashire cricket, and are we good to chat about it? Ask you some. Okay. So first question for the both of you: what's the moment in both your careers where you went, "I've fully achieved my goals"?
Don't know. Because I think that's the point before you decide you're not going to go anymore.
I was going to say, I don't think I've got there yet.
I'm not sure I've decided I've got there yet. Yeah. I think that's all part of what I've got to find out. Yeah. Hopefully, well, I don't know if it's hopefully soon, because that means like, oh yeah, I've done everything now. I'm going to kick back and not do anything else. So no, I think, and I've spoken to other athletes, I don't know about you, they say you're a long time retired, and knowing that you could still do more or achieve more or be better in yourself. Personal best performance is always the thing that you focus on, or certainly I have. Being better than you were yesterday as an athlete, and achieving your own personal best, being the best version of yourself. So yeah, when you find that out, maybe that's the time you start thinking about the end.
I feel like there's definitely things I've wanted to achieve that I have achieved.
Like mini goals?
Yeah.
Would you say like you have mini goals as an athlete?
Yeah, I think you have to, because otherwise the picture's too big. I think you have to break things down. And especially I think for me, having a bit of a split career, like kind of with Lancashire and then also with England, then there's things that I still want to achieve with England. There's still things I want to achieve with Lancashire. So I think that motivation is what keeps you going as an athlete, and probably what makes it really difficult to retire, because there's always something around the corner. There's always something that you want to or think you can achieve. So yeah, I definitely wouldn't say that I've achieved probably half the things I want to, though.
That's exciting though. The dial can always keep on moving for the both of you.
Yeah, I think there's things I've achieved and never anticipated. Like I never imagined I'd ever be a cyclist when I was a little girl. So I think you go into different parts of your career and new opportunities, and you take them with, you know, 2 hands, or in my case 1, and just try and do the very best that you can. What the other things in cycling, that every cycle race, every road race is on a different course. So knowing what the course is going to be, for example, like last year at the Worlds, it was a really hilly, it was the hilliest course we'd had, with the longest climb in the road race. It was the longest time trial we'd had. And that was the sort of race I'd always waited for and was living for. And it makes you think, oh, well, if they're going to give us that sort of course, what might they do next time? And it makes you excited to see what the opportunities might be. So yeah, there's loads of things that I've achieved that I never anticipated or never dreamed of. I feel really fortunate for those. And then there are other things you're waiting to see. Oh, but where might we race next time?
Still got loads of time left.
Hopefully.
Oh,
yeah.
I love that the first question you've asked, we've both gone, I don't know. That's a good start.
That's all right. That's fine.
But I also think a lot of people think that athletes have got it all worked out, that they know exactly what they're doing. And we know what we're doing day to day. We know the foundations that you need to be a strong athlete, to look after yourself as best you can, or you have mishaps, as we've both had in the last winter. But you have a kind of a way of working, kind of a operational principles, if you like, of being the best athlete you can be, of getting enough sleep, eating the right things, planning your logistics around recovery training from travel days, and all the different things that you have to do. We have certain things worked out, but we don't have everything worked out, and I think that's okay.
What are the biggest changes that you've both found since being in women's sport?
Well, for me, it's definitely going from an analog age into a digital age. My first international call-up was in 1992, so were you born?
Just, yeah.
Just.
I was 91.
I was like, hang on a minute, I've got to do the maths here.
I wasn't there yet, but that's okay.
So,
no, come back. Only by a year, only by a year.
And so, learning how to promote yourself twice, if you like, because when you were trying to promote yourself, get sponsorship, you know, move up in the world outside of your sporting achievements, you had to write letters, like snail mail letters. The internet hadn't been invented. You had to put pen to paper. Not everyone had a computer at home. Not everyone had a printer at home. That might sound daft. You couldn't print something directly from your phone. There was no such thing as wireless. Everything was cabled. So having to learn how to promote yourself twice, and then learning how to utilize the digital age as an older athlete, those have been the biggest changes for me, apart from the sort of sporting things. But you have to be able to get that to be able to settle on the sports field, I think.
So do you feel like you've had to promote yourself? You really feel like you have to promote yourself twice?
You've had to learn how to promote, learn how to do that, learn how to move forward with a career. Because in sport, you never know how long your career is going to last. So knowing that you've got something to fall back on is always really important. Doing something alongside your sporting career, I think Kate and I both do that and always have, so that you aren't just reliant on one thing. Because if it gets taken away from you because you're injured or ill or something happens, you need to be able to continue to live and work. So for me, that's been the biggest difference, apart from obviously the crowds and the way that you can watch sport, obviously streaming platforms and those sorts of things. But as personally, having to, obviously very grateful that things like Facebook weren't around when I was at uni. But equally, you've kind of like gone through that learning process twice.
I think on that, I think women's sport in particular in the last 10 years or I've certainly been told that a lot of it is on us to promote ourselves, to have a following on social media so that we can promote games. I mean, this isn't now, obviously, this is where it has changed now, but certainly when I was early 20s, I was being told to make sure I had an Instagram page so that people could follow women's cricket, because the big bodies weren't necessarily doing it for us. So I feel like it, from a female athlete point of view, is kind of on us to be the voice. And that's something that's changed massively now. The visibility is huge, and in my opinion, rightly so, because you see day to day what female athletes are going through and working hard at, and you want to put that on a stage so that people can watch it. But from my point of view, it's the professionalisation. Like when I was a kid, you couldn't be a professional female cricketer. It wasn't an option. I would watch the Olympics and see women on the telly, and that would be the only time I'd see really women doing sport, other than maybe Wimbledon for 2 weeks of the year. So yeah, the professionalisation and the visibility of it has been what's changed drastically from my point of view. Even starting my career here a long time ago now. I actually debuted when I was 13, which is frightening. It was 20 years ago.
Oh my gosh.
But that was a amateur sport then, and I didn't know that I could have this as my job, and it changed whilst I was still having cricket as a hobby. So it all sort of shifted whilst I was in it, like on the journey, if you understand what I mean. So but yeah, they're probably the two things that have changed the most in my time.
Okay, so it's kind of similar, if you kind of rolling off that question. So England are coming to Emirates Old Trafford for the first time in 13 years? Yeah, 13 years, okay. So we've just been speaking about this, but where were you in your career at that time? I suppose 13 years ago.
Some maths. Well, we're approaching the home games for me.
Yeah.
Right. London 2012. So that was just a huge moment, I think, for Olympic and Paralympic sport. And it started that opportunity for parasport to be better promoted.
Sure.
Still not a professional sport. I think tennis. So probably tennis was first, like it was for women. Tennis is the only professional sport you can do if you're a para-athlete. And so I feel really fortunate that home games gave me that chance to work in women's cycling as well, as part of the team pursuit squad. That helped me to sort of springboard, the qualification for the games helped me springboard my professional cycling career on the road. So yeah, London was just huge, and it's insane to think how much has happened in that time, and that we haven't had a women's international here, because I have an 11-year-old daughter who was born the year after that. And so yeah, it's mad. I'm so excited to see what comes, and the crowds, and that partisan crowd is what you live for as an athlete. So England are going to be goosebumps here, and that's similar to how we felt in London in 2012.
I'm excited. Kate Cross,
what was I doing? So it was around 2012. So I made my debut in 2013, the winter of 2013. So I would have been aspiring to be in that team. And I remember I was really close friends with Sarah Taylor when she was in the squad, and she was up in Manchester. So I came and met her for a coffee before they played the game the next day. And I remember thinking how cool it was that the England girls got to play at Old Trafford, because at that point I'd not even represented Lancashire at Old Trafford. So this was like the holy grail. I'd not even
the dream.
Yeah, not been out on the grass. It was like a bit forbidden. And I just, in my head, I just thought that that's the norm, that you get to play at your home ground, your home county ground, when you're representing your country. And I've still not been able to do that. And realistically, probably still not going to be able to do that either, because I'm not aligned with T20 cricket. So it's probably unlikely that I'll be able to get to play in that game. But for the likes of Sophie, Lammy, Ellie, all the young girls aspiring to play for England, obviously Sophie's a dead set in that team. But, for all those young girls now, I hope that kind of shifts the narrative, and that we do get more cricket up here, and that this does become a hub for women's cricket, because I've had so many great memories here, and I'm reliant on Lancashire really for the career that I've had. So I want other girls to have that experience, but also be able to then almost take that into their England careers as well, and make sure that this is a place that England women come and play cricket and have success at.
It feels really exciting for women's sport. It's like proper exciting. It feels like it's now, the focus has shifted onto women's sport finally.
Well,
and
really
it just feels this real big excitement and buzz around it.
And it's the depth of that is being felt. So my daughter plays in an under-13 side, and
what's your daughter do?
She's a cricketer.
Oh my God, I didn't realise. That's amazing.
Well, she's a dancer, but she's cricket, and she's playing in an under-13 side where they've had to split the league into two, because there's too many to do just one. And it was one league last year, and now it's two pools of teams, with like Stockport Georgians and Woodford and Langley and all of the local clubs coming, Marple I think, and with Hayfield. So, and they've split it. I don't know who's in the other pool, but literally you're starting to feel that come all the way down. And you know, it gives me goosebumps to think that this is what wasn't possible when Kate started.
Yeah.
And they'll be able to come as a group, as a league even. They could all come together. I'm going to be making sure as a mum on the sideline, be like, we're not going to play that. You know, it's obviously not going to play that night. You're coming straight from school. You're coming to Old Trafford because, like you say, this is what they should be able to aspire to be able to do on a regular basis, regardless of who's touring.
Well, by comparison, when I was 11, I was the only girl playing at a boys' club, and my local team was in Sheffield, the closest women's team that I could play for. So even in that short, I mean, it is a long amount of time, but in the grand scheme of things, and yeah, it's a short amount of time, and things have changed so quickly. And that's just so exciting that those girls can come and watch female athletes. Because again, I was watching Andrew Flintoff down here and Jimmy Anderson and people ball. Yeah. Like I was never able to watch females do what we do now. So I think it's going to be so great. And the tagline with women's sport is always that you can't be what you can't see. And if you're not exposing young girls to cricket or to netball or to whatever sport it might be, then they're never going to have the opportunity to know if they even want to give it a go. So, you know, this stadium is here to have people in it. It shouldn't matter whether it's men, women, disabilities, whoever should, you know, you should be able to get people watching sport here. And that's what, hopefully, when we break that record, come whatever date it is, I don't know, I should have probably checked that. But
what's the date?
July the 9th.
July the 9th. Come July the 9th. Then
10,000 people we want to get, right?
We want more than that.
We want more than 10,000.
Yeah, because we want to break the record. I think the record's just around 10,000. So, but this stadium holds 20,000 people, so we shouldn't just limit ourselves to 10,000 people because that's the record. So
we want to sell it out. Yeah. Completely sell it out.
Yeah, and set the standard for what women's sport should look like.
Exactly.
And this goes back to 13 years ago. We'd never had sold out crowds. Like I'd never competed in front of a sold out crowd at home until the games in London. So we do sport over here. Like we used to talk about the Australians, and I competed in front of 17,000 people in a swimming pool in the games in Sydney, and that was like a goosebump moment. I was really glad I'd gone to the pool the day before my first race because I needed to see it, because I could never have imagined it. I was 22 or 23, I think, and it was just like, wow, this many people in a swimming pool, that's insane. And that's what we need to become the norm, that those full houses are not seen as something that you might or you might not get. It's just something that's there because people enjoy watching great sport, enjoy watching great cricket.
I know we spoke about this a little bit earlier about women's sport finally getting the recognition it deserves. And with it getting the recognition it deserves, do you think there's still a long way to go with where we're at now?
Well, unfortunately, we still don't get the level of coverage. So globally, sport is worth X trillion, but the percentage of that's allocated to women's sport is still the same percentage. So it's all grown, and women's sport's got more, but percentage-wise, it's not any different. And that's the problem. And some sports have moved on further than others, but when you put them all together, it's not increased sufficiently. So there's a lot of work to do. That's why we are promoting the way we are for the Lancashire team here now, the Tier 1 system that we have in England, now that we have the international game here on the 9th of July. That's why it's so important that in cricket we do what we do. That's why it's so important that we do what we do in an Olympic and Paralympic sport. That's what's happening over at the other side of Old Trafford with the women's team. That's why each of us who own a little part of it, it's our role to make sure that we continue to lift, because column inches still isn't there and the amount of airtime still isn't there. And this is a pivotal moment, like every opportunity that we get to promote women's sport, especially in cricket, because it's going to be in the Olympics in 2028. That's so crucial. And I think Paris was the first time the Olympic Games had a 50-50 male-female split, which was crazy to think it got to 2024 before that was the case. But that's one of the measures that shows us that we're still not quite there. And also, there were no females in the top 100 earners in the world last year, which is another example of why we're not quite where we need to be. So it has improved and the opportunities are absolutely there. But when you zoom out and look at it from a global perspective, we still need to keep doing what we're doing and keep working really hard. And we need those male allies as well. And we know the names of them, and we need to have way more of them to be able to help bring our daughters and our nieces with us on this journey.
Yeah, I mean,
I know.
I can't really add much more
I
to
know,
that,
yeah.
to be fair, but I also think that it's people's perceptions of women's sport that's changing. So I think 20 years ago, you probably wouldn't have got people watching women's cricket or women's rugby or whatever it might have been. But now, I mean, I'm saying this on the back of actually just hearing what happened in Australia with the guy on the radio. I don't know if you heard it, but there was a really misogynistic comment about one of the guys on Triple M talking about the Matildas and saying that it was like watching year 10 girls play football and stuff like that. It was just, it almost felt like you'd gone back 30 years. And yeah,
You'll always get those one or two people.
yeah, and you will, and it is thankfully now becoming the minority. But what happens is those comments are still getting people feeding them. So there's still perceptions there that, in my opinion, need to change quite drastically. But you're only going to get that by having the right visibility, having the right columns, having the right split at Olympics, etc. So there is still a long way to go. But if you look at how far it has shifted in the last 15 years, then it has shifted significantly. So it's almost knowing what fires to fight. And I think that's something that I've learned as well throughout my career, is knowing what you can change and what small part of your corner of the world you can change. But actually some bigger pictures are really difficult to make.
It's a marginal
effort on.
gains approach,
Yeah.
isn't it? If we all do our little bit, when we add it together, it'll make that significant difference. And sometimes when you're at the coalface, as we are, you don't notice the changes year to year, but then, like Kate says, when you zoom out, you do notice that we have made significant strides. We just need to keep that momentum up. I think it's too easy for people to say, oh, haven't we done a great job? And we're doing a great job. I think that's the difference. We haven't done it yet. We're doing it, and we're all still committed to keep, pushing that dial and making it, more possible, so that more girls can be following in our footsteps and in an even easier way.
I think when we get to a point where we've got a women's game here and we don't have to have this conversation about how do we break a record, that's when you know you've nailed it. But we're still having those conversations, and things are happening for the first time, or for the first time in 13 years, or whatever it might be. So there's still, things that you kind of want to push it along and boot it down the road quicker. But like I said, you have to know which fires to fight and when to do it.
So both your careers, very successful women in sport. If you could relive one of your moments in your career again, one of the moments that you would deem to be like, that was just such a success, what moment would it be?
Can I pick it all?
All right,
that's a great career. If you're picking it all, that's great.
I'd love to pick. So as a swimmer, I really enjoyed, I think back to being 14-year-old in Barcelona. I'd probably redo the jump onto the podium so I didn't nearly knock over the Queen of Spain. That would be a good day to redo, but kind of edit. I'd love to be able to do something before I had kids and relive like that opportunity in London in a home crowd. But then Paris, where Louisa and Charlie were both there together, and I beat a 19-year-old, that final sprint in the road race, I do relive that regularly, because I just still pinch myself to think that last year went the way it went. So I've chosen 3 because I'm greedy.
Right, let's do 3. Go on.
Oh, I'm not
1 to
3.
3. 1 to 3, Kate Frost.
I've not got kids, so I don't need to take any kids back or bring my age up or whatever. I think one of them would be my test debut, which was back in 2014. And I only say that because it wasn't really covered. It was on a live stream, so it wasn't really televised. I don't really have much footage from it. There's a couple of photos, but I wish I could kind of relive those 4 days, because I at that time was pretty much an amateur athlete. We'd just gone into professionalisation, I think, a month or 2 after that series. So how I got through 4 days of cricket, having never played more than 1 day of cricket before, was quite interesting. My body was quite sore after it.
I can imagine.
But then I'm probably going to say the Ashes in 2023 as well, and when I batted at Bristol. So it's very, very, very rare that I get to win a game of cricket for my country with a bat in hand. And I wish I could just bottle up how I felt that day, because it was just unbelievable. I've had a lot of scars from Australian games in the past, and to be able to walk off that pitch triumphant with bat in hand was pretty cool. So I wish I could relive that.
Okay, so what would you say is, in sport, in women's sport, is a common misconception that you wish could be like dispelled?
There's a sense that women need to do less.
Yeah.
And so if it's based on time, so the reason the distance is less is because you're going to take about the same amount of time. But in the swimming pool, the women don't do 90 metres front crawl because it's roughly the same amount of time as when the men do 100. So I really struggle with why other races have to be different. And we've started to address this in cycling. They're still addressing this. So they finally moved the time trial on the track up to 1 kilometre to be the same as the men. But up until I stopped racing the track 3 years ago, we were still doing a 500 metre time trial to the men's kilometre. At the Paralympics last year, my time trial was 14 kilometres, the men was 28 kilometres. So we still have that issue that the women need to be doing less. And it isn't based on time, because some of the men that were doing 28 kilometres were riding half as quickly as me. So that isn't a reason. That isn't the reason. So for me, it's that idea that women need to be doing less for some reason. We're not capable of doing the same.
Who's making those decisions there?
It's
just men.
Yeah. It's archaic. It's just been there. That's what it's been like. If you think that women weren't allowed to do the marathon till, was it 1984? They weren't doing the steeplechase on the track and field track until 1992. There's other events. I mean, they still do the heptathlon instead of the decathlon. Don't know whether that needs to change. That's something for the track and field athletes to kind of dig into. I know the women in tennis attempted to increase their sets to 5. They play 3 sets. But it's a regular issue that the women's race or the women's event is less. And I think that's something that needs to be addressed, because it's not because we're not capable of racing at the same amount of time. And I was part of a campaign to bring back the Women's Tour de France. It's still at 8 days. The women used to race alongside the men for 3 weeks until 1986, I think it was. So in lots of different sports, it's been dialed back at the convenience of men's sport, and we haven't quite shifted the dial to reclaim our space.
And the argument with that is now there's money in the women's side of sport that they can fully concentrate on being an athlete, can't they? I imagine 20, 30 years ago, you're juggling a job, you're juggling motherhood, you're juggling all sorts, and still trying to perform as an athlete. Whereas now, you can have a job that is a professional sports person. So I feel like we had a few arguments like that, you know, women were having to take time off work to go and do an Ashes series. So that's why it could never be a 5-test match series like the men's is. But now we're fully professional athletes all the time. So we have that time in the calendar to go and do that. So I think tradition often is a really wonderful thing, but you still need to move with the sport. And I think that's sometimes what doesn't happen, especially with how quickly the women's game has moved. I think sometimes you don't we're playing catch up, rather than actually being proactive with everything. And the other misconception that I think is spoken about a lot and used against us quite a lot is the whole, they're asking for equal pay. I don't think I've ever met a female athlete who has ever asked for equal pay to a man, but all I've ever asked for is an equal opportunity to what a male counterpart would get. So if that is training here at Old Trafford the same amount of hours that the men get, then why shouldn't the women have that? And I think we are very lucky here that we've promoted that brilliantly. And, you know, Lancashire worked really hard to make sure that women's cricket is at the forefront here. So that's just always been my argument, is that it's never been about equal pay, but it's all about the opportunity. And just because you're born male versus female shouldn't mean that you get more opportunities than who you sit next to in class who's a female. So that's always been one of my big arguments.
And I think part of that opportunity is the resource. So resource then takes care of all of the other parts, which salary is part of, prize money is another part, and then the other opportunities that come with the role of being a professional athlete. And it's not about one thing. And I think one of the dangers is that organisers of events have focused on, we've provided equal prize money, and therefore we're providing the same event or opportunity to the women as we are to the men. But that it's not just about the finance, it's about everything else behind it. So if the race is less safe, it's over fewer days, it's over a shorter distance, then the money side of it is just one small thing.
Absolutely.
And if you don't have the opportunity, you can't prove yourself to be, you shouldn't have to prove yourself, but you can't promote yourself in the same way, because you're not getting that chance to, with eyeballs on you in the stadium like this.
It's not just one tick box. There's a lot of things you've got to do. It's not just the money. So what are some of the challenges that you faced as a woman in sport that might be surprising to people listening to this or watching this today?
I don't think mine would surprise anyone, but it's just the fact that I've had to wear male clothes for a lot of my career in cricket. Male
clothes?
Yeah, like everything was male fit kit. It's only probably been in the last 5 or 6 years that our sponsor brands have started making female fit kit. Even like cricket pads, gloves, they're small men's sizes,
Boots
like
as well, though, as
boots.
well.
Yeah, there's not really any female specifically.
Some of them are not small enough.
Not small, yeah, because
There are
our
girls
feet are
sticking
naturally.
tissues in cricket boots to make them smaller.
And it's 2025, and you think cricket is big enough and sports are big enough that you would think that we had our own. I know of a few companies that are in the market now, but yeah, for a lot of my career, I've worn men's clothes, and like I look back to some of my debut outfits and the training kit I wore, and I was like drowned, and I'm representing my country, and I was like, gosh, I look a shambles. So yeah, I don't know whether that would surprise anyone actually, but that's, I mean,
it is surprising. I
it's
didn't
kind of
realise.
still going on now.
Well, I think the other thing that kind of follows on from that is that we got women's fit in cycling, but I opted for men's fit because women's fit meant it was shorter shorts, it was a shorter jersey, it didn't account for what an athlete body was, like it was just one shape. So I wanted something that was narrower, that was longer in the leg because it's more aero, didn't need it to be super short. I wanted the jersey not to ride up to above my belly button because I have a long body. So for us in cycling, whilst there was an attempt to create a women's fit, for me just going for the extra small men's was the better way of doing it. And I think it goes to show that all shapes and sizes do sport. So what we need is to have that breadth of range. We don't need to have just this sort of fit. Like if jeans can do it, you can have different, you can go into a shop and be completely confused by the different styles of jeans. The short, the boyfriend, the this, the that, the skinny, the not skinny, the bell bottom, whatever they are. Why can't we do that in sports kit? And I've tried to go female fit, but it's not for this female.
Yeah.
One of the things I didn't anticipate when I became a mum was just how often babies would need feeding.
Even I know that.
No, but like literally, you finish feeding them, you'll get one effort in, you'll need to feed them again. Like that effort was less than a minute. You're hungry again. So I basically had either of them in the other end of the track centre away from the GB pet area where Barney was with them playing. And then I'd go and breastfeed in between efforts to make sure that A, there was not anyone screaming the velodrome down, but B, to make sure that then I could concentrate on what I was going to do. So having a settled and fed baby, however frequent that feeding was the best way for me to handle that early few months of motherhood before they went on to solids and mixed feeding. But yeah, it's just like, okay, so we're going to have you in the track centre and I'm just going to feed you after every effort. That'll be the way we do it. And that surprised me. I didn't expect. Yeah. But I also didn't expect how it was possible to juggle. And obviously I was lucky that Barney was able to come with me and do everything, or my mum was able to come with me and help support that. And it certainly meant that I came back quicker from each of my pregnancies. But yeah, it was the lengths that you go to. And you can turn anything into a breastfeeding sports bra if you need to.
Absolutely.
One thing that's not necessarily been a challenge for myself personally, but I think something that still surprises me in 2025 is how little research is done around women and periods and athletes and sport and stuff like that. Because I feel like a lot of our blueprints are taken from the men's side of sport, and actually, it happens once a month to every single female around the world. So there should be so much more research and a lot more training that is tailored towards women, I think, than
there is actually a lot of opportunity. But the challenge we have, so I work with Manchester Met Uni, is that a lot of athletes don't want to contribute their data. And so we have a role as older athletes. I'm working with MMU on studies into perimenopause and menopause, so that athletes, as they get older, there's still opportunity. Because if you look at the female population in age group sport, then there's a huge field for the men, and then there's a very small number of women competing. If you look at triathlons or cycling, or even in running as well. Running's perhaps closer to being 50-50, but we still have a challenge. Ultra running is where female athletes seem to go really well because they do get better with age, and the gap between male and female in ultra distance is actually a lot less. But they really struggle to get the cohorts together to be able to do the studies. And I think it's really important that if there are women out there who are struggling, young athletes that are struggling, that they are willing to contribute their data and what they're finding, because there are a lot of myths as well around cycles and training to your cycle, but you've got to manage your symptoms and train like everyone else, because not everyone has those problems. So what we need to do is try and give them that confidence that it's not going to compromise them as an athlete. If they let out those secrets, it's not going to make them judged. Because I think a lot of women feel, or a lot of young athletes say, if I admit this feels like it's a weakness, and if I admit that I'm struggling with cramps or pain or debilitating symptoms, then I'll be judged and that'll be part of my selection for something. And that's absolutely not the case, but I think that's one of the reasons why we have fewer athletes contributing to the studies that are out there. And most of the studies are done on sub-elite, and that obviously doesn't necessarily work when you've got athletes who are full-time. So amateurs. Right. So they're sort of regional and national aspiring athletes, or they are older in a sense that they are in their 30s, they're not in their teens and 20s. And there's lots of reasons for wanting to study at all ages of the menstrual age, sort of child rearing age, because you need to see where bone density usually peaks at around 19, 20, 21 years of age. And the menstrual cycle has an impact. So a healthy menstrual cycle and laying down good bone density will help mean that it tails off less as you get older. When you lose estrogen and progesterone, then in your 40s, that's where bone density can really plummet. So all of those things are kind of interlinked, and trying to make sure that we have enough of those younger athletes. But it goes back to that challenge, is if you can't see it, you can't be it. Yeah. They're not coming into the sport in the first place. There isn't enough of them to be able to study either. And then they have that, oh gosh, what if I'm judged kind of feeling. So there's lots of challenges.
Yeah, it's the taboo though, isn't it? It's still the taboo within the country of that periods are just things to be quiet about and not have to, you know, talk about.
And if you're having trouble, there's absolutely lots of support that can be provided to make sure those symptoms don't impact your ability to train, because there's, you know, there's lots of people who have no symptoms at all and are being really successful, and that shouldn't be the case. And I've got friends in cycling who have, and also in canoeing, who have come back from really debilitating endometriosis and won gold medals, and they were told, oh, you'd never be able to do this, you'll never be able to do that. And I think there's a difference between kind of primary care medicine through the NHS route and then sports medicine, and the support that we can give people with more challenging conditions around the menstrual cycle to mean that that doesn't impact on their ability to perform as an athlete.
L is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid.
Good afternoon and a very warm welcome back to the second session of the day, live from Emirates Old Trafford. Our listeners across the BBC Sport website and app, and our viewers on Lancs TV, with play about to resume. Lancashire trailing by 279 runs at 217 for 8. They resumed this morning on 139 for 4 and got to lunch at 217 for 8. And the theme of the story has been, Andrew Rad, a session dominated by Northamptonshire.
It has, yes. They managed another one this morning, and Justin Broad is to start the second session of his third day, bowling from the Brian Statham end, round the wicket to Tom Hartley. In there with Tom Bailey. So it is the Tom Tom Club. Fans of Tina Weymouth will remember. 217 for 8. So Northamptonshire picking up 4 wickets for 78 in 31 overs this morning. Took them 50 minutes to break through, but then 3 quick wickets before lunch. Here's Broad in, bowling to Hartley, who's just squared up a little bit by that one, runs it into the offside, where James Sales, who's been in there at forward short leg to the spinners, and thus has the obligatory shin pads on, fields at backward point. Calvin Harrison in there at mid-wicket, limbering up, getting ready for what could be a long afternoon's bowling for him. Here is Broad, round the wicket on leg stump, clipped away by Hartley, down towards fine leg, good bit of fielding down on the boundary by Rafi Weatherall, but they're able to come back for 2. The throw goes over the head of Lewis McManus, but fortunately for Northamptonshire, Calvin Harrison was backing up, so 2 more to Hartley, goes to 3, and Lancashire to 219 for 8. So a long way to go before that follow-on target is reached. Just one slip in as Broad is in and bowls to Hartley again. Runs it up to Keogh at mid-on, and there's no run. Fortified as we are by Betty's hot pot, which was very, very nice. Thank you very much to all concerned. Very good indeed. Pickled beetroot as well.
What more can you ask for?
All sorts. Very, very nice. Fine afternoons. A little bit of watery sunshine as Broad goes for the short ball. Hartley takes it on, doesn't miss the gloves by that much. Good take down the leg side by Lewis McManus, who held up the ball with a polite inquiry to umpire Richard Illingworth, whilst I think knowing very well what the answer was going to be, if indeed answer there was at all. 219 for 8. Lancashire still 277 runs behind. Here's Broad in, bowls to Hartley. In behind it, plays it back down the pitch, and that's the end of the first over of the afternoon. 219 for 8. The new ball is due in 3 overs' time. And the question is, will Northamptonshire take it? I think the answer is probably yes. It may depend, I suppose, on potentially on how keen Calvin Harrison is to bowl with a newish ball. I mean, some spinners have different views of it, and a wrist spinner in particular. A shiny ball can sometimes be a little bit difficult to grip and get control of, but others like it because it gives them the potential to get a bit more bounce. So him being on loan for the first time, it's not something I've had a lot of chance to grill him about.
No.
But,
well, he certainly bowled really well this morning, and he got the ball to spin.
Yeah.
He was a challenge to both the left and right-hander. Certainly to the left-hander, he's got some some footmarks to aim at outside the off stump. He got one to spin past Bailey as well, which was more off the straight than off the footmarks as well. So he's been, he's been a threat, Harrison, for Northamptonshire. He's got 3 for so far, and he's looking for more into the afternoon. It's turned out into the onside by Bailey. It's stopped by Sales at short leg. And there's no run, including one stunning catch by Safe Zabe to get rid of the Lancashire captain, Keaton Jennings.
Josh, you fucking...
Again, just dabbed away by Bailey, and for no run. One of 4 wickets to fall in the morning, but it's 3 quick wickets at the back end of the session. And defended by Bailey, and there's no run. Yeah, those 3 pretty quick wickets at the end of the session is what shaped it pretty emphatically Northamptonshire's way. Defended again by Bailey for no run. Yeah, Jennings, Wells, Bolson all going as we approach lunch. Because back this time, Bailey playing a miss.
So the follow-on target 347. Another 128 needed.
Bailey on 4, slipping a short leg. Harrison in and rocks onto the front foot and just dabs it out into the offside, and there is no addition to the score. So new ball 2 overs away, 219 for 8. And if they fail to reach that target, can you think of any reason as to why Northamptonshire would not enforce the follow-on?
None at all.
No, me neither.
I think they would undoubtedly, especially with a bit of weather around, which I mean, it looks absolutely fine at the moment, set fair, and there's no obvious signs of rain on the horizon. But the app's got a little bit, chance of a shower today, perhaps a bit more of a chance of a shower tomorrow. So I don't think there's any reason at all why Northamptonshire wouldn't enforce. Here's Broad running into bowl to the left-handed Hartley, who pushes it out to the covers Sales fields, and there's no run. I was asked the question at lunchtime. I was asked various questions at lunchtime, but I was.
You were in demand at lunchtime,
including do you want some more hot pop? But
that was the key question.
That was the key question, yeah. But no, the last time Northamptonshire enforced the follow-on in a championship match was actually not that long ago. It was at the Oval, believe it or not, when they made Surrey follow on at the end of 2023. Here's Broad in round the wicket, bowls to Hartley, who's pushing that up to Keogh at mid-on, and there's no run. After a terrific innings from Karen Nair, Northamptonshire bowled out Surrey, enforced the follow-on, but there wasn't really enough time in the game to... There was a bit of rain around and to take some time out of the game, and there wasn't anything like enough time to force a win. But that was the game actually that sealed relegation. Short, and Hartley goes for the pull, and again, the second time after lunch, wasn't that far away from the gloves. Good take down the lead side by McManus. This time it's Broad who makes a polite inquiry of umpire Richard Illingworth, who gives, I'm sure, an equally polite answer. Not out. Yes, it was that game that failure to win it and what happened elsewhere meant that, that Northamptonshire were relegated. Here's Broad in, bowls and forced nicely off the back foot by Hartley. Fielded out in the covers by Calvin Harrison. There's a matting strip down there on one of the pitches, presumably for use in a future match here.
You're back here on Friday.
Yes, of course. Yes.
Against Leicestershire.
You can leave your bag here, can't
you? I am fully intent to leave everything. I might just stay here.
Well, just kip under the table. Yeah. Here's Broad. In and bowls to Hartley. On leg stump, clipped away nicely by Tom Hartley, and that's running out towards the boundary. Is it going to get there? No, it's not quite. Good bit of tumbling fielding out there on the boundary by Liam Guthrie, but they're able to come back for 3. Takes Hartley to 6, and Lancashire to 222 for 8. Field changes over for the right-handed Tom Bailey, whereas the rest of us are certainly the Northamptonshire contingent on the road again. Cue for song. Going up to Derby. for Friday. Here's Broad, bowls to Bailey on the back foot, plays it up to Zabe at extra cover, and that's the end of the over. 222 for 8. Bailey is 4, Hartley is 6. Justin Broad, 18 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 53. Important wickets up front from him, Michael Jones and Josh Bohannon, and also 2 excellent catches to dismiss Marcus Harris yesterday and Luke Wells this morning. 222 with 8 for 8 it is, another 125 needed to avoid the follow-on.
Derbyshire are at Leicestershire at the minute. Derbyshire 393 all out today, and Leicestershire 87 without loss in reply. Sorry, in their second innings. They're building quite a healthy looking lead. 178 runs in front, Leicestershire at 87 without loss in their second innings. And yet again, everybody's playing. No issues with the weather around the country. Likewise here, even though there was some suggestions we might get a little bit of rain today, it looks pretty dry and looks well set for the next few hours at the very least. Here's Harrison in and bowling. Hartley rocking right onto the front foot. Allowing that one to pitch and spin back in, but past the off stump and through to keeper McManus, and there's no run. Harrison again, back this time, and working the ball away to mid-wicket, where Safe Zabe, who took a stunning catch in that position in the morning session, he's there to field again. Hartley waiting as Harrison's in, played off the back foot towards deepish mid-off. Rob Keogh coming up from the boundary below the point. Both Proctor and Keogh quite deep at mid-on and mid-off. There's also deep mid-wicket. Shuffles across and defends this time. Just guides the ball away to forward. Short leg under the helmet right behind Tom Hartley is James Sales, who made 92 in the first innings for Northamptonshire. Harrison again, landing one outside those footmarks to left-hander Tom Hartley. No run. So 5 dot balls to begin with in this over, and to complete the over, full of delivery, and it's jabbed away by Hartley, which brings the bat on. That was a leaping stop by Vasconcelos at slip.
Thought he was going for one hand, one bounce.
Yeah,
yes. In the playground.
It was an enthusiastic piece of work. It's the end of the over, and that is the end of the 80th over as well. So there is an option now for Northamptonshire to take a second new ball, should they wish.
Doesn't look as though they've taken it yet. I'm just looking to see. The umpires brandishing the new ball towards the scorers, and don't appear to have done so as yet. So you can see there, for those of you watching on the Lancashire TV screen, that's definitely the old ball that Justin Broad has in hand. So the new ball not taken yet. Broad running in away from us to Bailey, who just hops up, plays it out into the onside for a single, out to Sales at deep mid-wicket. One more onto the total, Bailey to 6, and Lancashire to 223 for 8, Bailey to 5, beg your pardon. Thanks to Dave Chapper's been in touch with us over lunchtime, saying that surely Northamptonshire have to enforce the follow-on if they have the opportunity. Well, I would agree with you, Dave. I don't think there's any reason not to. He's Broad in, he's gone for that, and that was off the glove, and it's dropped by Lewis McManus. I mean, you feel a bit guilty saying that was a drop, because he just took off, got a glove to it, couldn't quite hang on, but you could almost see that coming, because a couple of times since lunch Hartley's gone for the short ball and it's just missed the glove. There it took the glove. McManus took off, couldn't quite hang on. It's a run to Hartley, 7 to him, 224 for 8. Broad in, bowls down the leg side to Tom Bailey, taken by McManus. So there was obviously a thought that Tom Hartley would take on the short ball. He's threatened to do so a couple of times, and That would have been another nice plan that came together had the ball stuck, but it didn't. 224 for 8.
It's a great effort, wasn't it?
No, it was a wonderful effort from Lewis McManus.
But having got there, he's probably backing himself to have.
I'm sure he is. Here's Broad in short again, pulled away by Bailey on the bounce to George Bartlett down at long leg, down in front of the hotel. Saving my bedroom from any potential damage. 225 for 8. Bailey is 6.
How was the evening?
It was very nice, yes. I had something to eat in the hotel and got on with some work. Here's Broad in, bowls and tucked away by Hartley for a single down to deep square. Ian Guthrie, it is the man down there in front of the main scoreboard. 226 for 8, Hartley to 8. Yes, a few bits and pieces to do. Thought I might watch the golf, but finished up nodding off, which is when you get to my age, it sort of tends to happen quite a lot. But I'll have a little look this evening, see how Rory and others are getting on. Here's Broad in, bowls to Bailey, who's going to pick up another single. Again, just tucked away down behind square on the leg side. James Sales, complete with the shin pads, comes up to retrieve, and that's the end of the over. 227 for 8. 7 to Bailey, 8 to Hartley. Proctor just taking on some fluid down below us, brought out by Dominic Leach, who's here as 12th man, left out of the squad. A few hardy souls in the ground. There's a few cagoules and anoraks, and no duffel coats though. Oh, is that? Oh, that's bright.
Bit of knitting as well.
A bit of knitting. Well, it's still going to be Harrison, so the new ball not taken.
3 for 33 for Harrison. Bailey on strike. Harrison over the wicket to Bailey, defends back towards him, and there's no run.
That lady's dropped a stitch. Knit 2, pearl 1.
Is that how it works?
I'm told.
Look, she's knitting.
Balaclava, I should.
But something warm to wear later in the day. Full of ball by Harrison, driven by Bailey. Safe save, having dropped back to the cover boundaries there to field. Single for Bailey moves him to 8. 228 for 8.
There's a balaclava. I might make her an offer for it before I go to Derby next week. Might be necessary.
Harrison to Hartley. Play back to the Northamptonshire leg spinner, and there's no run. That lady who's knitting, it's in a bright pink top in front of the, just below the pavilion. So that's turned straight to mid-wicket by Hartley, and Bartlett takes the catch. Harrison has his 4th. Hartley departs for 8. Lancashire are 9 down, and that question which will be asked of the Northamptonshire captain is, would you like Lancashire to bat again, is imminent.
This is one of those great things, isn't it? The side is invited to follow on. See what happened if somebody says, no, actually, don't fancy it. Yeah, it was again a bit of a soft dismissal, wasn't it? Really, to be perfectly honest, not being unfair to Tom Hartley, but I suppose it's a difficult situation, isn't it? You're sort of thinking, well, you know, we're not just going to block our way to another 120 runs to avoid the follow-on. So it was a short ball. He took it on and just picked out George Bartlett. Didn't hit it as cleanly as he would have wanted. Just clothed it a little bit and straight to George Bartlett at mid-wicket.
Yes, and John Turner, who's like Calvin Harrison, signed a short-term deal with Lancashire, like Harrison has for Northamptonshire. He's heading out to join Tom Bailey.
Well, they might be saving Lancashire County Cricket Club a few bob here if they don't take the new ball. Don't know how much the match balls are these days, but they're not cheap. Every little helps.
Yeah, I'm keen to to continue with this older ball. Maybe, as you said, I mean, Harrison's in the match, isn't he? He's potentially a key bowler here through the course of the day for Northamptonshire, and if he just feels maybe a little more comfortable gripping the older ball, and he's still obviously causing the threat. He's picking up wickets. He's wrapping up the back end of this Lancashire innings.
Career best is 5 for 128.
Looking to beat that. This one just bounces on Turner. As that's played away through the offside where Broad fields. And there's no run. There's a slip and there's a forward short leg, just dropping fielder deeper on the leg side boundary, so a deep mid wicket and a deep backward square. And goes past Turner's forward push and into the gloves of McManus, and tidy stuff by Calvin Harrison. He's got 4 for 34. Lancashire 228 for 9, trailed by 268 runs.
Career best was 5 for 128 for Nottinghamshire against Worcestershire at Trent Bridge last season. So he's already broken his career best with the bat in this match. Can he do the same with the ball? Well, Justin Broad be keen to try and wrap up the innings himself. Broad figures of 2 for 58. See there the Northamptonshire bowling figures. 228 for 9 then. And Tom Bailey on strike, facing Broad. He's gone for the top edge. He should be out. He is out. Caught by George Bartlett down at long leg. Broad getting result this time with a short ball. He's tried a few since lunch. Could easily have had Tom Hartley caught down the leg side, but Bailey goes for the hook to top edge. Wasn't really in control of the shot. It was a bit of a flap, and George Bartlett taking the catch, clutching it to his breastbone, and Lancashire all out for 228. Now just a question of whether Northamptonshire decide to enforce it. As I say, I cannot think there is any reason why they wouldn't, but we will await confirmation. I'll go through the bowling figures for you in a second, because I know there's people listening at home that do like to keep the scorecard up to date, so I'll canter through those for you in just a second. Tom Bailey was out, caught Bartlett, bowled Broad for 8, leaving John Turner unbeaten on 0, having not faced a ball. And Lancashire all out for 228 in 82 overs and 1 ball, without Northamptonshire needing to use the second new ball since lunch. 8 down at lunch, and since lunch Northamptonshire have picked up the wickets of Tom Hartley, caught by Bartlett off Harrison for 8, and Tom Bailey caught by Bartlett off Broad also for 8. Just awaiting the bowling figures to come up on the screen, which I'm sure they will be in a moment. There's the scorecard for Lancashire: 17 extras, 5 byes, 4 leg byes, 8 no balls. And apart from Keaton Jennings 46, Marcus Harris 43, Scott, not a great deal to write home about.
No, not at all. Jennings kind of doing his best to hold it together. The dismissal of Harris last night felt like that was the key moment of the certainly of the innings and potentially of the game. And then it's all kind of melted away pretty quickly this morning. A poor effort by Lancashire in truth in their first innings. A lot of wickets given away. But Northamptonshire, as you could see just a few moments ago, the players leaving the field with plenty of smiles on their faces, and rightly so. Bowling of Harrison 4 for 34, Broad 3 for 58, Weatherall 2 for 55. If we look at the bowling in general, everyone's kind of contributed. The way that Proctor and Guthrie set up, especially Proctor, 13 overs, 7 maidens for 12. But right the way down, everyone's had a good contribution.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it, Scott? I mean, you hear talk about bowling units and batting units. It's, coaches are very fond of talking about that. But I mean, Northamptonshire with the bat yesterday, again, you look down the scorecard, 5 players getting past 50, first time That's happened for Northamptonshire for 6 years. And then again today, as you say, everybody's done their bit, and I keep saying this is all without the services of Ben Sanderson. So Northamptonshire have had, 3 innings in the field so far. They bowled Kent out twice, 20 wickets, and the big issue that people were talking about around Wantage Road pre-season was, where are we going to get 20 wickets in a match from? Well, they've taken 30 in 3 innings, so somebody must be doing something right. But I do think, and it's easy, as we always say, to be wise after the event. It's harder to be wise before the event. And there were a lot of people when Calvin Harrison was brought in on loan that were saying, not the player we need, not the sort of player we need a batter. Well, the batters have very much made amends for that disappointing performance against Kent. And Calvin Harrison was one of those. He's obviously played a part, made 56, but he is on this surface, and that was what he was brought in. Darren Lehman said, we've looked at, we know it turns at Old Trafford, can do. And as Bumble said yesterday, plan A for Northamptonshire was bat first, get a big total, and then your leg spinner's got something to work with. And that's exactly what's happened. And they are in a position to enforce the follow-on, and well, they have a chance of, if the weather holds, of making substantial inroads in the Lancashire second innings, but I'm sure Keaton Jennings and others will have something to say about that. Bowling figures, just for those of you who wanted to jot them down. Guthrie was 14 overs, 4 maidens, no wicket for 52. Proctor, as you said, 13 overs, 7 maidens, no wicket for 12. Broad, 19 overs and 1 ball, 3 maidens, 3 for 58. Rafi Weatherall, 15 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 55. And Calvin Harrison, 19 overs, 7 maidens, 4 for 34. There were 17 extras, 8 no balls, 5 byes, 4 leg byes. Lancashire 228 all out, giving Northamptonshire the first innings lead of 268. And we assume, and I think we can fairly safely say, that Lancashire will be batting again.
Yeah, I think that's pretty fair to say. Is it worth just having a little look at what's happening elsewhere during the course of this innings break? Looking at some of the games in Division 2 away from here. Let's start with a match at Gloucestershire against Glamorgan. This game taking place in Bristol. What we got here? Glamorgan 276 for 5. Still trailing. There's a big first innings score by Gloucestershire, making 546. It's 270 behind, 5 wickets down, Glamorgan. Meanwhile, there's a run chase on in Canterbury. This is Kent against Middlesex. So Middlesex eventually out for 311. And a positive start by Zach Crawley. So Compton's 6 not out from 23 balls faced, and Crawley's 35 from 31. So a lovely contrast between the two opening batters there. 41 without loss, Kent. Their target to win, or they require a further 275 runs to win. Target of 316 for Kent to beat Middlesex. And the other Division 2 fixture is between Leicestershire and Derbyshire. And there's a very, very good opening partnership by Riyad Ahmed and Saul Budinger. Put on 100 for the first wicket, 103 without loss. Leicestershire, so they're building a very solid looking lead over Derbyshire. It's already 194, still with all 10 wickets in hand, so good position for Leicestershire to be in. In Division 1, the defending champions are Surrey, and they're taking on Hampshire this week. So Dom Sibley has reached another century. It's a terrific start to the season for Sibley. 101 not out. Surrey 244 for 2 against Hampshire. That's a lead of 278 runs at the Oval. Elsewhere, Durham against Warwickshire. There's been a few wickets here at Chesterley Street. Yeah, there we go. Durham's 4 down, 68 for 4. Ben McKinney, who got a century in the first innings, is 21 not out. Well, they lead Durham, but have lost 4 wickets. They're 130 in front at 68 for 4. Nottinghamshire are into their second innings against Essex at Trent Bridge. Hasib Hamid and Ben Slater have put on 50 for the first wicket so far, so 53 without lost knots. They lead Essex by 33 runs. And there are 2 other games in Division 1. The Sussex-Somerset match has been fascinating to watch. A brilliant recovery by Somerset in their first innings to try and get a score on the board. It managed to get to 201, but Sussex are in a strong position at 365 for 4. It's a mammoth lead. 458 in front. So at some point, I'm going to pull out and see if they can try and take 10 Somerset wickets. That would be a fabulous win for Sussex on the south coast. And Yorkshire against Worcestershire across the Pennines. Well, there's Bumble. For viewers on Lancs TV, he did tell us that he was hot-footing over the Pennines.
The man's positively ubiquitous. He's everywhere.
2 days here and across the Pennines. He's doing a turn for Yorkshire now. Come on, Bumble, where's your loyalty? 315 for 4. Yorkshire. David Malan on 76. Johnny Bairstow on 44. And, well, there's a target there for actually, they've declared, that's a declaration, that innings break. So 315 for 4 declared Yorkshire. So it's a target of 610 for Worcestershire. Or can they repeat last week's heroics and backed through the final day and a half to save the match?
And the lovely thing about that was that they did so wearing black armbands in memory of our late colleague John Curtis as well, and it was that was just a lovely moment and classy touch from Worcestershire. I felt that was, and as well as being a terrific performance on the field. Well, to the surprise of absolutely no one, Northamptonshire have enforced the follow-on. So Lancashire will start their second innings 268 runs behind, as you can see on the graphic there if you're watching on the Lancs TV live stream. 57 overs remaining in the day, so it's a decent over rate. Got 25 overs to go till tea, which would be, it's going to be about right, depending obviously how much seam we see. We're going to start off with Liam Guthrie to bowl from this Brian Statham end. Lost the sunshine at the moment, but just had a quick, slightly panicky look at the radar, and there are a few showers around, but it's nothing very heavy and nothing imminent, I wouldn't have thought. But it is what it is. It's cricket in April, and we've been rather spoilt over the last couple of weeks. Oh, you see, it's the sort of thing that we get when the radar comes up immediately on cue in the box. Yeah, a few light showers. Here's Guthrie. First ball of the second innings to Michael Jones, and Jones is playing that back down the pitch for Guthrie to field. So 57 overs minimum in the day today, assuming we don't get any weather interference, and then a full day tomorrow. Lancashire still 268 adrift. But as you can see on the radar picture, there's just a few light showers around. Here's Guthrie in bowls, very full, and you can see Michael Jones winding up, I think, to try and blast that away through extra cover, and then thought better of it. Discretion proved the better part of valour, and he, in the end, pulled his bat inside the line.
I think we might be able to just have a quick look at that radar. It's not like it's a huge kind of amount of rain that's about to come, but there's just the odd little, potentially the odd little patch that looks like speckle.
A speckling of
a speckle.
A speckling of showers. Speckling a word? It is now.
Yes.
Here's Guthrie running away from us to bowl to Michael Jones down the leg side, and a good take by McManus on the half volley, and Luke Proctor. Well, he's going to get his money's worth again, I think. He's going to open the bowling by the look of it. He's certainly limbering up at mid-on. Calvin Harrison rather, is similarly getting himself loose for what I suspect again will be a long bowl. There at mid-wicket, I'm sure Notts will be highly delighted at the performance of their man so far. If they wanted him to get some game time, here's Guthrie in, bowls very full down the leg side again, and this time it's another nasty one for McManus to take. This time he stops it rather than takes it, but just deflects it behind him. There's no possibility of a bye. Yeah, you send somebody out on loan and you just hope that they get some value from it, and thereby you get some value from it. Well, Harrison's made runs, he's taken wickets with power to add. And of course a trip to Derby potentially next week. And then Northamptonshire miss a round of matches, as I think Lancashire do as well.
Yep.
Here's Guthrie. In and bowls down the leg side. Appeal for a catch behind. Not out, says umpire Ben Debenham, who's now switched, of course, to this end. We start the second innings. May just have flicked something. Couldn't pick up anything up from where we are, but well, it's worth asking.
Yeah, it was a more of a polite inquiry, wasn't it? It wasn't a full throttled appeal. Just seeing on the replay, maybe just brushing the thigh pad, perhaps.
Yeah, may just have done. Clouds still fairly high, some blue sky as we look towards the north. And here's Guthrie, and swings that one back in. Appeal for OBW, and he's out. Guthrie swinging that back into the right-hander, which is always a lethal weapon for the left-arm seamer. And Michael Jones, as in the first innings, slightly caught on the crease. The question was asked of umpire Ben Debenham, and Ben Debenham's finger has gone up. And there we go. It's just shaping back in, just did enough. And that looks a pretty good shout and a pretty good decision. And Jones on his way for naught, and the dream start for Northamptonshire to the second innings, with Lancashire following on. Liam Guthrie strikes, didn't pick up a wicket in the first innings, but he's in the W column off his 6th ball of this innings. It's 0 for 1 after 1 over.
Yeah, that's a perfectly good call for me from umpire Debenham. Didn't have any hesitation. Up came the dreaded finger for Michael Jones, and a finger of joy if you're a Northamptonshire supporter, because that is just a dream start, isn't it? Absolutely perfect start. Just got that one to swing back in, and then just straightens on him, doesn't it? I mean, they say there's maybe just a potential little bit of height, maybe, but I think it's a fair call.
That's fair enough.
Yeah, I think it is. And Josh Bohannon, who's not too much joy so far this season, scores of 27, 0 and 5. He's quickly out there to try and calm things down for Lancashire, because they are in all sorts of trouble here. They're a million miles behind. Their first innings melted away, and they've lost an early one second time round. And the man on screen for viewers on Lancs TV, and for those listening to us via the BBC Sport website and app, the Lancashire captain Keaton Jennings again becomes the key wicket.
And he's going to have, again, the two captains in direct opposition at the start of this second innings, because Luke Proctor's going to bowl to him.
Can Proctor be as miserly in the second innings as he was with the ball in the first? Well, here he is, to Jennings. Angled across. Keaton Jennings is bowling over the wicket to the left-hander. So he just slants that across, and there are 3 slips in place. He just tucked the bat inside the line. Jennings didn't go chasing at the ball. And into the gloves of the keeper. So James Sales, Ricardo Vasconcelos and Calvin Harrison, the 3 slip catchers, waiting to pounce. Rob Keogh backward point, safe Zabers at cover. There's Proctor in to bowl. Jennings drives, one bounce back to Proctor. Well, he stops it on his follow through. Then the ball kind of hit him in truth on his follow through, but he made sure he was there to deny any chance of a run for Keaton Jennings.
There was a lovely little moment picked up on the Lancs TV cameras a moment or two ago when Luke Proctor was just tying his bootlace or something, and Richard Illingworth was sort of helping him up as though he was a, poor old soul.
How old is he now, Proctor?
Proctor's 30. Was he 35?
Oh, he's a young pup. Into to Jennings, played forward in defence, and there's no run. So he was a young man, wasn't he, when he won the title with Lancashire in 2011? Well, they all were. It was a young side. It was a young team that had effectively all kind of grown up together and come through.
36. Beg your pardon.
Right on the money straight away, Proctor. Lancashire 0 for 1. In and balls to Jennings. Forward and defends, and there's no run.
See there, he shares a birthday with the late great Brian Johnston in June. June babies, all best people, of course.
Ah. Naught for Jennings and naught for Bohannon. Lancashire with so much work ahead of them. Jennings is on the walk towards Proctor. Defends back to the Northamptonshire skipper, who rightly so can barely keep a smile off his face. I don't blame him. The reaction of the Northamptonshire players as they went back towards their dressing rooms in the change of innings, and just understandably, and rightly so, very proud of their performance through the course of this game, led by Proctor into to Keaton Jennings, and that's left and through to McManus. It's the end of the over, and guess what? Luke Proctor starts with a maiden.
Yes, possibly the second least surprising thing we've seen today after the decision to enforce the follow-on. I hardly dare mention this, but can you guess one of the other questions I was asked at lunchtime? This came from the Northamptonshire dressing room.
Would it be, when was the last time Northamptonshire beat Lancashire by an innings?
It certainly was.
Okay.
Yes. It's only ever happened twice. First time I remember it very well, it was at the county ground in 1914 in May, about 6-8 weeks before the outbreak of the First World War. Here's Liam Guthrie, and again just shaping that nicely back into the right-handed Bohannon, but he pushes it out to the covers, and there's no run when a century from Bob Hayward, Robert Allnut Hayward, gave Northamptonshire a big first innings lead, and they were bowled out by Sidney Smith, who was the left-arm spinner, who was captaining Northamptonshire at the time, and Vernon Merry Murdin from Wollaston.
Magnificent name.
Merry Murdin.
Good old Merry.
Good old Merry. Here's Guthrie in, bowls, and again pitching it up. This is good stuff from Guthrie. Bohannon defensively forward as a little bit of sunshine breaks through. But the last time it happened was at Southport in 1984, when Northamptonshire made 380, centuries from Duncan Wilde, made 144, and Robin Boyd Moss 105. And then Lancashire bowled out in their first innings for 70. Here's Guthrie, and again bowls to Bohannon, turns it away into the onside, straight to Calvin Harrison at mid-wicket. Bowled out for 70 with Rupert Spook Hanley, the commercial artist and fast bowler from South Africa, picking up 6 for 21. And in the second innings, made a better fist of it, all out for 280, runs for Steve O'Shaughnessy, Neil Fairbrother and Mike Watkinson, but the great man D.S. Steele picked up 5 wickets in the second innings. Here's Guthrie in, bowls and turned away by Bohannon for his first run, Lancashire's first run of the second innings, single down to long leg, so 1 for 1. Lancashire still 267 runs behind. In his last season of county cricket, David would have been pushing 43 then. Bowled 32 overs and 3 balls, 12 maidens, 5 for 86.
Terrific.
And Northamptonshire winning that one by an innings and 30. That was the last time. But that's a long, long way off, adding to that total. Here's Guthrie. 2 slips in, bowls very full, and Jennings plays it well, digs it out, pushes it up to Proctor at mid-off, and there's no run. You can imagine, I mean, if Northamptonshire were to go on and win this game, I think the grin on Luke Proctor's face would,
absolutely,
would just be absolutely chuffed.
And rightly so.
But that's a long way off.
Yes, and Northamptonshire haven't beaten Lancashire. I mean, that was by an innings, that particular, but I think it's 1999.
1999 here.
Right.
Here's Guthrie, and again, it's outside the off stump and left alone by Jennings, taken by McManus, 1 for 1 at the end of the over. Yeah, the last Northamptonshire win here, they've only ever won 4 times here since 1907, when the first time the two sides met. 1953, 1965, 1976, and most recently 1999. They haven't beaten Lancashire anywhere in the Championship for 20 years, 2005, when Northamptonshire won at Northampton. And since then, of the 13 times that the teams have met since Northamptonshire had their last win, Lancashire have won 8, including 4 in a row, 2013, 2014, and 5 draws.
Well, a lot of cricket to go, but potentially no better chance since that last victory to clock another one up against Lancashire. Here's Proctor into Bohannon. Oh, it's gone past the keeper's gloves, off the bat, and down towards the boundary for 4. But that lifted sharply as it took the edge of the bat. Look at the keeper here, jumping right up.
That's just flown.
Both feet off the ground, his right arm stretched high above him. And just kind of burst through the top of the glove and down towards the boundary for 4 runs.
Where's that come from? Extraordinary. Risk of sounding like the late great David Coleman. quite extraordinary. That has just flown.
Yes, it has,
it's taken off.
5 for 1. There's Proctor into Bohannon. Played away to square leg for a single. And George Bartlett comes round to field. Bohannon, for the time being, retreating to slightly safer ground on the non-striker's end. 6 for 1. It would have been a brilliant take by the keeper, really spectacular one-handed take by the keeper, but I think even he wasn't quite expecting kind of that to take off as it did. 3 slips are in place. Jennings is back on strike. Here's Proctor to Jennings, who's meandering his way towards the Northamptonshire skipper to defend. Up towards mid-on, and there is no run.
The Mark Chilton, who's director of cricket here, opened the batting in that game in '99. Northamptonshire won their last victory here, got 100 in the first innings. As did Mike Watkinson.
Proctor to Jennings, cushioned away behind square on the offside. With a slightly open face of the bat, steering it into the ground. Bartlett at backward point, no run.
I mean, that was a setup in terms of three declarations. And the third innings, Northamptonshire second innings, was, we saw Graham Lloyd 10 overs for 100. John Crawley 6 overs for 51 to set the game up.
Proctor to Jennings forward to defend, and there's no run.
And Lancashire bowled out for 121. Devon Malcolm 4 for 37. Graham Swan 3 for 22. Paul Taylor 2 for 22. David Follett from Staffordshire 1 for 29. Top score Mike Watkinson with 23.
Final ball of the over. Proctor to Jennings. It's through to the keeper. And there's no addition to the score, with 5 coming off that. 6 for 1. Bohannon 6 and Jennings on naught.
Game at Northampton in 2005, the last time Northamptonshire beat Lancashire anywhere, was actually a much better game. 289 plays 301 on first innings, so very tight. David Sales captaining Northamptonshire. And then second innings, Usman Afzal got a big 100. Northamptonshire declaring, and then Lancashire spun out for 103 by a combination of Jason Brown and Monty Panesar. Brown 5 for 22, Panesar 3 for 32. So 6 for 1. Here's Liam Guthrie. 2 slips in, bowling to Josh Bohannon, who's taken on the pad. It rolls down and tidied up by Lewis McManus behind the stumps. A little bit more grey cloud in evidence than there was perhaps 15-20 minutes ago. Northamptonshire will have, I'm sure, just half an eye on the weather. Batted and bowled themselves into a strong position, they wouldn't want to be thwarted by the rain. Here's Guthrie slipping that one down the leg side. Bohannon just shadowing it, taken by Lewis McManus down the leg side. Bohannon 27 and 0 in the draw against Middlesex at Lords. 5 in the first innings here, but made plenty of runs against Northamptonshire in the last few years. Indeed, he's made plenty of runs against everybody in the last few years. Here's Guthrie. In and bowls to Bohannon. That swings in late. And he plays it off the inner portion of the bat, but safely enough down to Rafi Weatherall at long leg for a single. Bohannon to 7. Scored all of Lancashire's runs so far, 7 for 1. Keaton Jennings faced 12 balls, still looking for his first run. That won't worry him. Out this morning for 96. Third batter in this game to get out in the 90s. Here is Guthrie. Born in Australia, left arm over the wicket, bowls and pushed out into the offside by Keaton Jennings. Rolls up to mid-off, where his opposite number, Luke Proctor, is fielding. Northamptonshire using 7 bowlers in that first innings, including a single over of off-spin from George Bartlett just before lunch. Took him off, brought safe Zabe on from this Brian Statham end, and Zabe immediately picked up the wicket of George Balderson. Here's Guthrie. In again, bowling to Jennings, who's struck on the pad as he tries to work that into the onside. Bartlett comes in from mid-wicket. Cut off any possibility of a leg bye. Still quite breezy out there this afternoon. Union flag flying from the flagpole on the old pavilion here, straight in front of us. And the flags on the point and on the hotel, just fluttering in the breeze. Here's Guthrie in again, bowls, and forward comes Jennings, plays it back down the pitch. Guthrie maybe gets a fingertip to it, but it rolls up to Proctor at mid-off, and that's the end of the over. 5 overs gone, 7 for 1. Proctor and Guthrie sharing the new ball in the second innings as they did in the first. But make the point about 7 bowlers used, because Northamptonshire do have options. And so far, pretty much everything that Luke Proctor has touched in this game has turned to gold.
It has. Yep, Northamptonshire flag flying proudly at the top of the media centre here.
The bedspread. It's a big flag. So, considering we're a small county, it's a very big flag.
Our colleague from Somerset, Anthony Gibson, reckons that the Somerset flag is the biggest on the circuit. He seems to bang on about this quite a bit.
It would be a good tussle, I think,
would it?
between
Okay.
those two.
Right.
Yeah.
Proctor into Bohannon, who defends away to mid-wicket. And there is no run.
But if you said Northampton's was bigger, then Somerset would go and stick some bits around theirs to make sure
it bigger,
it was a little bit bigger. Yeah. Get the sewing machine out.
Yeah, that would be very, very Somerset with that, wouldn't it?
Get the old treadle pedal going and a bit of cross stitch.
He says that Polly, he's the scorer at Somerset, stitches that.
I believe so.
Yeah.
Yes, I believe that is the case.
7 for 1. Proctor with a couple of slips in balls, but Bohannon plays forward in defence. No run.
Well, it's one of the many wonderful jobs that Dave Halliday on reception here at the media centre at Emirates Old Trafford does. I mean, he does so much to make our stay that much more enjoyable. And I happened to come into the ground on the first morning with the Northamptonshire scorer, Terry Owen, who carries the flag around, and he said, "Oh, give me the flag. I'll make sure it gets up." And it's one of his many jobs.
It's Proctor over the wicket to Bohannon. Snakes away past the outside edge and through to the keeper. There's no run.
So he's keeper of the flags as well.
Oh, multitasker.
You said men can't multitask.
Halfway through the 6th over. A couple of 12s to the bat from Josh Bohannon. Proctor into his 3rd over. Bustles in again. Left by Bohannon. Must be some kind of secret little passageway up to the roof of this building. I've never been up to the roof.
Yeah, no,
some hidden stairway or something.
Not great with heights. So I'm sure I don't think I'll be scurrying up there in a great hurry. But
stay clear of the balcony that's in front of us. Then, if that's,
yes, well, you'll have noticed, despite your kind offer, I haven't taken you up on it yet. So
yes, don't look down. Proctor to Bohannon, forward and defence. Bartlett's at mid-wicket to field, no run. 1 ball left for the 6th over. Seven for 1. Oh, you'd be pleased then you're on the first floor of the hotel rather than the up on the top level there.
I don't mind that quite so much.
Okay.
It's being high up and outside.
Right.
That I'm not mad about.
Proctor to Bohannon. It's pushed away to point. And there's no addition to the score. End of the over. A maiden for Proctor. 6 overs gone. Lancashire 7 for 1 in their 2nd innings, following on 261 runs still behind.
And I suppose again, what works in Northamptonshire's favour here is the fact that most of the bowlers, and Justin Broad had a decent bowl. Quite a long spell yesterday. In fact, we were saying on commentary, we thought, maybe with hindsight, perhaps an over or two too many. He bowled 19 overs, but the others, the seamers, have had a relatively light workload, so they ought still to have a little bit in the tank. Here's Guthrie. 2 slips in, left arm over. Bowls to Jennings, still looking for his first run. Still looking for it as he plays that one up to Proctor at mid-off. 16 balls now for the Lancashire captain. See Rafi Weatherall limbering up at backward point, so maybe he's going to be Justin Broad rather at backward point, limbering up, so maybe that Broad is going to come into the attack. Weatherall down at the boundary. Here's Guthrie in again, bowls, and just shaping away from Keaton Jennings, who's got it covered, steers it down to Broad at backward point, and there's no run.
It tends to be one of the arguments against enforcing the follow-on, isn't it? That you kind of rest your bowlers, go out and bat again. Just it tires the pitch out a little bit more, that type of thing. But on a surface like this, playing here across a 4-day game, taking 20 wickets is a pretty tough order as it is. You need as much time as you possibly can.
And I think, particularly with the weather being just a little bit iffy. Here's Guthrie and in bowls to Jennings, still looking for his first run as he drives up to Keogh at mid-on. Yeah, I was talking to Darren Lehman this morning, first thing, and he was saying, we need to wrap up this first innings and get bowling again as quickly as we can, which is, again, why there was never any doubt that Northamptonshire would enforce. And he was saying, we've looked at the weather forecast, the apps, as we all do, and it does show possibility of some rain today and tomorrow, so Just going to give ourselves as much time as we can. Here's Guthrie. In again, bowls to Jennings, just drops a dead bat on it, pushes it up towards mid-off, but Calvin Harrison obligingly skips across in front of Luke Proctor to field, and then does a little bit of sort of pony trotting out towards his fielding position with extra cover, so keep himself loose. There's sort of days when you need to. It is chilly out there, and I say there's quite a cool breeze. Not that many people sitting out, certainly on the sunny side of the ground, the hotel side. Here's Guthrie, and again bowls to Jennings. Pushes it up on the onside this time for safe Zabe to come in and field. Zabe's a pretty good game so far, 116. Terrific catch to get rid of Keaton Jennings this morning, and the wicket of George Balderson.
Yeah, it's not been a bad 3 days for him, has it?
No, well, we always used to do this thing years ago, which we used to call the Ted Rogers Trophy, because it was based around 3-2-1. Older listeners join here. Here's Guthrie in and bowls. And there's Keaton Jennings off the mark. Off his 21st ball, and he's going to get off the mark with a boundary as he steers that away wide of the slip cordon. Down to third man, 2 fielders in hot pursuit but couldn't cut it off, so Keaton Jennings is away with a boundary. It's 11 for 1 at the end of the 7th over. Well, it was like a sort of a merit table thing, and it was in the days when, tell how long ago it was, when I think there were 3 of us covering Northamptonshire everywhere, and you do the most important, the most significant contribution. It was like a most valuable player MVP thing. 3 points, 2 points, 1 point, with discretion if it was a sort of absolute match-winning performance to give 4 or even 5 points to the most, the sort of the player of the match, and you tot it all up, and there was a prize at the end of the season. I think it was a prize every month as well, and then a prize at the end of the season. It was discontinued some years ago. I think there's only one of us now sort of covering Northamptonshire full time, but yeah, it was quite fun.
We'll be getting plenty of points from this game.
Yeah, absolutely.
Proctor to Bohannon off the front foot in defence. Played away to the leg side. Zabe comes round from mid-wicket to field. And there's no run. He wouldn't be on his own, mind you. There's plenty of guys who will pick up quite a few points on that scoring system for Northants.
James Sales had a decent game so far. Lewis McManus, Justin Broad, Calvin Harrison.
There's Proctor to Bohannon, driven straight. Proctor sticks his boot out and then hobbles away as he stops the ball, but Keaton Jennings juggling away at the non-striker's end. He saved some runs, but he's not surprised he's just having a minute to wait for the sting to disappear. Hit firmly by Bohannon. No, he's not done anything too sinister with it. He's put his boot out there to stop the ball, kind of instinctively off his own bowling, but it was hit pretty hard by Bohannon. He's a tough lad, I suppose.
Really
isn't
tough
he?
in Oldham.
They do, don't they? Yeah. Shake it off and carry on again. 11 for 1. We've got a little bit of sunshine coming through. Didn't too much sunshine over today. Flicked away off the toes by Bohannon towards deep square leg for a single. Takes him to 8. And now Lancashire to 12 for 1. Halfway through the 8th over, a rare burst of a little bit of sunshine for supporters inside the ground, just to take a little bit of the chill off.
There's a few sitting in the seats in front of the new hotel, which I think is just the best place to sit. That would just be lovely, within easy reach of catering. It's a big plus.
It's a nice sun trap there as well. Jennings on the walk, advancing half a step towards Proctor, whipping the ball away down to fine leg. Through for 1. Jennings moves on to 5. He has 100 runs in the match, does Keaton Jennings, but he fell 4 short of 100 in the innings. earlier on today, out for 96.
So if you were sitting down there, you'd be able to get your butler to just pop back to the bar and bring you a refreshing libation.
And a silver tray. Bohannon back and across, sends Jennings back as he guides the ball away through the offside for no run.
Could receive callers if you wanted to, and they'd put their card on a silver salver.
I quite fancy those seats, the red seats underneath the new hotel, the second hotel.
That's what I mean.
Oh, that's what you fancy that one.
Okay,
I mean,
I think that's
right.
I think that's excellent. That would just be a.
That's your spot you fancy.
That's
right,
the
okay.
spot I
thought you meant in front of the
the
first hotel.
No, the new one.
Get over there, yeah, with the bar right behind. Yeah, I'm with you now. Yeah. Again, defended by Bohannon. And there's no addition to the score. Yeah, there's just maybe 5 or 6 supporters just watching from those red seats. For viewers on Lancs TV, the red seats to the right of the screen there, so below the second hotel. That's the Andrew Rad seating area, really. Now that's where you want to be.
It does look nice. But I have to say, it is very pleasant to be able to, as I did this morning, sit and have your bacon and eggs, gaze out over the ground and dream dreams of Archie McLaren and Walter Brearley, and JT Tilsley, and what have you. If you're that way inclined.
Who isn't?
Not indeed. Here's Guthrie, 13 for 1. With a bit of sunshine and chopped down to backward point by Keaton Jennings. Can't get it past the fielder there. It is very, very, say again, a very pleasant place to come and watch cricket if you've never been here. I speak as a visitor. Don't get to come here more than usually once a season, but it's a very nice place to come. Here's Guthrie. In again and bowls to Jennings, who uses his height, just stands tall, gets on top of the bounce, works it into the onside where George Bartlett, the one wearer of the floppy sun hat, fields, and there's no run.
I was reading some quotes from the Lancashire chairman, I think it was in the Cricketer magazine, about their plans is to try and further enhance the cricketing experience here and reflect the pretty sizable, rich history that the club has, which is something that I think
driven by Keaton Jennings, but hard into the ground and rolls up to extra cover where Sales fields.
Some Lancashire members feel that's maybe been a little bit neglected to a degree. I mean, for example, just even simple things like the naming of stands and having gates named after former players and just elements of kind of decoration as well to reflect the club's cricketing past.
Well, let me just say, in that respect, Lancashire are not alone, he said with feeling. Here's Guthrie in, and that's tucked away down to fine leg by Keaton Jennings. He's going to pick up another run. Jennings up to 6 and Lancashire to 14 for 1. I'll tell you what, I'm walking around the ground each morning so far. The plaques, sort of with great moments of Lancashire history, Lancashire firsts, great test matches at Old Trafford, just bit of information and some images. Look really smart and very interesting to read. Doesn't take much. I think it's much appreciated by spectators. Down the leg side goes Guthrie, and Bohannon not needing to play at that one. I just think the naming of stands. It is nice at Northampton now that all of the boxes used by sponsors and supporters in the Lynn Wilson Indoor Centre are now named after former players or former captains, which I think is rather nice.
Yep.
Of course, we have the Ken Turner stand, from which you and I will be commentating together in about 3 weeks' time or whenever. Here's Guthrie, and then bowls to Bohannon, brings him forward, pushes out into the offside. Bartlett comes into field, and that's the end of the over. 14 for 1. Bohannon is 8, Jennings is 6. But things like, I don't know if you've had a chance to have a look at this, Scott, but at Derby, they have this wonderful timeline of showing the history of the club with, you know, information and images, and I think it's superb. And I have actually done a version of that for Northamptonshire, should they decide to. Maybe that's something they'd like to put on display. At Leicester, they've got those wonderful big boards in the Charles Palmer suite downstairs where we have our lunch, with every century and 5-wicket haul taken for or scored for Leicestershire at Grace Road, which they can add to, like a sort of honours board. So some clubs have, I think, have got it absolutely right, and perhaps it would be nice if just everybody else caught up a bit.
14 for 1. The bowling change from the James Anderson end. Weatherall into the attack, but down the leg side to Jennings. And there's no run taken by McManus. Oh, it's nice to hear that, you know, on your walks around the ground that you've seen elements of that here. And as I say, it was encouraging. It was just nice to read the quotes from Andy Anderson actually about how, and he said, look, I think he drew the comparison with Wembley. He said he went to Wembley for some meeting or other, and he said you've walked into the rooms at Wembley and it was just rich with history of English football. And defended by Jennings to square leg for a single, moves to 7, 15 for 1, and he's said something that we are trying to get better at and trying to improve and work towards. Which,
well, such an amazing history here, obviously, with Lancashire and with England, of course. It's there's always a slight tendency among some administrators who maybe think that forget sometimes that the club existed, or a club existed before they were involved, and it's important to reflect the heritage, I think.
Weatherall to Bohannon, back and across and defends.
Considering there's only 3 grounds in the world that have hosted more first-class matches than Emirates Old Trafford.
Go on then, who are the 3?
All in England. 2 are easy, 1 I think I'd probably have about 3 goes at it. The first 2 I think are fairly easy.
Lords. The Oval.
The Oval, yep.
And there's one more ahead of Old Trafford.
Not that far ahead.
There's Weatherall to Bohannon. Oh, he's kind of half followed that, did Bohannon, but it was the slightly anxious look over his shoulder that raised a little bit of excitement amongst the Northamptonshire players. Through to the keeper, and there's no run. Go on.
Trent Bridge. Lords 2,846, quite a long way ahead of the Oval, 2,142, the only 2 over 2,000.
Weatherall to Bohannon forward in defence, and there's no run.
Trent Bridge 1,634. Emirates Old Trafford just over 1,400, 1,454. So presumably this is 1,455. Edgbaston's just shy of 1,400. Then Hove, the others that are over 1,000. Hove, Worcester, and dear old Wantage Road.
Final ball of the 10th over of Lancashire's second innings. And that's allowed through to the keeper. And Bohannon remains on 8. Jennings on 7. 15 for 1, trailed by 253 runs.
So for those who moan about Northampton, there are only 7 grounds in the world that have staged more first-class matches than it. So.
Who's moaning about Northampton?
Everybody. No, that's not true. There's a few that still, I think, haven't been, probably those that haven't been to the ground recently, and are still sort of thinking about it as it was years ago, when it was, you know, was a bit sort of shabby in places.
There's been a lot of work done to...
An awful lot of work done at the ground. It looks a cricket ground now, and you know, have to remember that for years there was a big restriction on what the club could do there, because obviously it was still being used for league football as well until 1994, when Northampton Town moved to Sixfields, and you know, there was a whole big part of the ground that they couldn't do anything with. But it looks a lot better now, and it just looks like a proper ground. And as soon as they get new press box, then we'll all be very happy.
There's a lovely little coffee place, isn't there, on the
the
far side of the ground?
Yeah, it's really nice. Yeah,
I'll be there in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, no, looking forward to it. Looking forward to hosting you. Here's Justin Broad coming into the attack from this Brian Statham end, and immediately Keaton Jennings latching onto one on leg stump, meat and drink to him, and he turns it away through mid-wicket for 4. Welcome to the attack. Justin Broad takes Keaton Jennings into double figures, 11 to him, 19 for 1. That was a little bit of a gift, and with the minimum of effort and the maximum of effect, Keaton Jennings just turning that away through mid-wicket. Lovely shot. 19 for 1. The deficit now 249. A bit of sunshine bathing the ground. Still 2 slips in. Broad over the wicket and takes Jennings on the thigh pad, I think. Don't think there's any bat involved. Ben Debenham will turn round and signal leg by, which he does. So 1 more onto the total, 20 for 1. In the 11th over of the innings, the time just coming up to 3 o'clock. We have 14 overs after this one before tea, so we'll be a little bit late, but not ridiculously so.
No, we're pretty much on time yesterday, weren't we? 6 o'clock finish.
I didn't know what was happening. Strange, strange days. Here's Broad in, bowls to Bohannon outside the off stump. Well taken by Manus, just reaches him on the half volley. Is that the first sighting of a bobble hat this season? It's just, it is. It's Northamptonshires head coach who's doing a lap of the ground.
He likes to get his laps in, doesn't he?
He does, sporting a Northamptonshire bobble hat, which look actually very similar to the Lancashire ones that we saw this morning with, I think it was one of our cameramen, wasn't it? It was, or one of the photographers, I think, was wearing one. Here's Broad. In and bowls, very full, beautiful extra cover drive by Josh Bohannon for 4. That's comfortably the best shot he's played today. That was Bohannon at his best. Lovely extra cover drive for 4. 24 for 1.
Yes, it was. Kind of Bohannon at his best. That's a type of shot that will be hugely encouraging for Josh Bohannon and for Lancashire. Big player for the Red Rose, batting at 3. A slow start to the season, which can happen, of course, when you're very, very early in, but that's an encouraging shot.
Here's Broad in, bowls to Bohannon outside the off stump, leaves it alone. Goes through to Lewis McManus. I don't know about you, Scott. From a Northamptonshire perspective, I would like to see the leggy on as soon as possible.
Well, he can't be far away. He's going to have a turn before tea, isn't he? Must do.
Justin Broad, as I say, bowled best part of 20 overs in the first innings. Running in again to finish his first over, and that's again very full and driven. It was a half volley and it was driven and well fielded off his own bowling by Justin Broad, and that's the end of his first over. Cost 8 runs. 24 for 1 with Bohannon on 12, Jennings on 11.
Just keeping an eye on that start between Kent and Middlesex, because there's a really quick attacking start by Crawley, who's got to 55 off just 63 deliveries. And Kent are 83 without loss. So they've been set 309, I think it was, to win. 83 without loss at the start of Kent. So they've made a terrific start with the bat in that Division 2 game. Some interesting games again, all bubbling up. There's some great finishes last weekend in the first round of games. It's a belting finish at Lords. It's obviously a terrific finish at Taunton, where Worcestershire hung on. Oh, it's down the leg side by Weatherall, and Jennings stood and watched it, and then McManus went leaping away to try and stop it. He did get something on it, but and actually enough to make sure he didn't head towards the boundary, but it has gone through for a bye. The score moves on to 25 for 1.
As opposed to Northampton, where the match was over 29 minutes into the third day.
Right, yeah. Not the ideal.
Not the ideal.
But what a response so far.
Yeah, so far.
Weatherall to Bohannon. Ships away from a right-hander and taken by McManus, and there's no run.
A natty pair of shorts that Darren Lehman's got on as well.
Like he's gone for shorts, even on the
I know.
colder of the days so far.
It's a bit like the late Don Estelle, doesn't he?
He looks like someone who's basically always wants to be in shorts.
Yes,
I suspect,
yeah.
Weatherall to Bohannon. Defending, takes his bottom hand off the bat. As the ball nips back into Josh Bohannon. Deflects it away to mid-wicket. Goes wandering down the pitch and does a little bit of prodding and poking. He's on 13, Josh Bohannon.
Just looking at a tweet in, which I'll share with you after this ball.
And here is Weatherall. And through to the keeper. There's no run.
Dave Chapper's one of our regular correspondents, saying Chapper's bet was offering odds of 250 to 1 against that Northamptonshire would enforce the follow-on. Yeah, I think we'd sort of sussed that one out. But, brave attempt.
Weatherall from the Anderson end. Bohannon works the ball behind square on the leg side for a single. Bartlett sends it in. Bohannon moves on to 13. 26 for 1. And brings Keaton Jennings back on strike. Fielders having to change with a left-hand, right-hand combination. It's a lovely Sunday afternoon for a dog walk. If you can just see this, when I likes TV, we just a little trot around with the dog. Is that inside the ground? I didn't think you could allow dogs inside the ground.
Just wanting the same.
Sure whereabouts that was. Weatherall to Jennings. And that's the front foot just pushed away to cover. End of the over. 26 for 1. Bohannon 13. Jennings on 11. Well, 45 overs remaining in the day. Tea will be taken when there's 32 remaining. So decent chunk of cricket to go before the tea break.
Mentioned when we went over and just saw the end of the Yorkshire innings, the declaration at Headingley against Worcestershire. I see Don Best got his maiden championship 100 today. He was a handy player to have coming in at sort of 7 or 8, but obviously went a bit higher today and took full advantage. Broad it will be to continue. First over cost 8 runs, including that gorgeous extra cover drive from Josh Bohannon, who's facing at the start of this over. 26 for 1. 2 slips in. Broad bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Bohannon, taken by Lewis McManus in front of James Sales. That first slip, Sales at first, Vasconcelos at second. Point. George Bartlett having a chat there with umpire Richard Illingworth. Extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. Mid-wicket, then a man back on the boundary at deep backward square, and a man on the boundary at long leg. They'll try the short ball again at any point. Here's Broad in, that's very full, and it's driven by Bohannon up to Keogh at mid-off, and there's no run.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of short balls in this game, haven't we? But
yeah. Well, they worked out Tom Hartley with that one, didn't they? With the short ball, and then Tom Bailey also holding out. Here's Broad in again, very full, left alone by Bohannon outside the off stump, through to the keeper. So don't envy our cameramen in this weather out with Nothing really very much to protect them. It's a drafty old day today. I'd have bought the fleece for the post-match stuff. It might be a bit parky downstairs later. Here's Broadin bowling to Bohannon, homing in on the stumps. Bohannon playing defensively back down the pitch, no run. Deficit now 242. More runs required to make sure Northamptonshire have to bat again. As Scott was saying, after this over, we have 44 left in the day, 90 odd tomorrow. That's a minimum today. We may get a few more than that in if we see a lot of spin. Here's Broadin outside the off stump, left alone by Bohannon.
Yeah, which I suspect we probably will do, if not before tea, but I'm certain we'll see a bit of Harrison before tea. But he bowled 19 overs in the first innings, and Tom Hartley and Luke Wells got through over 50 between them when Lancashire were bowling. So yeah, and that certainly was a threat, wasn't it, towards the end of that Lancashire innings, the way that Harrison bowled.
Justin Broad, 75 on his back. Runs in to bowl to Bohannon, brings him forward, plays it up to Proctor at mid-on. That's the end of Justin Broad's second over, a bit tidier than the first. It was a maiden, 26 for 1. Bohannon is 13, Jennings is 11. The man out, if you're just dipping in and out, just joining us. Michael Jones out to the 6th ball of the innings, last ball of the first over. LBW to Liam Guthrie for naught without a run on the board. But since then, Keaton Jennings and Josh Bohannon have steadied the innings after Lancashire asked to follow on.
Invited
to follow on.
Whether they fancied it or not, they're having to do it. Comes Weatherall to Jennings. Stumbling stop at mid-wicket by Harrison. Source of runs for Jennings, that just off his hip, working it leg side. We've got the mid-wicket in place, got a deep square leg in place, and a fine leg as well. 3 on the leg side boundary, mid-on, which is the skipper, Luke Proctor, mid-off, Rob Keogh, safe save at cover, Bartlett at backward point. And then 2 slip catches, of which one is James Sales, who has spent most of the time with his hands in his pockets. He will just remove them at the very last possible minute. This is angled in towards Jennings. Full length delivery by Weatherall. Again defended to mid-wicket. There's no run. 26 for 1. He's on 11. Lancashire captain. Yeah, you can see Harrison just twirling his arms around a little bit here at mid-wicket, so there's early signs. The leg spinner might not be too far away. Driven by Jennings to cover, where safe Zabe fields. No run, and now Harrison's on his back doing a few stretches as well, so this it's cranked up a bit as this as this warm-up for Calvin Harrison. Himself ready for a little go before tea. Seems so far. There's been the order for Northamptonshire with cloud cover above and the new ball into Jennings. He just turns him round. It probably hits him somewhere on up on the thigh pad potentially. Stifled appeal really by the bowler. A little bit from the keeper. A gentle shake of the head by umpire Illingworth.
Just a quick update of the game at Canterbury, Middlesex one. Zach Crawley's gone, bowled by Zafar Gohar for 58, and Bell Drummond's gone first ball, bowled by Gohar for naught.
Weatherall to Jennings down the leg side, taken by McManus.
Kent now 91 for 2. Be a fascinating game, that is.
Absolutely, yeah.
Goes the distance.
Interesting, isn't it, Canterbury? It used to be a absolute flat pitch, didn't it? It's not the case, really, in the last season or two. It's produced some good games of cricket.
It has, yeah. Well, Northamptonshire had a cracking game there a couple of years ago. Very good game. First game of the season.
Back foot by Jennings. Worked into the offside for no run. End of the over. A maiden that for Weatherall. 3 overs, and that's his first maiden. He's gone for 2 runs. 26 for 1.
It was a funny old game. It was the first game of the season. The first day, it was a bad toss to lose. Northamptonshire, needless to say, lost it, and were in a lot of trouble in the cricket that was possible on the first day before this storm came across. It was like looking at the end of the world, you know, vaguely apocalyptic. The clouds coming over the Nackington Road end, and but then we had almost like sort of had 4 seasons in the 4 days, because we then had a bit of wind and showers. The last day was nice, but Kent were left to score 250, I think, in the 4th innings. Got there, probably not quite as many as that, as Broad starts another over outside the off stump, left alone by Bohannon. But they lost 3 quite quickly. I think it was just about 220 they needed. And they lost 3 for 60, something like that, and we thought this is interesting. But Ben Compton just dug in, played really well, and saw Kent home by 7 wickets, which didn't really reflect the fact that, you know, midway through the afternoon session, Northamptonshire felt they were in with a chance of winning. It was a good game of cricket, really good. Rob Keogh got 100 in the 2nd innings to keep Northamptonshire afloat. Here's Broad bowling short, and, well, Bohannon's going to take it on, pulls it away over mid-wicket for 4. That's going to be a bit of work for Liam Guthrie down there to go and retrieve it. Yes, to go and retrieve it from the pretty sparsely populated stand down to our right. But that was a short ball, and Bohannon took it on confidently. And it raced away for 4. 30 for 1, Bohannon to 17, his 3rd boundary. Lancashire will hope that he's just starting to, something has clicked, if you like, and he's just going to play the way we all know he can. Here's Broad in, played just a little bit across his front pad, Bohannon, but safely enough out to mid-wicket, where Harrison fields, and there's no run. Darren Lehman on another lap.
Goodness.
He must have one of these smart watches or something, or I don't know.
Counting your steps.
Tell me how many steps you've done.
Maybe as a target every day, and we'll do myself 10,000 steps or 12,000 steps.
Usually I know how many I've done, but how out of breath I am going up the stairs. Here's Broad in, down the leg side, and left alone, just shadowed by Bohannon.
He's disappeared behind the side screen.
Where's
he off to?
Having a chat with somebody, I think. It was like a sort of a wave of recognition or something.
He's gone for a nutter.
He is. He did.
He's off.
He did say, when I was having a chat with him ahead of this game, that he didn't think people liked him at Old Trafford. But
I don't believe that.
I think that was probably just the fact that he played for Yorkshire, obviously, for a long time, so he would have played in any number of Rose's battles here. Here's Broad in, hits Bohannon on the pad. They're going to go through for a sharp single. Leg by, I would imagine. Don't think there was any bat involved. No, there wasn't. Signalled as a leg by umpire Debon, and ran out into the onside. Had to scurry a little bit, but got there. 31 for 1. Deficit now 237. I've lost him now.
Yeah, he's gone. He's disappeared behind the.
Right.
He's off somewhere.
Perhaps he's gone to.
He's gone to Tesco's or something across the road.
I've gone to read those very interesting plaques I was saying about. But he seems to be really enjoying himself. We were talking this morning about his the house that was accommodated in just on the edge of Northampton, settling in there. Forced off the back foot by Keaton Jennings out into the covers where Calvin Harrison fields. 31 for 1 off 15 overs, so pretty tight stuff from the Northamptonshire bowlers so far, but you feel the main event is going to be when Calvin Harrison comes into the attack. This is like the sort of the aperitif. 31 for 1, 17 to Bohannon, 11 to Jennings, man out Michael Jones, LBW to Liam Guthrie without scoring.
Does feel a little bit like that, doesn't it? That the next kind of phase potentially might be when the leg sprinter comes in. What will you be able to conjure up? Well, they're all probing away. He's going to continue. This is his 4th over. Just sits up nicely for Bohannon. Just to punch it away towards wide mid-off for a single. And there's one run. Bohannon moves on to 18, 32 for 1.
Yes, it's the old figure of 8 over Gatwick at the moment, isn't it? Really, we're just holding.
Yeah, it does a little. It just feels at the minute it feels just a little bit samey and a little bit gentle. This for Lancashire, which they'll be fine with. The seamers have been terrific for Northamptonshire. They contributed in the first innings to some degree or other. Weatherall to Jennings, flicked it away down to backward square leg. And Jennings moves on to 12, 33 for 1 now.
I think you're absolutely right, Scott, and on that basis, if you go on the idea of captaincy being to do what the opposition would like least, these two having settled in quite nicely against the seamers, I think the time has come for a bit of twirl.
Yeah, see, well, everything he's done so far, Luke Proctor, pretty much every decision he's made has kind of worked for him. Bohannon waits forward in defence. And there's no run. He'll be hoping for some time in the middle with Josh Bohannon. Alongside Keaton Jennings.
James Sale starting to swing his arms at first slip. I say he can bowl, he has bowled. Picked up a 4-for against Notts 3 years ago now, bowling his medium pace. He bowled quite a lot in the winter out in Australia, playing club cricket out there.
In comes Weatherall to Bohannon down the leg side.
But it might just be to keep warm.
Could be, yeah. Just to keep limber. Now he's been out in the field for some time, hasn't he? through the course of the Lancashire, and he's been at either slip or at short leg. He's always in the game, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's not kind of grazing out on the boundary with a chance for his mind to wander. He's right in the thick of the action. 92 with the bat, and involved in the field either at slip or kind of short leg. There's Weatherall into Bohannon. He goes leaping away to his left off his own bowling to try and stop it. Steered up to mid-off that by Josh Bohannon. But, enthusiastic effort by the young bowler. Luke Proctor stands at mid-off, having fielded the ball, waits for his young bowler to come past him and hands it to him. He'll set off again. Long approach, running in from the Anderson end. And Bohannon in behind and defends. Just drops it away to the offside. That is Calvin Harrison, who might not be a million miles away from having a go. At least not just for the time being. Going to be Broad to continue. 31 for 1. 16 overs gone of Lancashire's second innings. They are following on. They trail by 235. And we're edging towards the tea break. What have we got left? 9, isn't it? 9 to go till the tea break.
Temperature aside, it's actually quite a pleasant afternoon. There's a little bit of sunshine around, a few shadows being cast. Broad to continue. 3 overs for 12. Picked up 3 wickets in the first innings and a couple of good catches, so he had a hand in half the dismissals. But Harrison continuing to warm up in there at extra cover, and Scott was just saying I think it'll be sooner rather than later before we see him in the attack. For now it's Broad, 2 slips in, bowling to the left-handed Jennings, takes him on the pad, runs down towards fine leg, but Manus fancies a trot after it. Reels it in. Again, was there any bat in it? No, there wasn't. Leg by, says umpire Ben Debenham. So one more onto the total, 34 for 1. Lancashire still 234 runs behind. These two have done a good job, just settled nerves a bit after the loss of Michael Jones in the first over. Here's Broad, in bowls to Bohannon. Forces that one up to extra cover. Where's Zaid fields? And there's no run. Bohannon faced 51 balls so far, so useful time out in the middle for Josh Bohannon, and Lancashire will hope he's out there for an awful lot longer. Here's Broad. In and bowls to him. Bohannon is forward in defence, plays it back down the pitch. Broad fields and then tosses the ball on to safe Zabe, who's in there at extra cover. As Harrison continues his extended limbering up routine, seems to have been going on since I think they took the field about an hour ago.
I think he's keen for a go, isn't he?
I think he is. Well, I would be. Here's Broad. Bowls to Bohannon, tries to drive, goes for one of those crunching extra cover drives like the one he played a few overs ago, but doesn't time it. Rolls up to mid-off, where Keogh fields, and there's no run. And Keogh goes across to have a chat with his captain, Luke Proctor. Two sort of senior pros in the side, obviously captain Keogh and Lewis McManus as vice-captain. Here's Broad in outside the off stump, left alone by Bohannon, goes through to Lewis McManus. Proctor captain of this Northamptonshire Red Bull side, Lewis McManus vice-captain. Rob Keogh with very nearly 300 appearances for Northamptonshire across all formats. Very much the senior pro. Here's Broad. Running in again to bowl to Bohannon, who's getting inside the line, pushes it out into the leg side. Harrison comes across to field, but he can't prevent the single being taken. Bohannon goes to 19, Jennings is 12. And Lancashire at the end of the over, 35 for 1, still trailing by 233, and the appearance of Dominic Leach with helmets suggests that we are going to see some twirl rather soon.
Yes, he's been busy, hasn't he, Leach, for Northants, coming up with the helmets and the padding. Sales has got most of his protective gear on. I think he's really taken his pads off, and he's, you know, just the helmet required for Sales. He'll position himself at leg slip or short leg. And well, this will be an interesting little period now, heading up to tea. 8 overs to go, so there'll be 4 of Harrison from the Sir James Anderson end of the ground, which is where he bowled in the first innings and picked up 4 foot. And he's got Bohannon, right-hand batter, on strike to begin with. He's got Vasconcelos at slip. And James Sales, who's at forward short leg. Umpire Debenham having to just burst into a jog here from square leg to point. His view blocked by the rear end of James Sales. He's crouching over at short leg. In comes Harrison to Bohannon, and that just runs away past the umpire, who's now at point. And Bohannon takes a single. He might have to jog back the other way because there's the left-hander Jennings on strike. Is he going to be okay to stay where he is? The square leg umpire. No, he's forget that. I'm not running them. I'm not doing that between every delivery.
James Sales' left foot is just about the right side of the line, isn't it? But tight.
So Jennings on strike. Harrison in to Jennings. It's a single, just worked towards the leg side boundary. Guthrie comes round to field. delighted that umpire Debenham's not decided to go from square leg to point between every delivery. He'd be absolutely goosed by the end of the over. It's clear of view now. The right-hander's back on strike. Harrison in, balls. Forward again goes Bohannon. Fielded by Harrison off his own bowling. Gives the ball a bit of a polish. It's only 17 overs old, this new ball. He's into Bohannon, hopping back into the crease. And works the ball away into the leg side where Weatherall fields at mid-wicket. And there's no run. There's long on and deep backward square leg. And the fielder on the cover boundary as well. Harrison to Bohannon, again playing deep in the crease. Able to play it up towards mid-on where Keogh comes up to field. Bohannon takes a single, moves to 21, 38 for 1. Bringing Keaton Jennings back on strike. And James Sales just peering over his shoulder to make sure he's okay in that position. Forward short leg, only a fraction forward, but enough. And that's played behind square for a single by Jennings. And he keeps the strike. So a bit of a gentle start by Calvin Harrison. In this little short spell before tea. 4 runs coming off the over. 39 for 1, Bohannon 21, and Jennings on 14.
Something that I don't think we've seen up to this in this season up to now. Just keeping an eye on the scores in the other games. At the Oval, Surrey against Hampshire, taking tea there. It says play to resume at 3:30, so just about 3 or 4 minutes time. If light rain allows.
Oh, okay.
So we've obviously got a little bit of weather down in South London. I did say there's a forecast for Northampton this afternoon is for a fairly hefty scattering of showers, but no sign of anything here yet, thankfully, as Broad starts another over, his 5th round the wicket, bowling to Keaton Jennings. In defence, back down the pitch, no run. In fact, the sun is out at the moment, with Justin Broad casting shadows as he walks back to his mark. With his captain Luke Proctor doing a bit of ball polishing on the sleeve of his long-sleeve jumper. And here's Broad. In and bowls again to Keaton Jennings, pushes it out into the covers. Harrison fields, and there's no run. Does seem a shame with County Championship starting to build momentum, even starting as early as it does, that many counties, of course, will be missing rounds. Here's Broad, works it into the onside. Does Keaton Jennings, straight to Bartlett at mid-wicket. Both Lancashire and Northamptonshire play 3 and then miss a week. I suppose it's about workload and all the rest of it, but
everyone kind of skips one week, don't they, in this opening block of.
But the great law of you know what is that will be a marvellous week with cracking the flags. There's Broad bowling very full and clipped away by Keaton Jennings. Good bit of fielding on the boundary by Safe Zabe, keeps it to 1. Shorter boundary up that side towards the net area. Jennings goes to 15, Lancashire to 40 for 1. So these two have put on 40. Michael Jones out without a run on the board. Bohannon to face Justin Broad again. And that's again full and driven up to mid-off, where Rob Keogh has to make some ground to his left and allows Bohannon to come through for the single. 22 to Bohannon, 41 for 1. Lancashire following on. Been invited to follow on 268 runs behind on first innings. Here's Broad in, bowls, and forward goes Jennings, pushes it out into the covers. Harrison fields, and that's the end of tight and tidy over from Justin Broad. 5 overs for 15, 41 for 1. Bohannon is 22, Jennings is 15. We have 6 overs to go until tea. Next one to be bowled by the leg spinner Callum Harrison. See, that was warming up out there in the field. A few sort of bends and stretches going on. It's roughy weather all out there, so maybe you'll have a little burst before tea.
Yeah, Broad from the Anderson end. 5 overs, all maiden for 15. As Harrison's into Bohannon. Turned away to the leg side, there's no run. Twirl of the bat from Lancashire's Josh Bohannon. Sails, settles into position at forward short leg, crouching down. Harrison in, forward goes Bohannon and defends. There's no run. It's going to be a short spell this for Harrison. Actually, just 4 overs he'll have from the Anderson end before tea. Oh, he's pushed that through much quicker. Bohannon going back to play it late. Just drops it into the offside. And there's no run. Just looking to maybe try and vary line and pace as well for Harrison into Bohannon. A great deal of turn there for him. Gently played back towards him by Bohannon. 41 for 1. Harrison from over the wicket. Forward goes Bohannon. Bat in front of his pad, just rocking onto the front foot. Works the ball away to the leg side. Weatherall Fields at mid-wicket. Harrison's back in again. Quickly through the over. Final ball of it to Bohannon. It's whipped down towards fine leg. And a little bit of bottom hand on that from Josh Bohannon. And up comes Saif Zaib to field. And Bohannon ticks along to 23. Lancashire 42 for 1 at the end of their 20th over into their second innings. Captain and vice-captain together for Lancashire in the middle. Josh Bohannon and Keaton Jennings in lengthy conversation.
Well, Luke Proctor's decided to go spin at both ends. So we're going to see a bit of Saif Zaib coming into the attack from this Brian Statham end. Bowled 1 over in the first innings, during which, just before lunch, took the wicket of George Balderson, LBW. Mentioned he's now taken 5 wickets in 9 overs this season. Took 4 in fairly short order against Kent in the first match of the season, including 2 in 2 in the first innings to wrap up the Kent first innings. So Zaib will bowl his left arm spin round the wicket initially to the right-handed Bohannon with a slip in. That's all as far as close catches are concerned. Vasconcelos in there. Here's Zaib round the wicket, bowls to Bohannon and just short of a length, punches it off the back foot up to Bartlett at mid-off. Here's Zaib, bowls to Bohannon, stretches right forward, gets to the pitch, pushes it up to extra cover where Broad fields and there's no run. Zaib, 4 little steps in and bowls, and Bohannon trying to drive, doesn't really time it, just rolls back down the pitch for Zaib to field. Zaib in again to Bohannon, once again defensively forward, and Zaib fields off his own bowling. He has a deep square leg out just in front of square. Another defensive stroke from Bohannon to the next delivery from Saif Zaib. Almost in the Simon Kerrigan sub-minute over mode here. That's the end of the over. It's a maiden as Bohannon plays the last ball defensively. That couldn't have taken much more than a minute. And so Zabe starts with a maiden, 42 for 1. Bohannon is 23, Jennings is 15. We have 4 overs to go until tea. Calvin Harrison peeling off his sweater, handing it over to the umpire, Richard Illingworth. A little bit of sunshine, just casting shadows. And Harrison it will be with a slip and a forward short leg.
Yep, same feel, isn't it? With 2 close catches, deep square leg, long off back as well. Just going to thrust the bat into that is Keaton Jennings. Kicks that one away. Up comes safe Zabe to scoop up the ball, lobs it back in towards the direction of Harrison. Jennings on 15. Nothing as yet for Calvin Harrison. It's gripped and turned and hurrying up the batter. That's just played nicely away off the front foot for Keaton Jennings through mid-off for a single. Takes him on to 16. 43 for 1. Bringing Josh Bohannon back on strike. Harrison with his leg spin from over the wicket to Bohannon. Played out towards mid-wicket for a single. 24 to Josh Bohannon. Early signs for the Lancashire number 3. As he tries to click into a bit of gear here. Again, just offering the pad, Jennings. Harrison to Jennings. Play back towards the bowler. There's no run, just the 2 coming off the over so far. 1 ball remaining. On 16, Keaton Jennings around the wicket in, balls into those footmarks again. That spins and turns back in, but he got right forward, big stride, right across. Keaton Jennings way outside the line of off stump. Bat safely tucked in behind. And there's no run, so it's a gentle start for Calvin Harrison at the minute. No real alarms just yet from being conjured up by Northamptonshire's leg spinner. 44 for 1. Jennings on 16 and Josh Bohannon on 24.
And to be fair, these 2 have played really well, haven't they, after that early shock. Northamptonshire would have sensed the momentum definitely running their way, but these 2 have dug in. Played very, very sensibly and steered Lancashire to 44 for 1. Here's safe Zabe, left arm spin round the wicket, flights that one right up, driven by Bohannon past diving fielder there at extra cover. Justin Broad rolls up to Bartlett at mid-off. Is Zabe in again, bowls and pushed by Bohannon to Broad again at extra, and there's no run. So we have 16 balls to go until tea, at least in theory. Won't be too late at all. Here's Zabe in again, bowled on leg stump, turned around the corner by Bohannon. There is a man there. James Sales in the shin pads. He retrieves, stays at 44 for 1. Here's Zabe. Again, flighted right up. Forward comes Bohannon. Pushes it back down the pitch. And there's no run. Still a few people watching the game from their balconies in the hotel buildings. Watching Zabe come in and bowl to Bohannon. Forward defensive. Rolls up towards extra cover. And Zabe comes across the field himself. 1 ball left to go in the over. Here is Zabe. Bowls to Bohannon on the back foot. Punches it back down the pitch. Zabe fields the end of another Neat and tidy over from the left arm spinner. 2 overs, 2 maidens. And Lancashire are 44 for 1, still trail by 224. And we've got a couple of overs to go until tea.
Yeah, just the 1 wicket so far in that Lancashire second innings. Liam Guthrie, LBW, trapping Michael Jones for naught. Guthrie with the only breakthrough so far for Northamptonshire. Tried the seamers, Guthrie, Proctor, Weatherall and Broad. Now into spin from both ends, Harrison and Zabe in combination. And edging towards tea. Encouraging thing from Lancashire's point of view is that at the minute there's not a lot out there troubling the 2 batters. That's turned into the onside for no run, but there's still a lot of cricket to go, and Lancashire are a long way behind, still 224 runs behind. And a lot of batting in front of them. Here's Harrison to Jennings on the front foot. Just kind of plonked away into the onside for no run. It's just in Broad at mid-wicket to field. This will be Harrison's final over before the tea break. Around the wicket to Jennings, turned into the onside. Broad's there again. Only 3 involved in this, the bowler, Jennings and Broad. He's picked out just in Broad at mid-wicket in the first 2 deliveries. In comes Harrison. There's that big front pad from Keaton Jennings. And the ball deflects off it. Harrison decides himself, I'll go pick that up, the nearest to it. Wanders back to his mark. Fine leg just coming in. Sorry, 3rd man coming in, which is Safe Zabe. Now short 3rd man. Short fine leg as well. And there we go again, padded away from Jennings. And there's no run, so a delivery to go for Harrison. I'm sure we'll see him again after tea. Into Jennings, just a quicker delivery that time. Able to play it through backward square leg for a single. Got the strike actually, Jennings, for the final over of the afternoon. 45 for 1. Jennings on 17 and Josh Bohannon on 24.
Yeah, Northamptonshire would, well, they managed to pick up those 3 quick wickets immediately before lunch. They dearly like to take one in with them at tea time. Just the 1 over to go. Still been a satisfactory session for Northamptonshire when you think that Lancashire were, what, 8 down in their first innings at lunch, so they nipped out the last 2 wickets quickly. There was no pronounced wagging of the tail. And then nipping out Michael Jones in the first over of the second innings. Since then, Jennings and Bohannon done an excellent job steadying the innings. Safe Zabe to bowl the final over of the session. They'll be bowling to the left-handed Keaton Jennings with a slip and a forward short leg, and here's Zabe over the wicket. Bowls to Jennings, pushes it out into the covers where Harrison fields. And there's no run, and now the man down at deep backward point, James Sales, is being brought up into the ring to save 1 at backward point. Here's Zabe in again, just drifts a little bit in the breeze away from the left-hander. Jennings nevertheless presents a solid bat to it. Is Zabe in again outside the off stump, left alone by Jennings. 3 balls to go in this session. Here's Zabe. Short, cut away, hard into the ground, bounced up nicely for Harrison to field, and there's no run. Penultimate ball of the session coming down. Zabe bowls to Jennings, who lets it go into the gloves of Lewis McManus, which brings us to the final ball of the session. Safe Zabe bowling it over the wicket to Keaton Jennings, who pads up, watches it into the gloves of Lewis McManus, and that is tea. Tea on the 3rd day of this County Championship Division 2 match between Lancashire and Northamptonshire. Lancashire going in at 45 for 1. in their second innings, having lost the wicket of Michael Jones to the first ball. To the last ball of the first over, I should say, sixth ball of the innings, without a run on the board, LBW to Liam Guthrie. But since then, Keaton Jennings, who's 17 not out, and Josh Bohannon, 24 not out, have prevented any further alarms or excursions for the home side. So they go in at 45 for 1, still trailing by 223. That is the match situation, as the Pigeons flutter off in the general direction of the hotel. We will nip off in search of a cup-up. Trust you'll do the same, and that you'll rejoin us on the BBC website and app and on Lancs TV when play resumes in just under 20 minutes' time.
Is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
There was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
like an engine and we need to be fuelled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fuelled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
Is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it.
To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like, we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
We wouldn't, yeah, true.
So here we go into the evening session on the third day. 45 for 1 Lancashire. This is still 223 runs away from just making Northamptonshire bat again. They've lost 1 wicket in the afternoon session. A dismissal of Michael Jones, LBW. But then since then, Josh Bohannon and Captain Keaton Jennings have safely negotiated Lancashire to the tea break without any further damage done. So they've got 9 wickets remaining to get through today, and then tomorrow as well. Take some chipping off, well, 220 more runs just before even making Northamptonshire bat again. But it's a start, it's a partnership, and for Lancashire they've been, in truth, few and far between partnerships in that first innings at least. And I suppose to give Lancashire some degree of comfort at tea, it wasn't doing a lot really, Radders, was it?
Doing very little, and you feel, I was talking about this downstairs in the press box, you feel Northamptonshire probably need minimum of 2 wickets in this session, just to sort of, preferably, I think, they'd be looking for 3 maybe, just to keep themselves feeling that they're they're in with a good chance, especially if the weather tomorrow is, as the forecast suggests, not deluge all day, but there may be some time taken out of the game. If these 2 were to bat through the session, then Lancashire have got, will fancy they've got a really good chance of saving the match, especially if there is a bit of time taken out. But if Northamptonshire could nip out 2 or 3, I think in this final session they will feel that they're still very much on target to win here for the first time in 26 years.
And with that in mind, that makes it, again, as ever, another important little 32 overs, this, doesn't it? Makes an important session.
Yes, it certainly does. And an awful lot you still feel hinging on this man, Calvin Harrison, who's going to bowl the first over after tea from the James Anderson end. with Vasconcelos at slip, James Sales still under the lid at forward short leg. Those are the two close fielders. Harrison starting his 5th over. Bowls to Bohannon, who stretches right forward, gets to the pitch of it and pushes it out to the offside. Justin Broad comes across to field of a backward point and sweeping on the cover boundary. Short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket as Harrison is in again. Bohannon pushes it up in the general direction of the point, but Harrison skips across to field. 45 for 1 it is, so the deficit 223 at the moment. Here's Harrison in again, flights that up, turned by Bohannon, wide of Sales at forward short leg, out to Rafi Weatherall at mid-wicket. Harrison tossing the ball from hand to hand. Get the fingers and the wrist loose. Bowls to Bohannon, who turns it past Sales for the first run of the session, past forward short leg. Weatherall comes round to field, but Bohannon takes the single. He goes to 25, and Lancashire to 46 for 1. Keaton Jennings on strike, just checking his guard with umpire Richard Illingworth. And Harrison will bowl round the wicket to the left-hander. Does so, that's looped up off the pad. No contact with the bat. Otherwise, I think James Sales might have put the dive in the end. Felt he didn't need to. Harrison bowls to Jennings. Big appeal for LBW. Not out. But that didn't look the worst shout I've ever seen. Not out, says umpire Illingworth. And that's the end of the first over of the evening session. 46 for 1. Bohannon is 25. Jennings is 17. And, well, that over took about a minute. So, depending on who we see bowling at the other end, we may get more than the minimum requirement. It's going to be Liam Guthrie.
It flashed up on the scoreboard before that Northamptonshire's over 8's +6.
Yeah, well, we were talking about this yesterday, weren't we? And it's one of the differences, even in the previous game, obviously, which Northamptonshire lost, but they did take 20 wickets, and they did seem to be, you know, there wasn't that flatness that you sometimes get with Northamptonshire sides in recent years. And when they go quiet and they go a bit flat, there's a bit, they were just moving a bit more purposefully between overs and making sure they were, you know, trotting and getting into position. And it's just nice to see. It just looks efficient. It looks professional.
Left arm seemed to begin with after tea from the Brian Statham end to Josh Bohannon. Defended to safe save at cover. And there's no run. Both batters having to start again. Umpire Debenham just hoping Bohannon mark his guard. It was an encouraging session that for Lancashire and for Josh Bohannon in particular. I mean, Jennings had looked terrific in the couple of games so far this season. But this is a start for Bohannon. He's very watchful in this next delivery, up on his toes to steer it away back down the pitch. And there's no run, so yeah, there can be spin from one end and maybe seam for at least a little bit from this end. We did see some spin from Safe Zabe before, well, in Lancashire's first innings, and then 1 over. Picked up 1 wicket. And Safe Zabe. And we've seen him bowl 3 overs in the second innings so far, as this is allowed to go through to McManus, and there's no run. Proctor starting with some with seam from the Brian Statham end. Third man, there's a fine leg, deep backward square leg. 1 slip. Point, cover, mid-off, mid-on. And mid-wicket. Strong lad, Liam Guthrie. And he bustles in again to Bohannon. And that's allowed to travel through to the keeper. And there is no run.
A little toddle out the back at tea time at the aforementioned roof garden that we were talking about earlier, and it's quite chilly out there, isn't it? And it's nice to get a bit of fresh air and watch the Bury to Altrincham trams bustling
Excellent.
down the line behind.
Guthrie into Bohannon, short ball. Bohannon ducks underneath it, and it just about reaches the gloves of McManus as it loops down towards the ground. 46 for 1.
Some lovely chives in there, in the little rock
okay.
roof garden with the purple flowers and a little sniff of the rosemary. It's very nice. Very pleasant.
Some sunflowers in there last year.
Yes, I remember those. I was saying the strawberries, I think, the year before.
Guthrie balls fallen off stump and driven by Bohannon to mid-off. Keogh fields, and there's no addition to the score. So Guthrie starts with the maiden, actually, straight away after tea. I think I should be hoping it's quite a quiet, sedate session, which means not a lot's going to be happening, and that's been perfect for Lancashire. Can Northamptonshire somehow create a sense of jeopardy and uncertainty and just cause a few jitters in the Lancashire dressing room? At the minute, it's pretty calm waters for Lancashire, and that'll do fine for the home side.
Yes, that's what Bumble was saying yesterday, isn't it? You sometimes just need a moment of magic. We saw it this morning, that catch of Safe Sabes to dismiss Keaton Jennings, who's facing this next ball from Calvin Harrison. Just turns it calmly round the corner down to deep backward square. Going to come back for 2. Liam Guthrie wasn't massively quickly to the ball. There's a little shortage of urgency there, but Keaton Jennings spotted it and haired back for the second. He goes to 19, Lancashire to 48 for 1. 220 runs behind. Here's Harrison, bowls and turned away by Jennings for a single. This time it will only be 1 as Guthrie comes around from deep backward square to field. James Sales gets himself out of harm's way when the throw came in. Moves across to his fielding position. Forward short leg to the right-handed Bohannon. On 25 off 89 balls. Watchful stuff from Josh Bohannon. Here's Harrison bowling to him and forces that off the back foot. He's going to pick up 1 more run because mid-on is very deep. Perhaps sort of 2/3 of the way back to the boundary, in front of the point. And that's 50 up for Lancashire, 50 for 1. Ripple of applause around the ground. 50 partnership as well, of course. Forward goes Keaton Jennings, takes that on the pad. He had played a shot at it, and in any case it wasn't really threatening the stumps. Here's Harrison round the wicket. Bowls to Keaton Jennings, who props forward, goes off the pad close to Sales at forward short leg, who again, realising there was no bat on it, didn't put in the dive. Harrison again into Jennings. Jennings forward, blocks that one out into the offside. Another over ticks past. 50 for 1. Lancashire in their second innings, following on. Bohannon is 26. Jennings is 20. Harrison 6 overs, no wicket for 13. Picked up 4 in the first innings.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? How, I mean, things can develop in this session, of course, but you kind of compare the way that the end of the afternoon and the very, very early start of the evening session compares to the tail end of the Lancashire innings, both last night and this morning, when things were happening and things were unravelling and Harrison's in the game and you sense that things were gripping and turning and it's difficult, and just none of that just at the minute.
It's all very placid at the moment, isn't it?
Here's Guthrie to Bohannon. Oh, that loops away just enough on it to clear mid-wicket. And Bohannon through for a single. But he's may have skipped a beat for a moment or two there, Josh Bohannon. Just able to get the ball up and over Rob Keogh at mid-wicket, but only only just.
He's fairly tight in there, isn't he?
So it's George Bartlett,
yeah.
isn't it?
He's fairly tight in there at mid-wicket, and I don't know if he'd been, in a more sort of orthodox, conventional mid-wicket position, he probably should have. It would have been a straightforward catch, but it's fair enough. He's there for a reason.
Takes Bohannon to 27, 51 for 1. Guthrie left arm over bowls, short and pulled by Keaton Jennings towards Harrison on the square leg boundary for a single. 21 to Keaton Jennings, 52 for 1. Doesn't seem to get too much joy from this pitch if you drop short. Not a great deal of pace to work with. It's been the case really from the first day. Forward again goes Bohannon in defence, and there's no run. Gathered by George Bartlett. It's quiet around the ground. It's actually quite quiet amongst the Northamptonshire fielders too, as well as the minute just hanging on, kind of sitting in there, hoping, waiting potentially for a mistake, maybe just a moment of magic. And then rocking back, pulling out towards deep backward square leg. Through he goes for a single. Moves to 28. Score ticks along to 53 for 1.
You wonder, Scott, if this will be the pattern in this session, that they'll sort of wind Calvin Harrison up and let him bowl from that end, and then just really rotate the seamers. So if nothing happens, they might consider possibly giving Harrison a go from this end.
Guthrie left arm over the wicket to Jennings. Nudged away down to fine leg for a single. Moves to 22, 54 for 1.
And whether they'll also get Saif Zabe into the attack on the basis that he just has a bit of a golden arm this year. 5 wickets in the 9 and a bit overs he's bowled in Championship cricket. That's the 2 matches.
It's been his game so far, hasn't it, with the runs and the catch.
Yeah. Yes, it's almost sort of written in the stars, isn't it?
Final ball of the over, back of a length and whipped away down to fine leg by Bohannon. Weatherall's on the boundary to field. Single for Lancashire at the end of the over, 55 for 1. Bohannon 29 and Jennings on 22. A little change in the commentary box, I think. Northamptonshire's head coach, Darren Lehman, has been good enough to join us, which is excellent. Good, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad, thanks.
Good,
Can't
good.
complain.
Pretty decent couple of days for your side.
Yeah, it's been a good game for us so far. So fingers crossed we manage to get a few wickets in this last session and then push on tomorrow.
55 for 1. It's Bohannon on 29. And he defends as Harrison twirls away from the Anderson end. Yeah, it's been pretty hard for cricket, hasn't it, I think?
It's been good cricket, hasn't it? These two have played quite well. So from Lancashire point of view, I'm sure they want to keep going, but
Harrison in to Bohannon, forward again, and there's no run. What was kind of the view at tea time from your lads about how the pitch is going to play?
There's enough rough there for the spinner on both sides, so that's encouraging. And then it's just trying to find a way with the quicks to get some wickets.
Harrison to Bohannon, sweeps, appeal for LBW, down on one knee is Harrison towards the umpire, pleading in the direction of umpire Illingworth, who shakes his head.
And probably bowl a better length. Harry probably a bit full in the session before tea. Let's get the right length, and then I think he'll create enough chances like that.
Into Bohannon. Ooh. Squeeze through, keeps it out. Bohannon just taps it away into the offside, no run. 55 for 1. 29. Josh Bohannon. Slip and short leg, crouching down. Harrison in and bowling. Forward again goes Bannon in defence, and there's no run. So the final ball of the over for Harrison, who might be in for a bit of a lengthy spell this afternoon from the Jimmy Anderson end. He's in to Bohannon to complete the over. Forward once more, and there is no run. End of the over, 55 for 1. We've got 27 overs remaining in the day's play. Bohannon 29, Jennings on 22. So have you found it so far at Northants?
Oh, very enjoyable. The whole county, the people, beautiful county around the place as well. I've loved it. Outside, you get outside the city area. It's got some great history within the city, and then beautiful countryside. So yeah, I've been fortunate enough to just live on the outskirts in a little village, and yeah, it's been really enjoyable. People have been great, and clubs have been fantastic, and players have bought into what we're trying to do, obviously. And the result didn't go away last week against Kent, but it certainly was a better way to play than maybe on a flat wicket. It had a bit in it, that wicket. We were a bit short with the bat, but having said that, we had our chances to win that game. We fell short.
Liam Guthrie left arm over the wicket, balls to Jennings. Clipped down towards deep backward square leg for a single. 23 to Jennings now, 56 for 1.
But yeah, all in all, it's been fantastic. Enjoyed being back in the county system and the circuit, and seeing all the different players and styles of play and different wickets you come across, etc. So yeah, it's been very enjoyable.
Let's ask you about that, about kind of coming back into county cricket in this role as head coach. Obviously, I mean, played so much in this country as well. I mean, what was your thought process behind that? How keen were you to take the job up at Northants? There's Guthrie from around the wicket to Bohannon. It's dropped into the offside, no run.
Timing was perfect for myself and the family, really.
Right.
Had some opportunities before to coach different counties, but this one just fell in the perfect time, really. I got out of coaching back in Australia and went into commentating with the ABC, which is the BBC equivalent, and that was really enjoyable. So I sort of took a different route and was enjoying it that much. I went, well, that's what I'm going to do for the rest of my life. And then all of a sudden this opportunity came up, and family sat down. We said, well, if you're going to do it now before you get too old, do it while you can and enjoy it. So that's how it came about, really.
Guthrie to Bohannon, driven back to the Northamptonshire bowler, no run.
Yeah, and the club worked really hard behind the scenes to make it work. Obviously, I really enjoyed the ABC commentating. So for me, it was a case of how does it work? And I can't get here for the whole time, obviously. And look, really, December, January, it's pretty dark, isn't it? So, beautiful. I do want to do a Christmas here in.
Do you?
UK.
Why?
Yeah. Well, snow and.
Can we swap?
Cold lager.
Guthrie to Bohannon, short ball, which he just sways out the way of it.
And that's sort of how it worked out. And then so I said I can get here, mid-February, late February all the time, and they said no problems. And really, that works about right anyway, because the players are running. They're pretty fit these days. They're running and fitness training pre-Christmas, and then indoor nets. But you can only do so many indoor nets as well. So we've got to try and get it overseas. I know Lancashire, they went away a couple of times, didn't they, for their pre-season. So for us, we've been lucky with the weather. It's been unbelievable. So we haven't missed a session yet.
Guthrie to Bohannon, clipped out through the leg side. And they agree on, one, and then a second as well by the time that Broad comes round to complete the fielding. Coupled to Josh Bohannon, he moves to 31. Lancashire now 58 for 1.
Yeah, so and the challenge is also, to play good cricket consistently and create a team that wants to represent their county nice and proud. And Radders will tell me if they're not. There's no problems with that, and people do tell you if you're not performing the standard you like, and that's fair enough because they're passionate, and that's what I like. So, as I said, we're disappointed the first game, but we didn't play as badly as the scoreboard suggested. I wouldn't have thought.
Shot again by Guthrie, and Bohannon ducks underneath it. End of the over, 58 for 1.
And the wicket had some really good carry. It was a really good cricket wicket at Northants the first game. In fact, it was that good. I think Adam Hollyoak's done the same thing at Kent. They've left more grass on it in Kent. I haven't seen a score, but that seems to be going
busy. That one,
quite fast. So,
yes,
and you've got to win cricket games. You've got to be in a chance to win cricket games, and we were in a chance last week, but fell short. In a chance in this game as well. Obviously, we played well. We got sent in and batted really well in the first innings, so that it created opportunities. And in an ideal world, if you had 4 full days, we're not sure about what's going to happen with the weather. In the ideal world, you probably bat again and give your bowlers a rest as such. But with the chance of showers and a big lead, it was 270 or so. That's a lot of overs to get out. So we just felt with Harrison, it's not going to break up a lot, the wicket. It's a pretty good wicket, as we know. So we've just got to create enough opportunities. If we do that and put the ball in the right areas, we'll do that at some stage.
How much was the Harrison signing with this particular game in mind and this venue in mind?
Oh, very much so. Yeah. That's,
signed him basically just because you were playing here.
Yeah, and he's fitting in really well. He's got a lot, and I haven't seen him play that much, to be fair. I knew he had good control, but his control's excellent. So he can play on most surfaces, I think, with that control.
3 catches around the bat. Harrison continuing. Reverse sweep by Keaton Jennings, which is a real strength of Lancashire skipper. Safe Zabe hurrying around to his left to field. Single for Jennings takes him to 24, 59 for 1 now.
Well, I like that. I like when he's reverse sweeping against the rough out of the foot mark. So, and I like that field. They brought the silly mid off in to make him play a different way, and he's got good control, as we said, with Harrison. So I've been pleased with him. I thought he batted really well in the first innings. Played calmly. It's a pretty good number 9, actually.
Yeah. And balls to Bohannon. This defender back beyond the reach of Harrison. Bohannon moves on to 32, 60 for 1 now. Lancashire still trailing by 208 with 25 overs remaining today. And a full day tomorrow, albeit, as Darren was saying, the forecast is it's not that bad tomorrow. There's a possibility of maybe the odd shower. Again, going for the reverse, he's Keaton Jennings. He can get this one away. And they've got a silly point, short leg slip. Going to strengthen the offside as well. There's a third man.
I don't want that. I want him to say, Keaton Jennings is a good player of spin. He'll play on the leg side now. So there's no 45. He will probably sweep the other way now.
In comes Harrison from around the wicket. Driven through the offside by Jennings for a single. Takes him to 25. 61 for 1. Trail by 207. And how competitive do you reckon Division 2 is going to be this year?
Oh, I think all cricket's competitive, whether it's Division 1 or Division 2. I mean, I grew up in the county cricket, really, Division 1. We played every county once. The back end, I think we played divisional cricket. I don't see too much of a difference, really.
Okay.
I think the wickets are probably flatter in Division 1.
Harrison to Bohannon. Swept out towards deep backward square leg. And 4 to Bohannon. Lancashire to 65 for 1, and he moves to 36.
Yeah, the standard's been high qualities, I mean, Jimmy Anderson is playing Division 2. He's one of the best fast bowlers of all time. So it says to me the quality's there with all counties. Have got good signings, good players.
Harrison to Bohannon. Just worked off the back foot and fielded by Broad. Short extra cover, end of the over. So it's 65 for 1. And Jennings on 25, Bohannon on 36, and 25 overs remaining in the day. With Lancashire still trailing by 203 runs. And I guess that's what you need, isn't it? I mean, you don't want top division, do you? Particularly to be that far above Division 2.
No, you don't.
You want teams to be able to win the promotion and compete.
Yeah, you do. There's a big stretch between Premier League and Championship, isn't there? Where the teams come up and down.
Yeah.
You don't want that in Division 1 and 2 here. And I don't think you'll have that. Teams still love playing for their county, don't they? They don't like swapping too much. So you'll see the pride of, Lancashire obviously went down this year, or last year in Division 2, and they'll be trying to get back up. We're the same. We're trying to get up to Division 1. That doesn't change anything how you play. And the quality of players throughout the whole system's, very good. You see some quality players that never been, or haven't played for England, that probably should have at different times. So there's good players all around the place.
Go through to continue. Left arm seam from the Brian Statham end. Keaton Jennings is is on strike. He's 25, not out. Guthrie to Jennings, but down the leg side and taken by McManus. And there's no run. It's on 25, the Lancashire skipper.
Well, you've seen a bit of cricket. You would think that standard's pretty similar in both?
I think Lancashire, since they won the title in 2011, they've been relegated 4 times since then. And the 3 previous occasions, they've gone straight back up as champions. Short by Guthrie through to the keeper. There's no run. I look at the Division 2 squads and teams this season, and I think the standard's better this season than it has been in previous years. Certainly in the years that Lancashire have been in Division 2. You know what I mean? I think this would be a really tough season for Lancashire to get out of this division, for anybody to get out of this division.
Oh, I think anyone. Yeah, I think it's going to get down to, if you get on a bit of a roll and you can win a couple of games and get, big bonus points. Oh, I'm not sure about 8 for a draw, to be perfectly honest.
What, too many?
Too many, yeah.
Okay. Guthrie into Jennings.
You want to see results played and good 4-day cricket and not worry about a draw so much. You're not teaching kids to draw games, are you? We should be teaching our younger players to play the right way to create wins, and then hopefully there's a flow-on effect for England.
Because it was,
dare I say that as an Aussie?
You are quite. It was 5 up until a couple of years ago. Is that better? 5 points?
5's better, I think.
Yeah, okay.
Then you get people playing more for a victory. You see it in Division 1 a lot, don't you, with the wickets.
Guthrie into Jennings, just nudged away off his hip out towards square leg for a single.
They seem to just make the wickets flat, make sure they get 500, their full bowling point, batting points, see if they can get, their bowling points, and if they get a win, that's great. But you can end up with 16 points, can't you? If you bat well enough and bowl well enough and have a draw, where you can only get 24 in the end for a full-blown win. So I think it's probably a bit high, which I don't even know whether I'm allowed to comment on these things these days. I'll comment from a BBC point of view. How's that? You'll get me out of trouble.
I'm sure you're allowed an opinion, yeah. Guthrie into Bohannon, forward in defence, and there's no run.
So I'd like to see it the other way a little bit. I think positive play, then teams will be happier to declare if it's a flat wicket and set up a chase on the last day. Division 2, you see the winners, and generally the winners of either division, they're winning sort of 7 or 8 games anyway, aren't they? But you sort of, and that's fair enough. But you just got to get rid of the draws. In this country I get it because of the weather sometimes, but making sure there's a result is good for everyone.
Final ball of the over, Guthrie to Bohannon, right in behind it and defends back down the pitch. And there's no run. End of the over. 66 for 1, trailed by 202. Bohannon 36. Jennings on 26, with 24 overs remaining in the day's play. And how does it's fair to compare the county championship to the Sheffield Shield, that type of thing, but in terms of domestic first-class cricket, and you've obviously know these two competitions as well as anybody, and is it good cricket and producing good players and what it's supposed to be there for, you reckon?
Shield cricket?
Yeah, Shield and this.
Both.
Format, yeah.
Both. I mean, Shield, we're lucky enough we're only 6 teams. You're 18 counties, aren't you? We're 6 teams, so we've got 66. And pretty much you get the best 66 playing all the time, where...
Reverse sweep from Jennings for a single.
So, competition's rife for spots, which is always what you want. Here you can move around a little bit, can't you, from county to county to keep playing. I do like the loan system, actually. I do like that. I've not come across it before.
Okay.
I haven't coached here, but I do like that. Give someone like Calvin Harrison, who... is being very good for us.
Who's in now and bowling to Bohannon off the back foot to cover, and there's no run.
So, Australia, the system's been... We just had a really good Shield final. My son actually played in it for South Australia, and they won it the first time in 30 years. So, it's a really competitive market, the 6 teams.
In and bowling. Forward goes Bohannon in defence, and there's no run.
And then you've got the county system where it's a lot of players, isn't it? Most people have, 20 odd on staff, and 18, what's that, 360? 360 compared to 66 is a big difference, isn't it? So, the competition's rife in Australia, as we know, and that may be, but that's been around in England for hundreds of years, hasn't it? So,
67 for 1. Harrison to Bohannon. It's played off the back foot towards mid-on, and there's no run.
I mean, one of the things I remember when I played for Yorkshire many years ago, if I can remember back that far, we played at Headingley, and it went all over the shop, the wicket, and had cracks in it, and it was
run away through the offside by Bohannon. They're flirting with the idea of a single, but they decide against it. So Bartlett does well to stop it. End of the over, 67 for 1, trailed by 201.
Yeah, really challenging. And then you went down to Worcester, for example, and it seemed all over the place. It was just one of those wickets that are real traditional. And then you went to the Oval and it spun. So you had all those different, and I think that was a great upbringing for me as a cricketer when the wickets are so different. Where what I'm seeing in Division 1 is the wickets are they're 600 versus 600 at the moment. Where Division 2, I think you'll find the wickets will be, well, it does turn here later on in the year, doesn't it? It's quite flattish at the moment, obviously. But then you've got other grounds that turn and seam. So I think that's a good upbringing for any cricketer if they can play on different surfaces. And once they succeed in those surfaces, they gain a great experience and can play the next level, I think.
Going to see a bowling change. Luke Proctor's going to come into the attack. I'll bring Rathers back in for a chat with you as well. Just take you through this Luke Proctor over. 67 for 1, Jennings on 27. Keeper standing up. There's Proctor around the wicket, bowls and worked away by Jennings. Through mid-wicket for a single. Takes him to 28. Not out. And the score moves on to 68 for 1. We're into the 35th over of the Lancashire second innings. They are following on. Still, well, they're now exactly 200 runs behind. With still a decent amount of cricket to go. And when it's like this as well, when obviously Lancashire's got loads of batting ahead of them, Northamptonshire's got plenty of time on their side, is it just about kind of patience? There's not a lot happening off the pitch, it wouldn't appear. From a bowling team, you just have to kind of hang on in there and stick at it. It'll come back to it as Proctor's into Bohannon, whipped away through the leg side for a single now.
Yeah, you got to have plans and be a bit different, and Luke Proctor's been very good for us in that regard, chopping and changing and just making sure you come up with different plans. We've got the keeper up to the stumps to get them back in their crease as such and try and get an LB or a caught behind, whatever it may be there. So they're the little things you try and change along the way. Patience is a great virtue in England, isn't it? On wickets like this, you probably have to be. I mean, we'll make no bones about it. There's a lot of rough there for the spinner, or not enough rough. He's the one that's going to win us the game pretty much. You hope that the quicks will chip in and get a wicket here and there. But you're banking on the spinner, and it's a lot harder for the left-handers to play out of that rough. And with their left-handers, I mean...
there's a few.
There's a few, isn't there? Outside, what is there, Bohannon and Hurst, and then the rest are all left-handers. So I would think Harrison's going to bowl a bit from that end for the remainder of the game as such. But, yeah, it's one of those ones. It's the way the game pans out. I mean, you can... I mean, if Lancashire batted, so they're batting till tea time, you're probably batting again, aren't you? And you're setting a total. And that's sometimes what you've got to do to get them to play more shots. But on this occasion, it's such a big lead. You get to the stage where you're 10 good balls away. I mean, even that ball that Lewis McManus dropped off Bohannon, that flew off the top edge.
Where did that come from?
That's come from nowhere. I mean, if that just hits the side as such, side of the bat, edge of the bat, he catches that, and they're 2 for all of a sudden 2 for 5 or whatever it was. So they're little opportunities, but you just got to create enough chances by doing that. If you put the ball in the right areas, you're going to create enough. These two are playing very well, and that can happen in the game of cricket as well. But there's a long time in the game, obviously. If you work at 3 and over, 200 runs is still another 70 overs away. It's a lot of bowling. So yeah, it's a game within the game.
And there's a bit of work to be done here for the ground staff. I don't know what the problem with all sorts of equipment being carried out here, but whatever's been suggested to begin with hasn't worked. The Luke Proctor and Josh Bohannon are having a bit of a natter about it, but something's not quite right with the footmarks, I think, here. Luke Proctor, yeah, he just not feeling pretty comfortable as he's coming to bowl. So some work needed to be done by the ground staff. Just on Luke Proctor, because obviously he's got great connections with Lancashire. I was saying to Radders before, when Lancashire won the title in 2011, he is now the sole survivor, the only player still playing professional cricket from that team that won the county championship in 2011. And how have you found him, Luke Proctor? Because he's been great to watch, having left Lancashire the way he's developed his career.
Yeah, he's been excellent. I've met him a couple of times, but never worked with him, obviously, as such. And I reckon he's everything we're about as a county. Runs in all the time. Obviously, good upbringing in Lancashire and performed well. And then got a second lease of life, really, with Northants and taking that both hands. I want him to bowl more. That's one of the things, and because I think he's an effective bowler.
He's opening the batting for you as well. He's doing everything.
I'm getting him to do a bit.
You are, aren't you? Get your money's worth.
Yeah, well, he's captain. He can earn it. But he's been excellent. Yeah, good around the lads. Upbeat character. They all respond to him really well. So I'm pleased the way it's all going.
What type of captain do you like? What do you think is the ideal kind of captain? Do you reckon?
Oh, a bit of everything, really.
Right.
They've got to be really fluid with, sometimes stern, sometimes arm around the player, communicator. There's different forms of communication these days too, isn't there? So, he covers that all really well. So that's a pleasing point of view. And we're in a different position. We have 3 captains. So we have obviously Luke, and then Lewis does the one days, and then David Willey does the blast. So it's a little bit different, something I haven't come across, but they've all been excellent. And very collaborative as a group. They've been excellent as a leadership group. So for me, it's no problems.
This is a major bit of work going on here, isn't it? We've had to wait a while for this, but the excellent ground staff are out doing a bit. Big brush there as well, scraping away at the surface. And he's hands and knees to try and get this sorted out.
Well, there's only one bad thing about this, Knocks my 6 o'clock beer off, doesn't it, really?
Well, which last night we were all quite grateful of, yeah, that's been pushed, seems to be pushed back a bit. We're getting giddy with excitement yesterday at a 6 o'clock finish.
Yeah, well, on these wickets you should probably do, because spin should play a fair part, shouldn't they? So,
yeah. Oh, it's just that little spot there. It's not quite right.
And there's Redders to work with.
Oh,
he thinks I've got insomnia, by the way. He sent me his book, and it's actually a really good book. I've started reading it, but I wake up, as a coach, I wake up at 5 o'clock every morning, regardless of what time I go to bed or how many pints I've had. I just 5 o'clock, because I think about the next day, and then you can't sleep. You've got to remember a few things. You've got to send a few texts around. I normally shoot him a text about 5:30, 6 o'clock it would be, and he responds back. He's got insomnia as well.
He's probably got his head book in a yearbook or something, or in his scorebook, hasn't he? Yeah, reaching out some stats or something or other. Yeah, he's a walking encyclopedia of Northamptonshire Cricket Club. That is a certainty. He's good fun to work with. Look, well done. I think we're all right. I think we can continue. It's quite a lengthy delay, but whatever's been done hopefully has repaired the problem. 69 for 1, so 199 behind. Jennings on 28. I'll let you have a natter with Radders for a few minutes at the end of this over as Proctor's into Jennings, who's safely in behind it with the keeper standing up, which I think is a good option to Jennings. He does bat out of his crease. And, he's tapped away into the offside, and there's no run. A fine leg with a deep backward square. Third man. Mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off cover and point, plus the slip in place as well. There's Proctor from the Statham end around the wicket, balls again. Jennings trying to force this ball away. And straight to backward point, where there is no addition to the score. So still 69 for 1. It's not the brightest at the minute. We did have the floodlights on towards the back end of yesterday. It will be required a little later on if the cloud cover continues to drift across. Here's Proctor once more, leaning forward is Jennings in defence and steering the ball away to the offside. And Justin Broad comes up from cover point to field, and there is no run remains on 28. Keaton Jennings out for 96 in Lancashire's first innings before lunch today. And it's Proctor to complete this lengthy over, just back of a length to Jennings, and helped on its way down towards the fine leg boundary. Any bat? No, just glancing away off the thigh pad, and it's been 4 leg byes. Here's a signal from the umpire. End of the over, 73 for 1. Lancashire trail by 195. Josh Bannon on 37, Keaton Jennings on 28. Darren, a few thoughts from you, and then I'll let Radders join you for a bit.
Well, I'd like another wicket. A few thoughts. I'd like a few wickets. And Radders coming in, and you can get out because you didn't get any wickets, and neither you should, I suppose. You're Lancashire through and through, aren't you? So anyway, this is a bit better. Northamptonshire legend. All together now, we're right.
I know.
We've got rid of him.
No. We'll see what we can do. Here's Calvin Harrison starting his 10th over from that far end, the James Anderson end, shortly to be Sir James Anderson end, of course. And that's
it was a good accolade, wasn't it?
That was wonderful.
Yeah.
It's great for the game, I think, game worldwide, as well as the English game and the Lancashire game. Here's Harrison over the wicket, bowls to Bohannon, who's stretching forward, playing it back down the pitch, and there's no run. One thing I did want to ask you about, Darren, is because it's relevant to all counties and certainly relevant to our viewers and listeners here in Lancashire. Just come to that after this ball as Harrison is in, flights that one up and pushed out into the offside by Bohannon, and there's no run. Is about squad sizes and academies and how the whole thing dovetails in and how it should do. Harrison in again, bowls and forces Bohannon onto the back foot this time, just drops it out into the offside and fielded there by Justin Broad. You know, Northamptonshire the last few years have probably had a smaller squad than some, and look to the academy to bring players through. Here's Harrison in again, and that's worked again off the back foot by Bohannon. Back to Harrison. We'll come to it at the end of the over because Calvin Harrison gets through his overs fairly quickly. It's not like the sub-minute overs that we used to have from Simon Kerrigan, but it's not far off. Here's Harrison in again, bowls, and forward goes Bohannon. Back down the pitch, end of the over, 73 for 1, 36 gone, with Bohannon on 37, Jennings on 28. How important is it, Darren, to try and, for any county, to produce players from within and to look, if necessary, and I'm thinking perhaps in terms of Northamptonshire more than Lancashire here, at the surrounding counties and say, you know, we need to spread the net, make sure we don't miss people, the sort of a whole scouting thing.
Yeah, it's a really interesting one because having been new to I think the loan system is a really good system. The hardest thing with the loan system is if they're not playing. Let's take, I don't know, Calvin Harrison as a point. You know, he's probably in the best 360 players, you know, around the place. So, you know, he probably should be playing somewhere. The academy's important for smaller counties because you've only got so much money to go around. Obviously, they work on a lesser budget than say test playing counties.
Here's Luke Proctor starting a fresh over from this Statham end. First ball to Keaton Jennings, pushed up to mid-off, no run.
And that's how they survive, don't they? The smaller counties are supposed to go with smaller squads, and we're only 19. For example, we had Scrimshaw's injured at the moment, so is Sanderson, who's back playing second 11 this week, which is pleasing. And then Miller's got a foot complaint, and then we've got 3 young batters really, Arush, Addy and Krish, who played last year.
Proctor in, bowls, an attempted flashing square cut from Keaton Jennings, doesn't make contact, keeper standing up.
So if you take those 3 out and the 3 replacements, you know, we're only 19, we've got 12 here. Yeah, we're 1 shy really, that's it. So you sort of got to make every post a winner where you can. We've also got Freddie Heydrich, who's a left arm wrist spinner.
Proctor in and bowls to his opposite number, Keaton Jennings, pushed up into the offside. Bartlett comes across some extra to field.
So you've got to look at your younger players. There's some really good young players in the academy coming through, and some of the young players have done well. Addy Sharma in the second 11's made a couple of hundreds. So there is some spots there, but they're a while off.
Yeah.
I mean, we've got to give them opportunities to develop in the second 11, and where we can, we'll give them an opportunity to play at the next level.
Proctor bustling in again to bowl to Keaton Jennings, pushes up to mid-off, fielded there by Liam Guthrie. And I wonder also, as a sort of general rule, you know, that there's an awful lot talked about, and we were discussing it yesterday with Bumble up in the box, about enthusing young people about the game. And I know in Australia, obviously, what was happening with the Big Bash, with England, the 100 was intended, whatever any of us think about it, the 100 was intended, obviously, to enthuse a new generation. Is Proctor in again and bowls, and Jennings just standing tall, pushing that out into the covers for Bartlett to field. Is the game generally in this country, do you feel, doing enough to try and enthuse a new generation?
Well, the way the England team's playing, with the aggressive nature and baseball and such, that certainly excites the next generation, doesn't it, the way they play? So that's one tick, I suppose.
Proctor in bowls and chopped away out into the offside by Jennings, fielded by Bartlett. End of another over. 73 for 1. Jennings 28, Bohannon 37. Lancashire still trail by 195.
Yeah, the opportunities are there for anyone younger to play. Obviously the blast is a big one for that. The 100, I know a lot of people don't. Some people don't like the 100, but you know, if you look at the sheer numbers and what it brings into the game, it probably helps counties like our small counties survive, and that's important as well, because you want small counties to develop youngsters that can play for England. I think that some of the players that Northampton have produced for England, well, one of them, Ben Duckett, comes to mind.
Yeah.
You know, he's been a fantastic player for England, hasn't he? There's a lot of them. Well, yes, they might switch counties here and there to play Division 1, etc., but our job is to try and get them to stay here and play, and they like playing here. That's our challenge as a staff.
Calvin Harrison starting another over, as we were discussing a moment or two ago, Darren and Scott. I think he might have a lot of bowling to do. He might sort of take up residence at the far end at the Statham end. The first ball is just blocked defensively by Bohannon. Here's Harrison. In again, bowls and brings Bohannon forward again, pushes it out into the offside. Just talking a little bit about Jimmy Anderson, you mentioned it, and, you know, you need that sort of role model, don't you? That's the ideal sort of person to have to be able to point to young cricketers. Here's Harrison in again, and Bohannon playing it back down the pitch.
Well, he's a pretty good role model, isn't he? Yeah. I mean, all those players obviously had a lot of success with England at various times. Stuart Broad, you know, those sort of players, and you know, Alistair Cook, you know, Joe Root, you know, now the new next gen of Harry Brook, etc. They're exciting the way they play. So you want boys and girls to flourish in the game.
Around the wicket comes Calvin Harrison and padded away Josh Bohannon. It's interesting, bowling around the wicket, the leg spinner. That one of Northamptonshires relatively rare victories over Lancashire was achieved by leg spinner Andy Roberts doing that, bowling round the wicket. Picked up a 6 for at Lytham back in '91 and won the game. Here's Harrison in again, and again padded away by Josh Bohannon, but aiming for the rough, of which there is, and you see it actually better on the stream than you probably do in just looking at from our commentary position. It's more pronounced. Onto the back foot goes Bohannon, punches it out into the covers. There is a man back sweeping Liam Guthrie, and they're through for a single. End of the over, 74 for 1. Bohannon 38, Jennings is 28. Yeah, I mean, and someone like Anderson, again, you hope that, and I hope that English cricket generally, and you know, with an Ashes series coming up, which I know you'll be obviously focusing on very much in a couple of years' time, you want players like that to be visible, don't you? And whatever, even if he's, you know, him and Stuart Broad and the others that you talked about, the other names that you just mentioned, although they may not be playing, you want them to be visible.
Yeah, that's right. You want them around the place to promote the game, and there's so many quality women cricketers as well to promote the game. Yeah. You know, there's a great appointment. Charlotte Edwards last week, was it? Last week?
That's right, yeah.
She'll be a very good coach for England. I mean, that was an interesting Ashes series down under. They didn't really compete at all, did they?
Well, no, it doesn't look like it. Short goes Proctor, the start of a fresh over, and Bohannon ducks underneath it. Yeah, I mean, you would have, I'm sure, seen a lot of that as we did over here. And
I enjoyed it. Sorry for our listeners there.
I'm sure you did. I have to say, we were staring open-mouthed at some of it, what was going on during the winter.
I mean, the Australian women's team is probably one of the best sporting teams in the world, so they're hard to beat at the best of times. So it wasn't a surprise, the result, but...
Proctor in and bowls, and forward comes Bohannon. But again, it's a question of, as was said by some that were out there, it's a question of trying to get the... do the basics, and if you do the basics right, at least you give yourself a chance of competing.
Yeah, that's right. So I think the game's in a good space from what I've seen around the county system so far. As I said, a few little tweaks here and there wouldn't go astray to improve things, but everyone can improve, can't you? We all can.
Here's Proctor in, bowls and clipped away by Bohannon down to deep backward square, and he's going to pick up a single down to Rafi Weatherall in front of the hotel. One more to Bohannon. He goes to 39, Lancashire to 75 for 1. Well, we were saying earlier on, Darren, that in answer to a question that came from one of your fellow coaches, I think at lunchtime, about the number of times that Northamptonshire have beaten Lancashire by an innings. It's only twice. And the first one was 1914.
Oh, it's a long time ago, isn't it? War. War.
Yeah, summer. It was just about a few weeks before the outbreak of the First World War. Carved away by Keaton Jennings out into the covers, and there's no run. Of course, Northamptonshire still got an awful lot of work to do to get there.
I'd like that. I'd like that result. But you know, these two are playing very well. So, but happy with the way we bowled. You know, there's no complaints there. I love the effort. I love chopping and changing. Where Guthrie bowls short, Proctor bowling with the keeper up.
He's in and bowls and brings Keaton Jennings forward, plays it up to mid-off, and well, one good bit of news for all concerned is the fact that the sun is, I think, just about to come out again. A few shadows being cast here in Manchester. We've been so lucky though with the weather at the start of this season compared to, we were talking about early season games where you've had to brush the snow off the covers and so on. Here's Proctor in again and bowls, and Jennings forces out into the offside, but straight to Bartlett at extra. End of the over, 75 for 1. 39 overs gone in the innings. Bohannon's 39, Jennings is 28. We've got 12th man Dom Leach coming on in place of, let's see who's going off, Rob Keogh. It's just popping off, Dunstable's finest. And Dom Leach comes onto the park. One thing I did want to touch on, because you mentioned earlier on when you were talking to Scott about the fact that there are obviously 3 captains in the Northamptonshire squad, and you wanted to see a sort of collaborative approach between them. The interesting incident last night, right at the very back end of the day's play, when Lewis McManus ran 80-90 yards from his keeping position up to speak to Luke Proctor at mid-on, and I'm assuming that was to try and make sure that Calvin Harrison was bowling to the night watchman for the last over, and presumably that's the sort of thing you want to see. You want to see your senior players getting involved.
Yeah, you're right, Raz. We're quite big on learning the game. No one's got it down pat, have they?
Harrison round the wicket, bowling to Bohannon, pushes it out to the offside, no run.
So we're about different ideas, take it on board, use it where you possibly can. Because no idea is a bad idea. It's a good idea.
Whose time hasn't arrived. Swung away by Bohannon. Straight to James Sales, who I was going to say stops. He doesn't actually have a lot of choice.
But he didn't have much choice there, did he?
It rebounds off the shin pads. Bumble will be saying they didn't wear them in his day, of course, and he's quite right. Here's Harrison in again. Bowls to Bohannon, who whips that away through mid-wicket for 4. Lovely shot. Super balance from Bohannon. Works that one away through mid-wicket to the boundary. Too many of those in this session. Takes Lancashire to 79 for 1, still trailing by 189.
It's a fraction short there. And I don't mind him bowling around the wicket for a change and then come back over, which he's doing right now. Those sort of conversations happen obviously on field, off field, and the senior players, as you said, drive that.
Here's Harrison back over the wicket, bowling outside the off stump. Bit of turn.
I mean, I'm big on the players. We'll give them as many tools as we can, and what you can do and try. But then they've got to change a bit in running sometimes, Radders, as well.
Is Harrison in again, turned away past Sales at forward short leg. He's going to get a single down to deep backward square. Safe save down there in the deep. Sends in his return. Bohannon goes to 44 and Lancashire to 80 for 1.
Well, I'm going to leave you at the end of this over, but I feel like something's going to happen.
Well, Northamptonshire need... Yeah, we were saying, I mean, I'll ask you this question because we were discussing it before you came up. What Northamptonshire would feel has been a satisfactory last session. I thought 2, maybe 3 wickets.
Yeah, I think 2. We've already got 20 overs to go. 6, an hour of play. If we could manage to get...
There's Harrison, and pushed away out to the offside by Jennings. Certainly 1. They're going to come back for 2. Clever cricket from the Lancashire captain. 2 fielders out there, and save's gone down like a sack of spuds, and I hope he's all right.
He will be.
He's okay.
Yeah, I'm just hoping that they can get 2 opportunities, take them. I mean, what have we got today? They were 4 down, so we've got 7 wickets today. If you can pick up another couple, it's 10 for the day. It'd be a great achievement, I reckon.
Yeah.
At the moment, these 2 are playing very well, and they're allowed to. You know, we're trying things, and that's all we can do. So, yeah.
Well, it's been a great pleasure to have you in the box now. Thank you so much for your time. Much appreciated. I'll get Scott back in, and Darren will go off and fortify the troops. And thanks again for your time. That's really appreciated. Darren Lehman, Northamptonshire's new head coach, coming up to have a chat with Scott and myself up here in the box. And we'll do a bit of musical chairs and move ourselves around. Scott comes in alongside me.
Cheers, brothers.
Oh, it's good to get Darren up here and get his view on life, the universe, and everything as Proctor starts a fresh over to Josh Bohannon, pushes it up towards mid-on, and there's no run. It's a pleasant evening now, actually. The sun's come out.
I've just got the impression his pressing concern was his 6 o'clock beer. don't blame him.
Well, he's still got an hour yet. That's fine. He's had plenty of time to get downstairs. But no, he loves to talk about cricket, doesn't he? And that's great for us. Here's Proctor in, bowls, and Bohannon covers up, plays it back down the pitch. Proctor to field, and there's no run. I hope you found it interesting watching and listening at home. I think he'll interesting to see when the Ashes series does come along in a couple of years' time. I'm sure we'll have a few trenchant views to share. Here's Proctor, slightly angled approach, running it away from us, and bowls to Bohannon and brings Bohannon forward, pushes it up to mid-off, where the substitute fielder Dom Leach fields on for Rob Keogh at the moment.
He was mentioning before about what Adam Hollyoak said to him after the game last week. He's a Kent coach, and what pitch they might produce at Canterbury, and they are tearing away. Kent, they're 209 for 2.
Crumbs.
100 away from victory.
That's Proctor in again, bowls to Bohannon, plays it up to mid-on, and there's no run. It's been a cracking game, hasn't it, down at Canterbury?
They lost 2 quick wickets. Zach Crawley went for 58, and then Daniel Bell-Drummond first ball duck, but Ben Compton 73 and Tawanda Mayeye 70 from 82, so they're having a real go at chasing these runs down pretty quickly. 209 for 2, so 8 wickets remaining to get 107 runs to beat Middlesex.
Here's Proctor in again, bowls, and Bohannon pushes it out into the covers. Straight away, call of no as James Sales is there, and there's no run. Yeah, Tawanda Mayeye, I have to say, if he doesn't play international cricket at some stage, I shall be very surprised. He played, I think, the most aesthetically pleasing innings I saw a couple of seasons ago when Kent came to Northampton last year, in fact, and he made 179 at Northampton. It was an absolute joy to watch. Short goes Proctor, and Bohannon ducks underneath it, and that's the end of another over. 82 for 1. Bohannon is 44, Jennings is 30, and Lancashire still a long way adrift, but this has been a really resolute, resilient performance from this second wicket pair, coming together off the last ball of the first over without a run on the board. And Jennings and Bohannon have batted through, well, now 40 overs. Taken out of the game. Excellent stuff from these two.
Yeah, they've been They've been terrific, haven't they? It was interesting to hear what Darren was saying about, basically kind of agreeing with what you said. If it been 2 more wickets at the close of play, Lancashire 3 down, they'd be really happy. I mean, that's a fantastic day for Northamptonshire, full stop. But in terms of setting it up for tomorrow,
yes,
having Lancs potentially 3 down at the close of play. But Bannon and Jennings have been really good so far, and look like they'll take some getting out. Harrison to Jennings, and play back down the pitch towards the leg spinner, and there's no run. It's a 30 for Jennings. He's got 3 close catches around him. Again, there's Jennings, and that's pushed away into the offside. Takes a single, moves on to 31. 83 for 1 now.
Yeah, that innings of Mieye's, he was statistically overshadowed by Daniel Bell-Drummond, who made 300, but it's Mieye's innings that I'll remember.
That's interesting game at Canterbury.
And he top scored for them last week in the game at Northampton.
Right. He's having a good go with the bat tonight, as well, isn't he? In that game. But Hannon off the back foot. So work down towards fine leg. All the pigeons are on the move. I don't blame them. They come back for 2. The score moves on to 85 for 1. But Hannon to 46. Halfway through the over. Short leg and slip in place. There's Harrison in and bowls, and Bannon trying to force the ball away. Runs through mid-on where it's fielded by... Oh, that's Dom Leach.
It is, yeah. Dom Leach is on for Rob Keogh at the moment.
No run. Harrison to Bahanam. Just drops it away into the offside. Just runs through point. And the umpire who's fielding at point just dancing away to his right to get out the way of the ball. Picked up by George Bartlett. A single to Bahanam. Takes him to 47. And Lancashire move on to 86 for 1, with 1 ball remaining of the over. Spins the ball from one hand to the other, Harrison. In and bowls, and Jennings plays it back towards him. And that completes the over. 86 for 1. Bahanam 47, Jennings on 31. Just that 1 wicket so far to fall in Lancashire's second innings. Michael Jones out for naught. LBW off the bowling of Liam Guthrie. So Bahanam and Jennings have steadied things for Lancashire. And Luke Proctor's chopped and changed quite a bit. He's at Guthrie and Proctor with a new ball, but it's Harrison, 13 overs, who has shouldered most of the bowling responsibility, and that looks a little bit more healthier for Lancashire in terms of partnerships. Few and far between in the first innings, but 86 runs by Jennings and by Bahanam is a good start for Lancashire, who have been asked to bat again.
It's an excellent start. The only slight surprise I've got is that they haven't given Saif Saib a go. We were talking about it. Well, he bowled 3 overs, hasn't he? But I would have thought, maybe a bit of a longer bowl, as we were saying. He's just got that sort of golden arm thing this year, and in this early stage of the championship season, he's picked up 5 wickets in 9 and a bit overs. And well, maybe we shall see him back in the attack before the close. As it is, it's going to be Proctor to continue, starting his 9th over. Bowls to Bahanam, who plays a lovely looking punch off the back foot. Attempted diving stop in the covers, but it races away for 4. That's a lovely shot from Josh Bahanam. Kicks it past the half-century mark. 51 not out for Josh Bahanam. Give you the stats of his innings in a minute, but that I'm sure will make him and all Lancashire supporters feel a lot happier after not particularly successful first game. 50 off 146 balls, 6 fours, so he's been extremely patient, but extremely valuable runs these for Lancashire, as Scott was saying in the context.
Yeah, this is very good to see from Lancashire's point of view, from Josh Bahanam's point of view. This is really encouraging from Bahan. Had a slow start to last season as well, but it's looked excellent so far in the second innings.
Here's Proctor in, bowls to him, and plays that out into the mid-wicket region, fielded there by George Bartlett, and there's no run. Now it's musical chairs time, because Rob Keogh's back on the field, so Dom Leach went off, and now Vasconcelos has come off, so Dom Leach is back on. So they'll sort themselves out at some point. They've got to shake their hand warmers or something, I don't know. Here's Proctor in, bowls and driven by Behannon up to wide mid-off, where Keogh comes across the field and there's no run. Just looking to see, I'm just trying to find Josh Behannon's record against Northamptonshire, because my sense is that he's got a very, very good record against Northamptonshire, on the basis of the number of times that I've had the pleasure of describing a big Behannon innings. Is Proctor in again, forward comes Behannon, plays it back down the pitch.
He's probably got a pretty decent record against most counties,
yes,
since his debut season 2018. Pretty much an upward curve for him. He had a stellar year the year before last. Got past 1,000 runs in that season.
Here's Proctor in, bowls a slower ball, which is wide outside the off stump, sufficiently so that umpire Ben Debenham calls it a wide. It was a little sort of back of the hand job. It's Josh Behannon saying, I picked it. It was a little back of the hand slower ball that bounced, what, 3 times, I think, before it got to Lewis McManus. Well, it's worth a try. But wide signalled anyway. Short then goes Proctor. All human life is here at the moment. 91 for 1. He's trying just about everything.
When he reached the 1,000 runs for that in that season, the season before last, that came at Northampton. I'm pretty sure. I think I remember speaking to him at Northampton about it. So I guess he got runs in that game as well. Once he's rode a couple of years ago.
It's a safe bet. It's a pretty safe bet. Here's Proctor in again, bowls and forward goes Behannon, plays it out into the covers, and substitute fielder Dom Leach fields, and that's the end of another over. 91 for 1. Bright sunshine now, and in fact where the weather is coming from, the cloud looks a bit higher, and even, whisper it quietly, a bit of blue sky. 91 for 1 it is. Behannon's 51, Jennings is 31, and we have 14 overs left in the day, so we're not going to be far off.
No, on the day it's seen Josh Behannon reach his first 50 of the summer. An important partnership with his captain there, Keaton Jennings. As Behannon acknowledges a bit of the applause from his teammates on the replay on Lancs TV. Good 50, but it's just the beginning, isn't it, really, from a Lancashire point of view. 51 to him. And we are going to see some safe Zabe now, by the looks of things. Bowling change. It will not be Harrison twirling away between now and the end of time.
I wonder if they might
from the Anderson end.
I wonder if they might give him a go at this end, just to see. I wasn't too far out. Josh Behannon's record against Northamptonshire ahead of this game: 7 matches. He scored 599 runs. Obviously, a few more than that now, with an average of just a hair under 75, with 300s against Northamptonshire. So, does seem to have watched him a lot get runs against Northamptonshire.
It's safe say bowling to Keaton Jennings onto the front foot in defence. And there's no run.
In fact, in 5 of those 9 innings, he's past 50. 300s.
Zabe into Jennings and play back towards him. Just bouncing along the pitch back to safe Zabe, who picked up a wicket, I think, with his second ball, didn't he?
Yep.
In the first innings. That's left alone by Jennings in slightly theatrical style. Spinning round in the crease, allowing it to go through to McManus. In and balls and defended. Well, Justin Broad is stretching away, so maybe I see a double bowling change. Or will it be Harrison from this end? I don't know, but certainly Broad's doing a few stretching exercises. Jennings plays it back to Safe Zabe, and there's no run. He's whipped through this over pretty quickly. Just one delivery left of it into Keaton Jennings, short off the back foot and punched away through the offside for a couple of runs for the Lancashire captain. Takes him to 33. 93 for 1. Lancashire 13 overs remaining in the day's play.
And those 2 runs, the first runs off Safe Zabe off the last ball of his 4th over after 3 maidens. Ricardo Vasconcelos is back on the field, so presumably Dom Leach will be scuttling off unless anybody else fancies a comfort break or whatever. Yeah, it is going to be Justin Broad bowling from this end, so just giving... How many layers has he got on, Justin Broad?
It's a few though, isn't it? Yeah.
I think umpire needs a sort of wardrobe, I think, to accommodate. Reminds me when Anil Kumble came to Northamptonshire in 1995, and for his first media interview in April, and it was a bit parky, he took everything out of its wrapper, shirts, tracksuits, everything, and put it all on. And he looked a bit like this sort of Indian Michelin man, but I wouldn't blame him. Anyway, it is going to be Justin Broad to continue. Broad bowled 5 overs in the innings so far, no wicket for 15. Picked up 3 wickets in the first innings and a couple of good catches. And he had a pretty decent game after a disappointing outing against Kent last week. Same could be said of any number of Northamptonshire players who've rather redeemed themselves in this match so far, but there's still an awful lot to do if they're going to wrap up the win that they would dearly love, having won here so rarely down the years. Here's Broad running into bowl to Bohannon outside the off-stump, cut away by Josh Bohannon for a couple of runs. Good positive running from Bohannon, set himself, I think, to go for 2 almost from the moment, the split second the ball left the bat. And they come back for 2, 53 to Bohannon, 95 for 1. So this is his 6th time past 50 in 11 innings against Northamptonshire in County Championship cricket. Here's Bohannon facing Justin Broad and driven up to mid-off, and there'll be a single there as Rob Keogh goes down again in easy stages. Fields to his left, 96 for 1.
6 times past 50 against Northampton. Did you say it was 4 times he's then gone on to
3?
3, okay.
But I mean, he's obviously got power to add here, so could be his 411 innings against Northamptonshire, which is a pretty decent record.
It's weird how that works, isn't it? Some players I mean, I think he's got a pretty good, decent record against most counties, but maybe sometimes it just happens to click against a certain county.
Broad round the wicket, bowling to Jennings, who steers that away past mid-wicket. They're going to pick up a single. Safe Zabe comes off the boundary with the net area, sends in his return, and 97 for 1. Jennings to 34.
Yeah, he kind of recovered well last season. I mentioned he had a pretty slow start. In the end, he finished with 800 runs, averaging just under 35. But did have a pretty tough month at the start of the campaign.
Here's Broad in, bowling to Bohannon, plays it out to mid-wicket where Dom Leach is on the field again. I'm trying to work out who's not on the field. They seem to be getting sort of shuttle runs at the moment. I think. So let's see who's not out there.
But I suppose from Bohannon's point of view, he's never really in doubt. At some point, things will turn around, and he did that last season. He managed to get his season going. And this is an encouraging start after a slow start last week at Lord's.
Here's Broad, in and bowls and driven by Bohannon up to Rob Keogh at mid-off, and there's no run. Kent now 236 for 2. They need to score bearing in mind tomorrow they need to score at a rate of 0.68 runs per over.
It's a terrific run chase, that, isn't it?
It really is. To wonder me, EA is 86 not out off 92 balls. Ben Compton 83 not out. Here's Broad in again, bowls, and lovely extra cover drive by Bohannon. That will run all the way for 4. That's a lovely shot. Played a couple of handsome strokes away through extra cover, and it brings up the 100 for Lancashire in their second innings, and of course the 100 partnership. If these two came together at 0 for 1, it's now 101 for 1. So a century partnership of 270 balls. The milestone coming off the last ball of the 45th over. And what a terrific effort this has been from these two Lancashire batters. The statistics of the innings just being announced to the crowd. Josh Bohannon is 58 not out. Keaton Jennings 34 not out. It's going to be, I think, safe save to continue. It is, at least for now. But the batter's having a well-deserved drink.
It might just be a bit of a well-deserved break for Harrison too. Just rest him for a little bit and have a bit of a breather. Come back in a couple of overs' time and have another go, either from that end or from this Statham end, but probably likely from that Jimmy Anderson end. So it might just be a bit of a breather for Harrison. Yorkshire have beaten Worcestershire. That happened pretty quickly. So they only declared a couple of hours ago, and they've bowled Worcestershire out for 105. So big victory. As Jennings just pads that one away. Yorkshire's victory by runs. It's Yorkshire's record victory on runs by well over 100, and Worcestershire's record defeat on runs by well over 100. That's off the back foot into the offside, no run. So Worcestershire
500 plus runs.
It was, yeah, a 504 run victory for Yorkshire. Goodness. Again, Jennings isn't play a shot, just leaning forward with the front pad. 101 for 1.
Well, Bumble might be here tomorrow.
Yeah, to say, he was doing days 3 and 4 at Yorkshire. As Jennings defends and takes a quick single. Shy comes in towards the keeper's end, and actually, as Broad tried to run Bohannon out, it's deflected off Bohannon's hand by the looks of it. He's always in the wars, is Josh Bohannon. He got a rather uncomfortable blow.
Oh yes.
Last night in the Bohannons. So, not for the first time. I was only surprised he didn't go on and get a century. Every time he gets struck in the mid-drift, he tends to go on and get runs.
Beware the injured batter.
Oh, just a bit, yeah. 101 for 2. He's on strike, Josh Bohannon. And safe save in balls and runs here. Working the ball out towards deep backward square leg for a single. 59 now. So the first result of the day is that win for Yorkshire, an emphatic win. 504 run victory over Worcestershire. It's an absolute walloping. Again, that's left by Jennings. End of the over. A couple of singles coming off it. 103 for 1. Bohannon on 59, Jennings on 35. With 11 overs remaining in the day's play, and so far, with for Lancashire, Keaton Jennings and Josh Bohannon have negotiated this really well. The early wicket of Michael Jones, with Lancashire following on, having seen their first innings melt away. He would be forgiven for fearing the worst, but Jennings and Bohannon have managed to calm things down. And actually, it has been really quite calm and sedate and placid, hasn't it? There's not much happened for Northamptonshire, which from Lancashire's point of view is ideal.
Well, the brains trust of Darren Lehman and Rory Kleinveld are Having a wander around the boundary now. Yeah, Bohannon's where he was hit, I think, by that throw. The physio's coming on. Just the ball is being tossed to the umpires, so yeah, there's a bit of running repairs required, I think, for Josh Bohannon. It's unfortunate because it was just one of those accidental things when the throw came in and he just happened to hit him, but hopefully it's done no major damage.
Yep, a couple of painkillers needed.
There's, at the risk of sounding like Monty Python's Yorkshireman, you know, luxury. Even Northamptonshire haven't. I was looking up. Even Northamptonshire haven't lost a game by quite that many. For the largest defeat by a runs margin, 429 runs against Kent at Dover in 1933. Northampton's biggest defeat against anybody was an innings and 484 against the Australians in 1921. Is possibly one of the most one-sided first-class matches ever. Australia were 0-for-1 after one ball. Edgar Mayne was out for the first ball of the match to Merry Murdin, who we were talking about.
Oh yes, good old Merry.
We were talking about earlier. So they were 0-for-1, 621 all out, and then bowled Northamptonshire out for 69 and 68. And Wisden said it was ludicrous that the two sides had met on equal terms.
Yes, that's quite a heavy defeat.
But Crumbs, 504 runs.
Yeah,
astonishing.
It is a bit, isn't it? Not a good week for Worcestershire. Yeah.
Here's Broad starting a fresh over and cut away by Bohannon. He's going to get a single into the offside. Bohannon to 60, 104 for one.
They must have used all their energy last week at Taunton, saving the match,
Yes.
batting for days to draw.
Bridge too far. So, bright sunshine now. It's a lovely evening. Just need somebody to say it's the nicest part of the day. But it is, actually. It's still quite breezy out there, which we shall have to brave in the fullness of time to go down and do some interviews. There's Broad in, bowls, and that's a lovely straight drive by Keaton Jennings for 4. That's a handsome stroke. Powering it back past the bowler. And all the fielder can do down there is Rob Keogh is trot down to the little groundsman's area down below us and retrieve it. So 108 for 1, and Keaton Jennings up to 39 off 114 balls. Suggests that, I mean, obviously Bohannon's had much more of the strike. He's faced an extra 44 balls since these two came together. Here's Broad in, bowls short and cut away by Jennings, and that's 4 more. And we've said before on this surface, the short ball from the seamers, especially as the ball's now getting pretty soft, 47 overs old, for players of this calibre, especially Jennings, so strong through that region. That's meat and drink, really. Back-to-back boundaries for him. He goes to 43, 112 for 1.
Sat up beautifully for him, didn't it? And he's jumped all over into that, Keaton Jennings.
A lovely shot. So, yeah, you just think that at some point, I know Northampton want to be patient, but they just need to think outside the circle a little bit, or outside the box, or whatever it is, blue sky. That ball from Broad hits Jennings on the thigh pad. There's no contact with the bat, signalled as a leg by umpire Ben Debenham as it rolls out into the leg side. 113 for 1. It's been a long day. In the 47th over. But yeah, I mean, I'm thinking try a bit of George Bartlett or something. Yeah, just try something a bit different.
Maybe even Harrison from
this end. Yeah, just try it. Zabe's been very tidy. Here's Broad. In again, bowls, and another nice looking drive from Bohannon, but intercepted by Rob Keogh at mid-off. Down on his knees again. 113 for 1. Bearing in mind, if you are just catching up on what's been happening today, Lancashire followed on 268 behind, and then lost a wicket in the first over of the second innings, 0 for 1. Now 113 for 1. Here's Broad in bowls on leg stump. Ooh, half an appeal, not even half an appeal from Justin Broad. Rather a tired entreaty to umpire Ben Debenham, who not surprisingly says not out, as it was clearly going down the leg side. 113 for 1. Bohannon is 60. Jennings is 43. Lancashire 155 behind.
I was chuckling, Radders, because Luke Proctor's gone up and given Justin Broad a hug. So, oh, that's all right, mate. You know, a little bit of a burst there, giving it plenty, but have a breather. But I just quite like it.
Yeah, no.
Sometimes you can't beat a good hug, can you?
You definitely can't. Yeah. No, it's interesting also getting a Darren Lehman steer. Was so much interesting stuff from what he was saying on why he likes Luke Proctor as a captain as well. I thought that was interesting. You know, the fact that he's receptive, he's collaborative, he's prepared to, you know, crack the whip to an extent if necessary. But you know, I think it's a role he's grown into. I really do.
Safe Sabe to continue. And thrusting the bat forward is Keaton Jennings. Ball kicks that into the offside. No run. I think Harrison's going to come on from this Statham end.
I think so. They're at slip at the moment.
There is Zabe in bowls to Jennings. Defends, and there's no run. Slowly back down to the bowler. This tiny stuff, isn't it, from Safe Zabe?
Just build a bit of pressure.
A little sneaky change here, because James Sales is going to position himself in front of the batter at silly point. He's eager to kind of hop out the way of that one just in case, as it was flighted up by Safe Zabe.
Oh dear.
And he's life flashed before his eyes for a moment or two. Oh, Keaton spotted something moving behind the bowler's arm. I think someone's wandering in through a door somewhere in the pavilion. And a cup of tea. Zabe in, side off stump again. I'm not so sure that Sales is enjoying fielding just there at the minute. Floated short and wide outside off stump. And again, he's going to get out the way of that. Get the other side, Sales. Get out the striking line. Just driven through extra cover for a single to Keaton Jennings. Yeah, I'm not so sure he's having much fun there. He's better here at backwards.
I think he is.
Appear to be enjoying life too much in front of the batter. Safe Sabe comes left arm round the wicket to Jennings. Forward again, defending. And there's no runs. That's the end of the over. We might see something different here, because Calvin Harrison hasn't bowled from this Brian Statham end. But is he going to come into the attack?
Not just at the moment.
It doesn't appear so, no.
I can reveal exclusively.
I like a huge announcement.
That 504 run victory, it is the largest in the county championship ever. It's not the largest in England, because there have been a number of bigger victories by counties against university sides. But in the county championship, that is the biggest margin of victory by runs in county championship history.
I'm sure that is something that won't be mentioned too many times around New Road anytime soon.
No, that's right. Previous biggest, 483 runs. Surrey beating Leicestershire at the Oval back in 2002. Now we are going to see Harrison. They've decided they are going to putting him on from this end. So we have spin from both ends, and Harrison for the first time will get a bowl from this Brian Statham end. Long shadows now, a very pleasant evening. No, just go back while they're getting themselves ready. This whole business of, it always interests me, and a coach like a captain needs to work this out as well. The players that you need to employ the stick and the carrot, as it were, and those you do need to give a hug, as Proctor did there. Here's Harrison then, round the wicket, and a little bit of turn, slow turn. It was short. It was punched away by Keaton Jennings, and he's going to get, I think, 3 runs as it goes out to almost the furthest point of the boundary, of a longer boundary, out in front of the new part of the hotel. Justin Broad, who's just come out of the attack and was hoping for a nice rest, He's had to hair after it, reel it back in, and it's 3 more runs to the Lancashire captain, who goes to 47, and Lancashire to 117 for 1. Justin Broad really enjoyed that, you can see, can't he? Slip and a forward short leg as Harrison over the wicket to Bohannon. Again, a little bit short. Bohannon punches it back to him. Harrison fighting that one up forward comes Bohannon. Rock solid in defence. Plays it back down the pitch. Apart from this slip in the forward short leg, backward point, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket in fairly tight, deep backward square and a man sweeping on the cover boundary as in comes Harrison and turns one past Bohannon. And Lewis McManus has the bails off in a flash, and that's the sort of encouragement, just that little moment of encouragement. Not much has gone past the bat, it must be said, in the last couple of hours, really. That's one of the rare ones that has. And that will just give, I'm sure, Harrison and Northamptonshire a bit of a lift. Here's Harrison in again, bowls, and that again was very full, and Bohannon looking to work it, I think, into the onside. It's taken the edge and gone down through backward point for 1. 61 to him, 118 for 1. Lancashire now 150 behind, but with 9 wickets standing. Here's Harrison in again, bowls and worked away off his hip by Keaton Jennings for the easiest of singles. Takes Jennings up to 48, 49, 48. 119 for 1. That's the end of Calvin Harrison's first over from this Brian Statham end. 14 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 38.
About half an hour left, haven't we, with 8 overs to go, thereabouts. Actually, with spin from both ends, that might even be a little sooner than that, because safe to say he's going to continue. It's probably worth it too, isn't it? I mean, he's pretty much tied down one end. And a great deal of scoring opportunities so far. There's safe to say. Foolish ball driven by Jennings to mid-off.
The biggest margin of runs victory in any first-class cricket is 725 runs. Mumbai against Uttarakhand 3 years ago.
Into Jennings. Good stop at cover. And there's no run.
That was at the Karnataka State Cricket Association ground number 2 in Alur. I wonder what number 3's like.
In comes Zabe and bowls. Again, Jennings not interested in playing a shot, just offering that front pad. 48 to the Lancashire skipper. 19 for 1. Zabe in bowls. Turn to the leg side this time, and there's no run. Weatherall feeling at mid-wicket. 19 for 1. Zabe in bowls. He's cushioned away to the leg side. Moves to 49. It's 120 for 1. And with 1 ball left of the over. And 61 not out. Short leg in the slip. Played to mid-off this time. Proctor's there to field. End of the over. 120 for 1. In Lancashire's second innings. Trailing by 148 runs. Let's see, we've got the wickets for Yorkshire in that innings. But it was 4 for George Hill, but then Jordan Thompson and Jack White with a couple as well. Big win for Yorkshire. Kent getting on in this run chase. Tawanda Mayeye is still going 94 not out. 246 for 2, Kent. Need 70 to win.
That's remarkable.
Yeah.
Here's Calvin Harrison with a slip and a forward short leg. Man on the 45. Perhaps the little top edge sweep and turned away by Keaton Jennings into the leg side, just behind square. Fielded there by George Bartlett. Somerset chasing 510 to win against Sussex, so 85 for 4. Here's Harrison again outside the off stump, kicked away by Keaton Jennings. Slightly weary trot after it from James Sales.
Yes, not much chance to take a breather, is it, for Sales? He's right involved in the action.
Yeah, that's right.
He's a young lad, isn't he? Great.
Energy to spare.
Yeah, exactly.
Here's Harrison in, bowls, flights that one up nicely, bearing his pace cleverly, driven out into the offside by Jennings on 49. 96 in the first innings. But Harrison bowls to him, and that bounces a little bit on him, plays it off the back foot, out into the offside, and Sails again from slip, trots round to retrieve. Harrison in again and bowls, and has he got the edge? He has, and Harrison has the breakthrough. Caught behind by Lewis McManus, and the move to bring Calvin Harrison on from this Brian Statham end, first time he's bowled from this end, pays dividends, and it's the big wicket of the Lancashire captain, Keaton Jennings. The ball that just bounced a little bit on Jennings, took the outside edge. McManus took the catch. That is Lewis McManus's 100th championship dismissal for Northamptonshire, and he won't have taken many more important ones than that. It's a very, very thin edge.
It is, isn't it? Yeah, he's not really pushed forward at that, hasn't Jennings? Just tried to almost took his bat behind the front pad, but it's just clearly kissed the edge of the bat, hasn't it? The slightest of nicks through to the keeper, who takes the catch. And a big breakthrough for Northamptonshire, edging towards the back end of the day. Jennings gone for 49. I was about to tell you that Jennings' season has got off to just a very, very impressive start, and it has, even with that dismissal. He's got scores of 55, 49, 96 and 49. Lancashire captain. And well, here we go. It's like deja vu.
Yes, it is, isn't it?
Like this time last night, here comes
Anderson
Phillip as a night watchman for Lancashire.
Deja vu all over again. So it is going to be Anderson Phillip, who's actually going to be facing straight away. Last night he it didn't seem, when he was batting with Keaton Jennings, as though they quite worked out what the role actually entailed. They were it was like a seminar. They were working it out as the game went on. But that is, well, a very, very important wicket. If Northamptonshire could nip out another one tonight, then they will feel they've had a pretty good day all round. I mean, they haven't had a bad day all round as it is.
Day already, haven't they? Yeah.
But I think if they could, we said, didn't we, a couple of three ideally, two they would probably settle for. If they got the offer on Deal or No Deal, they'd settle for two in the session.
That's still going, that programme?
I think it is. Yeah,
okay.
I think it's
not with Noel, is it?
No, it's okay. Different under different management.
It's been rebadged.
And a bit of pressure on the night watchman. The silly mid-off, forward short leg and a slip. And here's Harrison bowling to Anderson Phillip, who drives stylishly up to mid-on, where Rob Keogh fields, and that's the end of the over that's brought Northamptonshire their long-awaited second wicket. 120 for 2 it is. Bohannon is 61, and Anderson Phillip yet to get off the mark. Lancashire still trail by 148 as we move into the last knockings of this third day. 6 overs to go.
Wicket for Guthrie, wicket for Harrison. I don't think it turned much.
No, it didn't.
That dismissal, did it?
A little bit of, I mean, there was a little bit of bounce the ball before, wasn't there? But there's George Bartlett.
Oh, so safe Zabe's spells come to an end then.
I did say I thought they may just try it. A little bit of Bartlett in the night, as it were.
Bohannon is the man to face this over. Bartlett to Bohannon. Pushed away to the onside for no run. It certainly was just a faintest of edges through, wasn't it, to McManus? Good catch. Nicely snaffled by the keeper. Bartlett over the wicket balls and worked away into the onside by Bohannon. Moves to 62 not out, 121 for 2. Bringing Anderson Phillip on strike. So there'll be a bit of company here.
Oh yes.
For Mr. Phillip. He's going to have at least 2, might be 3, yeah, 3 around the bat. Anderson Phillip can leave that alone. Sails at short leg. Waiting to pounce for a catch. Silly point and a slip as well. Bartlett in, balls. Just plays forward, the ball slides away past the edge of the bat. Remains on naught, 121 for 2. Into Phillip. It's defended to Vasconcelos, who's under the helmet at silly point.
He's still looking for his first class wicket, George Bartlett. Hasn't bowled much.
One ball left of this over. Lancashire's night watchman on strike. Fuller ball, which is played away by Phillip. End of the over. So 121 for 2. Bohannon's on 62. Phillip is on naught. And we have 5 overs remaining in the day's play. And Northamptonshire have managed to get rid of Lancashire's captain. We're on the stroke of the close of play, which is a potentially big breakthrough for Northants. It caps off what's been a really good day again for Northants in what has been a really good game for Northamptonshire. They've pretty much bossed it from word go.
Now this is interesting because Calvin Harrison, having struck in his previous over from this end, Rafi Weatherall's coming into the attack from this Brian Statham end for a little burst before the close. Presumably just say, well, you've got, what, 3 overs, just give it everything. And they're all comfortably, of course, Northamptonshire's quickest bowler. 121 for 2. Northamptonshire, as we've been saying, would dearly love to pick up another one tonight. Bohannon will be looking to deny them that as slip in, as it's cracked away by Bohannon. Good smart stop at backward point by Safe Zabe, who just turns round and checks that the fielder down at third man was covering him, which he was. 121 for 2. Bohannon is 62. 169 balls he's faced. But what a good job he's done for his side. Field is spread far and wide, of course. They'll just happy to give Bohannon the single. Weatherall in, bowls to him, and he's taken the singles. Quite happy to, as it nips back a little bit from Weatherall, goes down to long leg for a single. So the night watchman is exposed, and one imagines there will now be, he will have a little bit more company than Josh Bohannon did. Bohannon is 63, 122 for 2. Lancashire still 146 runs adrift. 4 overs to go after this one. Canterbury Tawanda Mayeye's reached his century, 102 not out of 113 balls. Kent 258 for 2, just needing another 58 to win. Here's Weatherall with a slip, a leg slip, forward short leg for the night watchman Anderson Phillip, facing Rafi Weatherall and full, targeting the stumps. And forward goes Phillip, just blocks it out into the offside. Bartlett fields an extra cover and there's no run. Umpire Ben Debenham just having a chat with Northamptonshire's captain Luke Proctor, who's in there at mid-off. Weatherall steaming in to bowl to Phillip, and again it's very full, and Phillip, equal to the task, digs it out, pushes it out into the offside. The departure of Phillip last night just gave Northamptonshire a little bit of a lift right at the end of the day's play. It was the 4th wicket to fall in the final over of the day, and although he'd done his job, and it was Matty Hurst coming in this morning, just sent Northamptonshire into close of play with a bit of a fillip, and that's shorter from Weatherall, but well played again by Anderson Phillip, in behind it. Drops it down in front of James Sales at forward short leg. So that could well be over tonight at Canterbury.
That is ridiculous.
57 runs to win.
What are they going at? They've scored 260 from 50 overs.
Here's Weatherall in, short, and Phillip ducks underneath it. Through to Lewis McManus, and that is the end of the over. 122 for 2 it is, 4 to go.
Can we? I don't know whether can give you the score, but whether viewers on Lex TV might be able to see the game from Canterbury, where Kent are playing Middlesex. We'll flash it up on the screen in a minute. Here it is. It says 290, 259 for 2 Kent. So their target was 300 and is 316. Compton's on 90. And you can see the pace in which Compton's batted at, which is kind of classic for Ben Compton. But Tawanda Mayeye, 102 from 113 deliveries. So Kent are within 57 runs of victory. That is a standing run chase. And Kent, who were relegated with Lancashire last season, have on the brink of starting with 2 wins from 2. Calvin Harrison from the James Anderson end. That looks like a tired ball.
Wasn't it?
Yeah, and slapped away with the leg side for a single. Quite get that one right.
Yeah, Mayeye at Northampton, 72 off 106, bearing in mind a pitch that he was comfortably the highest individual score of the match. But then was out first ball in the second. LBW to Rafi Weatherall.
Silly game, isn't it?
Yeah, bizarre.
Now, Anderson Phillip was a victim to Calvin Harrison in the final over of the day yesterday, and here we are 24 hours on. He's back out batting. Into Phillip goes Harrison, who plays away into the offside, and there is no run. Might get a few more around him here. Yep, going to get the second slip in place. Short leg, silly point. Couple of slips, short point, short cover. In fact, we've got Rob Keogh on his hands and knees there. He's crouching down. In comes Harrison to Phillip, who reaches for it and defends. It deflects it out into the leg side, and there's no run. I suppose he's doing his job here, isn't he? Anderson Phillip trying to see if he can get Lancashire to the close without any further damage done. Harrison in and bowls. Oh, that's too wide, and he's allowing that one to go through. And 123 for 2. Philip on naught. Here is Harrison in again. Jabbing at that is Philip. It comes off the inner half of the bat and deflects away into the onside. There's no run. Well, Northamptonshire have found a way to make this quite an awkward end to the game, which didn't look likely really. It was sort of Jennings and Bohannon were batting and everything was quite serene, but Northants have applying some pressure late on here in the day. That's worked away off the back foot by Philip, defended at short leg by James Sales. It's the end of the over. It's 123 for 2 with 3 overs remaining in the day's play.
Yes, and you'd think, both I was saying when you were updating listeners to BBC Radio Lancashire, that it was the demise of Anderson Phillip last night, although he'd done his job, that basically just sent Northamptonshire off the field with a bit of a spring in their step. The 4th wicket last night, and well, they dearly love to prize him out, and particularly, of course, prize Josh Bohannon out, but he's been absolutely rock solid so far. 64 of 171. Rafi Weatherall running in to bowl to him, and Bohannon is pushing that up to mid-off, and there's a bit of confusion there because mid-off is very deep. They're giving him the single basically, and he set off for it, and then realised, I think, that Anderson Phillip wasn't about to move, so they both had to return to their respective ends. I really don't think they've got this, as yet as last night, quite worked out what the plan is. Anyway, we'll see. Here's Weatherall in and bowls to Bohannon, and this time an easy single to be had, which they've taken off the second ball, so Northamptonshire quite happy to give Bohannon the single, and he's quite happy to take it, so it's mutual consent again. It's our old friend mutual consent.
Yes, can't beat a bit of that.
We were talking about earlier. Bohannon is 65, 124 for 2, and it's a lovely evening now. Bright sunshine, blue sky. It really is a lovely end to the day here at Emirates Old Trafford. Weatherall with a slip, forward short leg and a leg slip into bowl to the night watchman Anderson Phillip, who's solidly in behind that, drops it down into the ground in front of Sales at Boot Hill.
We had the exciting sight of 2 night watchmen at Lord's last week, and Middlesex lost a couple of wickets late on. I was desperately hoping to see if they send a third out.
Yes, it's almost as much fun as 2 runners. That's a recipe for chaos. Here's Rafi Weatherall in and bowls, and it's a really good Yorker from Weatherall, which Anderson Phillip again does really well to dig out. It was good cricket from both protagonists there.
It was. He's done well, hasn't he, to jab the bat down in the nick of time.
Weatherall looking purposefully back to his mark. They're not going to get any more overs, any extras in now. They've just... Clock has ticked round to 6 o'clock, so we're going to have 2 overs after this as Weatherall is in bowl short, and Phillip ducks underneath it. 1 ball to go in the over. Josh Bohannon is coming down, maybe offering some helpful advice to Anderson Phillip, maybe not.
Maybe just trying to work out whether...
do we run or don't
we run? Exactly that, yes. Let's just remind each other what is going on.
What's plan A, what's plan B? Weatherall at the end of his mark, down below us. Terrific commentary position at in the media centre at the Brian Statham end of the ground, and Weatherall is in bowls and pushed solidly up to mid-off by Anderson Phillip. Ball of full length, fielded by Luke Proctor. 124 for 2. Anderson Phillip has used up 18 balls, so it's good stuff from him. Hasn't scored a run yet. Josh Bohannon is 65, and we have 2 overs remaining, and Ben Compton has now followed to under Miyeye to the 100.
It's a staggering run chase, isn't it?
33 runs they need to win. 283 for 2, scoring at just a hair under 5, 4.8 and over.
They've baseballed it.
Yes.
Well, Crawley's not had he's had no form, has he, really, this season? But he got 58 from 66 to kind of get the party started for Kent, and then it's been
compo ball.
Compo. Yes. Harrison into Bohannon, and they do get the single. So Anderson Phillip, your job as night watchman is to try and see through 5 deliveries, but you will have a bit of company. Bohannon moves on to 66. It's 125 for 2. And yeah, we've got have the couple of catches. Yeah, it's slip. Who's on the knees now? Is that safe save?
That's safe save, yes.
Okay. Oh, he's back up on his feet. Slip in a gully and a forward short leg and a silly point into Phillip, who plays it back to Calvin Harrison, who's got 5 wickets in the match. 4 in the first innings, 1 so far second time round, and a leg slip as well. In balls, and nicely played by Phillip, just clipped up towards mid-on where Bartlett fields, no run. A few chuckles amongst the Northamptonshire boys. We're just trying to encourage maybe Anderson Phillip, just see if they can tempt him to play a shot. No, that's a good leave. That's a solid looking leave, that wasn't it? Very purposeful by Anderson Phillip.
Positive in defence.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. 2 more balls to get through in this over. Just bringing him forward and defending, and there's no run. I like that from Harrison. He just floated that up a little bit more.
He's varied his pace beautifully in this afternoon.
This is proper stuff from Anderson Phillip. 0 from 22 in balls off the back foot. Find a gap through the onside. End of the over, so we've got 6 deliveries to go of the day. And 125 for 2, Lancashire. So as it stands, we're going to have a day of batting tomorrow with 8 wickets to play with. And Lancashire hoping that the man on screen, Josh Bohannon, will be there to start again in the morning. He's 66 not out, and he's on strike for the final over of the day.
And it's going to be safe Zabe to bowl it. He's been very, very tidy. 7 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 6. Going to bowl his left arm spin round the wicket to Bohannon with a slip and a forward short leg. Bright sunshine, and Bohannon gets himself, well I was going to say gets himself off strike. Yes, it is going to be only a single. He's punched that out to deep extra cover for 1. Obviously Northamptonshire happy to give him the single. 67 not out to him, 126 for 2. Now if I was Bohannon, I'd just gloves off, helmet off,
boots off, pads off.
Make it very clear I'm not moving now, whatever. He's having a chat with Anderson Phillip, maybe saying something along those lines. It's your job now, mate. Go back there. I'm staying up here. 126 for 2. 5 balls to go in the day, and Anderson Phillip suddenly has lots of friends. Silly point, forward short leg, leg slip, slip. And here's Zabe, and forward goes Phillip. Plays it hard into the ground, just in front of James Sales at forward short leg. Round the wicket comes Zabe. Just holds that one back a little, but onto the back foot goes Phillip, pushes it out into the covers. Fielded by Rafi Weatherall. Zabe in again, bowls to Phillip again on the back foot, plays it up to mid-on this time, and there's no run. Well, Northampton's head coach may be a little bit late for a 6 o'clock beer, but not too late. Here's Zabe in again, flights that one up, forward comes Anderson Phillip into the ground in front of Vasconcelos at Silly Point, who flicks the ball back to Zabe, and this is the last ball of the day. It's going to be safe Zabe to bowl it to the night watchman, Anderson Phillip, and Phillip leaves. It wasn't a million miles away from off stump, but safely negotiated, and that concludes the day's entertainment. 126 for 2 Lancashire, so they still trail by 142, but it's been a thoroughly resolute effort and resilient effort in this second innings after losing a wicket in the first over. Keaton Jennings with 49, Josh Bohannon 67 not out. They put on 120 for the second wicket, but Northamptonshire just giving themselves a bit more of a chance for tomorrow by dismissing Keaton Jennings just moments before the close of play, caught behind off Calvin Harrison for 49. So 126 for 2 it is. 142 runs away from making Northamptonshire bat again. 8 wickets to fall, a day to go. And let's hope, Scott, we're lucky with the weather tomorrow.
Yes, and as the players head off, I think Proctor leading his side off. They've enjoyed a terrific few days here, and just applauding the works of Josh Bohannon, because he's batted very, very nicely there for Lancashire. 67 not out from 175, and Lancashire have done pretty much all they could do second time round, being asked to follow on, started a mile behind in the game. They've got themselves a chance going into tomorrow to make sure that they try and make this game safe. I still think we could be set for a really intriguing final day as well.
Let's hope so.
So 126 for 2, trail by 142, and we'll see how the fourth and final day unfolds tomorrow. Thank you for your company, and we'll catch you again in the morning.
is for the way you look at me. O is for the only one I see. V is very, very extraordinary.
Welcome to the opening day. Oh, that is a wonderful shot.
This is a call for hungry dreamers and hard-working self-believers. Success is down to more than just luck and talent. It's striving to be the best, breaking the boundaries and never giving up. Are you ready to become your best self? Are you ready to unlock your greatness? So what are you waiting for? This is Education Evolved. This is UA 92.
When I was a kid, there was no professional women's cricket. I didn't even think that women could be professional sports people.
Especially early on, it just didn't really seem like there was a career in it. To support myself around cricket, I had to work at the petrol garage.
I was the only girl, so I stood out.
I'd love for young girls to be able to dream about being an athlete and it to be achievable.
Thanks to the Hilton funding my contract, it's allowed me to play the game that I love all day, every day.
We're like an engine and we need to be fueled with the right gas.
Without funding, we can't be visible. You can't be what you can't see.
As a team, it feels like we're breaking boundaries.
Thunder and Lancashire always want to put women's cricket at the forefront, and now I think that's really shining through.
It's mad to think that without the Hilton funding, like we wouldn't be playing cricket every day, training.
Well, we could be, but we wouldn't have any money.
Yeah, true.